Today is a special day. You know why? You are going to build a Reddit clone in this video. And you know what? I'll actually take it back. In this video, we will build a Reddit clone which is better than the one which is currently on the market. And that just in this free video. For that, we'll use the newest tech on the market, which means Next.js 14 with the app router, server actions, client components, advanced routing concept. Then we'll start styling our application with Tailwindcss and Shadcn UI for accessible and styled components. We will then of course also make authentication work, which is very important, and for that my kind friends at Kinde sponsored this video, so thank you for that. Then later on we'll actually continue make mutations work with Supabase and Prisma as our database and as our ORM. They are very easy to use, that's why we'll use that. And then at the end, of course, we'll also deploy our application to Vercel. I mean, where else? Let's think about that. So yeah, this is what we'll build today. And now I think we should actually check out the demo so that you really see what you are going to build in this video. So I mean, let's go to my screen and let's check it out. Alright everyone, I'm now on the deployed version of our project, and then right here you see our home feed on the left side, and on the right side we have like a small little banner. Right here we now see one post. I have a downvote and upvote button. I can upvote the post, we have a pending state, and now you see we have two upvotes. I can now click on our post. Right here we have a nice loading state. We right here use a suspense boundary, then we have an image, we have our content. I can write a comment right here, so let's say hey, how are you? You see I'm currently logged in with a different account, and that's why I have now created a comment with the account John Marshall. Also you saw for a second that we had a pending state, and also our text area has reset. Then also on the right side right here you see something about our community, so I can click on this right here. We have now again a loading state because we use suspense boundaries. I can update our community description or our subreddit description, so let's say hey, this is a cool sub. Let me click on save. On the bottom right corner you now see a toast, and this was successful. Right here you now see all of the posts which have been created in the subreddit, and I can again click on any post right here. So this looks beautiful. What we also of course have right here is a dark theme switcher, so I can click on dark theme or on light theme. Then we also have a user drop down, and then right here I can for example click on create community to create a new community. Let's right here just say test. Let's click on create community. We'll now get redirected to the community page. So you see right here I have no posts created. Let me create a description. Let's say hey, this is a cool sub. Let's click on save. Let me now create a new post. So let me click on create post. Then right here, let's give it a title. Let's say this is a test. And then let's create a description. Let's say hello world. This is very cool. And then let's also say right here, give me a like. Let's click right here on create a post. We have a pending state, and we again get redirected. Again, we have a suspense boundary, and this looks beautiful. Another thing I can do right here is click on our settings page, and then inside of here I can update my username. So instead of saying John Marshall, I can right here say super cool dude, and let me click on change username. This will now be updated, and we have a toast right here. So as you see, this is how it will look like. And one very important thing that I've added in this project is of course pagination. So if you scroll down right here, we have pagination. I can click on the second page, and then we see all of the posts which are actually grouped in the second page. So yeah guys, as you see, this project is quite cool. It took a lot of time to actually create, so I hope you enjoyed this video, and now let's roll it. So let's go. Oh, you're already back from the demo? And what did you think? Is it nice? I know it's nice. This is what you're going to build today. And before you actually now start, there's one important thing. This video took very long to create, so I would highly appreciate if you would like and subscribe, which is totally free and only takes a second. And if you want to learn more about, for example, web development, where I answer questions, talk about my opinions, etc., then consider becoming a channel member. So here's for example one video, a second video, a third video, which you can check out if you're a channel member. But for now, let's actually get started with this video. So let's go. Alright everyone, I hope you enjoyed the demo. So now let's actually get started. I will cd into my desktop directory, I will cd into my YouTube directory, and then inside of here I run npx create-next-app at latest to install the latest package of Next.js. The CLI will now ask me a few questions, so we'll name our project Reddit-YouTube. Then I will of course use TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind. I won't use the source directory because we already have the app router and this is not needed. Then of course the app router, we won't customize the default import alias, and now I will click enter. This will take about a minute, and once that's done, I will come back. Well, as you see right here, our project has now finally installed and I can now open it in Visual Studio Code. So I'm now in VS Code, and as you see, I already opened the project, and if you want to do the same, you can go right here on top, click on File and click on Open Folder. But right now we just have a default empty project. So we have an app folder, this is where all of our content will live, so our routes and logic and everything like that. And for example, if we now go in the page.tsx, this is now the default index page that the Next.js or the Create Next app CLI ships. So to see that, we can open our terminal with either Command J or on top terminal and new terminal. And then inside of here, let's do an npm run dev to start our dev server. Our dev server will open on localhost 3000. So let me head over to Chrome and open that. Alright, I am now in Chrome and this is our dev server. I can zoom in now a bit for you guys so that you can see something. And as I already said, this is now the default index page, or I guess the default template that Next.js ships with. What we can do right now is again close the terminal, close the Explorer, right here delete everything inside of the return statement since we don't need that. And let's use an h1 and let's just say hello from the index page. Let's save that, and now right here you see hello from the index page. What we can do now is also go in our globals.css file, and then right here you now see some styles that Next.js shipped with, which we don't need. We only need the add Tailwind classes, since we of course want Tailwind CSS to work, but we don't need all of this. So let me delete everything underneath this add Tailwind classes. Let's click save, let's go back, and now you see our background color has changed from black to white, and this is exactly what I wanted. So now we see that our project works, everything looks nice, we have a nice project right here. So what do we do now? Well, I would say the first thing we'll do right now is actually create our navbar. For that, let's go in our app folder, create a components folder. So let's do components, and then inside of here, let's do navbar.tsx. Now, right here, how do we start with a component? Well, we have to export a function. And instead of doing an export default function, I will do a standard export. So let's do an export function. We'll name it navbar, uppercase. This is very important. And let me open that function. Inside of here, let's do a return statement. Let's return a div. Let's say h1 and let's say hello from the navbar. Let me now save that. Let's go back. And as you see now, we don't see anything right here on our screen. So why is that actually? Well, it's quite simple actually. Currently our navbar lives in a component and this component is not rendered anywhere. So to see this, I guess, hello from the navbar, so to see this component, we have to render it somewhere. Now there are two options actually. Either A, we'll go right here inside of our page.tsx, so our index page, and render it right here, or we'll render in our layout.tsx. Now what is the difference? Well, if we render it in the page.tsx, we will just see the navbar on the index page. But what we want to do is actually render the navbar on all pages. So the navbar should be persisted, and that's why we will use the layout. So right here we'll make some space. So right here we have our children. Let's make some space. And then above the children, I can now render our actual navbar. Our children are all of the routes. So in that case, the index page right here, about page, a settings page, etc. And we'll render our navbar above all of these pages. I hope you understand that. So inside of here, let me render our navbar. This is imported from our components. It's in self-closing tag. And if I now save that and go back, you now see hello from the navbar and hello from the index page. So again, we now render our component in the layout, and then under the component, we render all of our children. And in this case right here, our children are right now this page.tsx right here. So hello from the index page. Alright, we now understand that, and what I think we should do now is actually create our navbar, make it look nice, and make it actually functional. So the first thing I need right here is actually the logo. Now we'll get the logo actually from my GitHub repo. So what I want you to do right now is go to my GitHub repo, which is linked down below. And then inside of there, what I want you to do is download the folder, go to the public folder and copy all of the images and paste them right here inside of our public folder. That's exactly what I will do right now. So please do that. Alright, as you see, I have now added a few images. So right here we have a banner image, for example, a hero, and PFP in that case, a SVG, and then again a PNG. So we now created a few assets or imported a few assets, and we can now use it inside of our project. So what I want to now do is actually import our two logos. So we'll first of all have this little logo where we'll just see the face, and then also logo where it will say Reddit. So on top, let me just do right here an import. This will be import Reddit text, and this will be from // public and then logo -name.svg. And then right here, let's also do an import. This will be Reddit mobile, and this will be from // public, and then this will be right here our Reddit full.svg. Alright, we have now imported our two images. So first of all, again, the text and then also the small image, and we can now actually render it right here. So let me delete this div element first of all. Let's do right here new nav element since we want to use semantic HTML. Inside of here, let's give it a class name. This will be height, and I will use some custom value, and I can use some custom value with array brackets. And inside of here, I will say 10VH. With 10VH, I tell our project right here, I want that this element takes 10% of the total height. So a total height is 100 viewport height, and we want to get 10% of that. Let's also do right here in width of full. Let's do in flex. Then let's also do an items, which will be center. Let's do in border of bottom, since I want to have a border at the bottom. Let's also do in padding x of 5, and on larger devices, so on a device with a minimum width of 1024 pixels, let's do in padding x, so let's do right here in colon, padding x of 14. Then let's also do in justify between. And why do I do in justify between? Well, I want to get the logos on the left side, and then our actual, I guess, dark theme toggle and also our drop down to be on the right side. So with justify between, we take two children and space them to the most outer corner, so to the left and to the right. Okay, now inside of this nav element, let me get our link component, and this link component is imported from Next/link. And what's the difference from the link component to the A tag? That's maybe a question which you ask yourself right now. Well, a good option to see what the difference is actually go to the Next documentation. Inside of here, let's search for our link component right here. And then right here, you will see link is a React component that extends the HTML A tag element to provide prefetching and client-side navigation. So that's why we will use the link component, because client-side routing is a nicer UI and a UX, and also prefetching is quite important in the context of server components. Okay, now you see our link component currently complains a bit, and it tells us property href is missing. So what we have to do is actually pass an href. And for the href, this is quite simple. This will just be an empty slash, because we want to actually link to the home page. Okay, then inside of this link, we of course have to now render something. Now, what will we actually render? Well, this will now be the actual logo. So now let's get the image component from Next/image. And again, you might ask yourself, what does the image component do? Well, let's go to the docs, let's search for image, and then right here you will see the Next.js image extends the HTML image element with features for automatic image optimization. So size optimization, visual stability, faster page loads, and asset flexibility. This is quite important, and it's also quite nice that we have the option to use it right here. So let's get right here in source, and for the source, this will be right here the Reddit mobile. Let's also give it right here an alt, and this will just be the Reddit mobile icon, something like that. And let's also do a class name of h10, and then let's do also w of fit. Let's save it right now. Let's go back to our page, and now you see this logo right here. So as I already told you, this logo will be for mobile screens. So if I go to a mobile screen, we want it, so let's make it a bit smaller. We want it to look something like that. And this looks quite nice in my opinion. So let's now actually continue. I also want to now render our Reddit text. And for that, I will go under this image, again, use our image component. This is self-closing. And inside of here, let's give it a source of Reddit, which will be right here text. Let's also give it an alt. This will be just Reddit desktop, something like that. Let's also give it a class name. This will be h of 9. Let's do a w of fit. Let's do a hidden. So on small devices, it should be hidden. And then on larger devices, so LG and up, let's do a block. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see this looks something like that. But it does not look perfect. If we now go to the Reddit website actually, what you will see right here is that this should be actually horizontal. But right now, currently what we have is actually that it's vertical aligned. So what we can do right here is go to our link element or our link component, give it a class name, and this will be flex, items which will be center, and let's also give a gap x of 3 to make a bit space between the two images. So if I go back to our site, this looks already very, very nice, and you now also see the, I guess, gap or padding between the two images. If I now click on this or actually hover over this image, you also see in the bottom left corner that it currently actually links to localhost 3000. So again, our index page. So you see this now fully works, and this is great. And now we can actually continue. Now, what's the actual next thing I want to render? Well, if you can remember from the demo, our navbar will later on look a bit different, but for now, what I want to do right here is first of all implement our theme toggle. And for the theme toggle, we of course first of all have to make dark mode work. To do that, we'll actually use Shadcn. So let's first of all head to ui.shadcn.com. And if you didn't know what ui.shadcn.com is, well, Shadcn UI is an actual component library, which is actually an accessible component library. Now, how is it first of all accessible? Well, it builds on Redux UI. Redux UI is a library which has accessible components which are not styled, and then Shadcn takes these accessible components and styles them with Tailwindcss. And this is also quite nice, maybe in contrast to, I don't know, Mantine or MUI. The nice thing with this right here is that it's very, very easy to customize. One problem which I often had with MUI and also a few other component libraries is that it was not that easy to customize them. But with Shadcn UI, it's very, very easy to customize components, to create themes, and etc. So to get started, we'll click on Docs right here. Let's click on Installation, and then inside of here, we'll use the Next.js framework. Then right here we have now a quick start guide, and we already did step 1. This is to install a project or create a project. Now we have to do the second step, and that's to run the CLI. So let me copy right here the installation command. We'll use npm. Let me open my terminal, and then what I'll do right here is open a new terminal tab with this plus icon. Let me right here just paste our CLI command, and this is to actually initialize Shadcn UI. So the CLI will now ask me a few questions. So we will use the default style, we will use as in base color slate, and then we will use CSS variables. Now, why will you use CSS variables? Well, that's because we want to create a custom theme. Alright, this has now installed. I can close my terminal right here. And if I now actually save that and again go back, you'll see nothing has actually changed. But if you, for example, now open your package.json right here, you will now see we have a few new packages. So Shadcn UI installed, for example, right here, class variance authority CLSX, and also very important, Lucid React. What is Lucid React? Well, Lucid React is an actual icon library, and we'll use it to render beautiful icons, like for example an home button or home icon in that case, or an, I don't know, comment icon, something like that. So this is an icon library which is beautiful and very easy to use. Alright, so what you will also now see is if you open your globals.css, these are now our CS variables. So this is our current theme. And what we could do now, for example, is right here install a button. So let's go to the button right here, or to the components, search for a button. I can now install this button right here with npm. Let's open the terminal, paste that right here, and this will now install a accessible and styled button component. So once this is right here installed, it's installed now. Let's go to the navbar. And then under this link, let me just render a button right here. Again, this is now the button component, which is imported from our components. This is right here a not self-closing tag, but a normal closing tag. And we'll just say hello. If I now save that and actually go back, what you will now see is on the right corner right here, this button which says hello. Quite cool, right? But now let's actually make dark theme work. And before I do that, let's again open the Explorer just to see what changed right here actually. And what you will see right here is that Shadcn UI created a new components folder. So right here we have now a components folder with an UI folder, and then inside of this UI folder we have all of the components. Now what you will also see is that if I open the app folder, we already have right here a components folder. So where I store my navbar, for example. Now a few people might say that it would be nicer to put the navbar in one component folder, not to have two components folders. But I honestly like it like that. I like the option to have two component folders. In one I store all of the Shadcn stuff, and then in the other component folder I store all of the actual I guess custom components. So if you would like to change it, you can do that, but I will leave it as it is because I like it as it is right here. But now let's actually get back to our dark theme. Let's go back to Shadcn UI, and then inside of here I can now click on dark mode. Right here you'll see we have now a guide for Next.js, and this is also again the framework which we use. So to get started, we first of all have to install Next-themes, and Next-themes makes our life a lot easier. It will make storing our theme preference in local storage very easy, and then also switching between the actual themes. So let's now open our terminal right here. Let's clear everything, and then let's again paste this installation command. So this has now been installed. The next step is to create a theme provider. For that we go in our components folder and create a theme provider.tsx. So let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let's create a file which is called theme provider.tsx. Now for the content value or file value, whatever you want to say, we'll just copy right here everything and paste it inside of here. So what we do right here is just create a new theme provider, mark it as use client, because it actually needs the client side, so JavaScript bundle. Okay, let's now go a bit further. And now the next step, as you see, is to actually wrap our root layout with the theme provider. So let me copy this right here. Let's go back to our layout, and then above the navbar, I want to now actually paste this theme provider. Now let me also get the closing tag right here. So let's do theme provider. And now the next step is to import our theme provider. Now there's one important thing that I have to mention. If you right here double click on that, there are two options where you can import the theme provider from. So from Next-themes and from our components. It's very, very, very important that you import that from our components and not from Next-themes. If you import the theme provider from Next-themes, this whole thing won't work and you will get errors. So import that from components, and now you see everything still works, and this is quite cool. Also you see right here we give it an attribute which is class. So later on you will see in our HTML that class will be either dark or white. Then we'll use a default theme which will be the system theme. So currently I have, for example, dark theme, so the website will be automatically dark. Then enable system and disable transition on change. This is just some default stuff. Let me now save that, and if I now go back to our project, refresh the page, you'll still see everything works, and this is great. One thing also, if you go back, we can right here actually copy the suppress hydration warning. With this, we just suppress hydration warnings. I think this is quite self-explanatory. Just paste that inside of your HTML and everything will still work. We can now go a bit further, and now the next thing we can do is actually create a theme toggle. So to actually toggle between the themes. So for that, let me go to this code field right here, and as you see, we now have to copy all of that. For that, let's again go inside of our app folder, inside of the components folder, and let's do a theme toggle.tsx. Now again, important, please actually uppercase your name. then let me just copy this file and paste it right here. Let me also rename it from mode toggle to theme toggle, and then we have now an import error. So right here it tries to import our dropdown from our components, and as you see we now have in red squiggly line. Why is that? Well, it can't find the dropdown module. And why is that? Well, that's because we haven't installed that. So let's find our drop-down menu right here. Let me actually copy this installation command. Let's open our terminal, paste that, and with that we now install our actual drop-down menu. So with that our error should now actually go away, and as you see we now don't have any error anymore. I can now save that, and I think the next thing we can do is actually now render this drop-down, or this theme toggle. For that, let's actually go back to our navbar, and then instead of rendering this button, let me now render our theme toggle imported from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let's save that. Let's go back. Let me go to our website right here, and now on the right side you now see this theme toggle. If I now click on that, you now see 3 options, which is light mode, dark mode, and then also our system mode. If I now click on system, you will now see it automatically changes to dark mode, because again my system preference is actually dark. If I now click to white or light mode, it's again light mode. The nice thing is also if I refresh the page, you see it still kept persisted again because our theme is stored in local storage. Okay, this now also fully works, and now we see another problem. I guess not a problem, but a style issue. So the border right here is currently black. Now you could say that's fine, but I think we should change that. I want the border to actually be orange, so the same as our Reddit logo. Now how do I do that? Well, with the power of Shadcn, it's quite simple. Right here you can click on themes in the navbar again, add Shadcn UI, and then right here we have an orange theme, and this is what we want to use. So I will click on orange and click on copy code. So now we have right here our CSS variables. I can now copy them, go inside of our globals.css, and then inside of here, let me actually delete everything inside of this layer base. So now we only have our Tailwind classes and then this layer base. And then let me paste what I've just copied. If I now save that, go back, what you now see is that we have this orange border. And if I click on that and click on dark mode, you still see it looks beautiful. And now we actually have a design system. So all of the styles or all of the components which we'll use now in Shadcn will always have this orange color. And this is great because now we have a design system, which is quite cool. Now, what's the next thing we have to do? Well, the next thing, of course, what we have to do is make actual authentication work. So if the user is not authenticated, I want to render 2 buttons, which will say sign in and log in, or sign up and log in. And if the user is already logged in, so has a session, is authenticated, I want to actually render a dropdown where the user can, I don't know, open settings, log out, something like that. And what I'll do for now is first of all render our 2 buttons. So let me go right here under this theme toggle, and actually let me first of all render wrap this theme toggle in a div element. Let me again paste our theme toggle. And then under this theme toggle, I will now render a button component from our components. Let's right here just say sign up, and then let's copy paste that button, and underneath that, let's just say log in. Let me now save that and let's go back. And now we have 1, 2, 3 buttons. So 2 buttons and 1 theme toggle, something like that. And as you see, it does not look nice. Let me again change to light theme. Let me zoom in a bit. And the first thing you will see right here is that this is first of all not actually aligned correctly. So let's actually right here go to this div element. Let's give it a class name. Let's do in flex and let's do in items of center. If I now save that and go back, you now see this is aligned correctly. So in the center, and this looks better. Now the next thing I want to do right here is give it a bit of gap. So what you see right here is that these items are spaced, I guess, completely to the border, and I don't want that. So what we can do right here is in gap x of 4, and if I save that, you now see we have some spacing. Now the second thing I don't like is that currently the sign up button and the login button have the same color. I of course don't want that. I want to have a bit of a distinction. So what we can do right now is go to this first button, to the sign up button, give it a variant, and then what you will see is we have a few options. And what I want to give it is right here the secondary. If I now save that and go back, you now see we have a bit of a distraction or a distinction. So the sign up button has this grayish background color, and then our login button has this completely primary orange color, which looks quite nice in my opinion. So now where this is actually done and we have now created that, let's actually make the complete authentication scheme work. Because if I currently click on sign up or login, you see nothing happens. And to make that work, what I want you to do right now is click on the first link in my YouTube description, and then let's head over to the link. So if you clicked on the first link in the YouTube description, you should now be on the same website as I am. And where are we? Well, we are at Kinde, and Kinde is today's sponsor. They made this video possible, and without them, this video would never exist. But let's actually come to Kinde. What even is Kinde? Well, Kinde is actually an authentication service. They make authentication very, very easy, and as they already say, auth for modern applications. So let's actually look at what they actually offer, because that's quite important, of course. So as you see, they offer password auth and also passwordless auth. In this project, we'll use passwordless auth because I like it a bit more. Also, we'll use social login, and that's also what they offer. We will use, for example, Google, Facebook, and also another provider we'll see later on. But also for your actual personal project, it's also quite important that you see that they also offer SSO, which is important for enterprise projects. They offer multi-factor auth, which is quite important, and also machine-to-machine connections. Now, we won't cover machine-to-machine single sign-on and MFA, but it's important that you know that this exists because this is something very important in actual production applications. Another thing you will see is what Kinde offers is first of all organizations. This is quite nice in a authorization context because you don't have to actually create it yourself, but Kinde already gives it for you, I guess, for free. And another thing that Kinde offers, which I haven't seen with any other competitor, is feature management. So let's imagine you build a feature for your users. You of course don't want to ship the feature to all the users. You want to ship this feature to only a certain group of users so they can test it out and give you feedback. Well, with Kinde it's very easy. You can give access to a few users in your database, then they can test out your feature and give you feedback at the end. So this makes shipping very easy, and this is of course also the end goal from us developers. So now the last thing also, which is quite cool with Kinde, is actually that they offer a quite nice generous free tier. So they offer you 10,500 free users, and not only free users but active free users. That means that they actually have to use your application to even count right here to this limit. So yeah, this is Kinde, a actual service which makes authentication very easy. So thanks Kinde for sponsoring this video and making this video actually possible. So now let's actually get started, and if you don't have an account, click on start for free, but I already have an account, so I will click on sign in. So as you see, I'm now in the dashboard and I'm already in a business, or in other words in a project, but what I want to do is of course create a new project. So right here, let me click on business, and again, business is just another word for project. Let me click on switch business, and what I want to do now is create a new business. As you see, I already have a few projects, so the Marshall SaaS project or the Airbnb video from last month. So what I want to do right here is click on add business, so create a new project. Then for the name right here, let's give it right here in Reddit-YouTube. For the number of employees, this is fine. And for the region, let's choose USA-Oregon. Let me click on save, and as you will see right here, we now have an error. It tells me domain name can contain only letters or numbers. So let me delete this dash and let me click on save. This should now be available. Let's see. And yes, as you see, business successfully created, so my name was available, but for you, you will have to choose a different name because each user has a custom, I guess, UUID, so unique URL in that case. So let me right now click on Reddit-YouTube on the link right here, and what we can do now is actually get started with authentication. So what here we have now a quick start guide, or I guess an onboarding guide, however you want to name it. So first of all, I want to use Kinde with my existing code base. We already have a code base. So let me click on next. Then for our tag, we of course use Next.js. What else should we use? Let me click on Next. Then how do we want our users to actually sign in? So let's use email, let's use Google, and maybe let's also use Facebook. Let's click on Next, and this should now be actually already all. As you see now, we are almost there and we can now get started. Now right here they already linked me to the docs. Let me just click on no thanks. I will explore at my own pace. And what you now see is our dashboard. So as you see right here, welcome to Kinde, and again, this is our dashboard. We have 0 users and 0 total users. And what we should do now is first of all click right here on docs. Right here we'll get now linked to the actual Kinde docs, and now let's first of all choose our SDK. So as you see, Kinde offers multiple SDKs, but what we need right here is the Next.js SDK, and then right here the Next.js App Router SDK. Now what's the first thing we need? Well, we want to install it right here for an existing project, so I have to actually install the SDK. So I will use npm, so let me copy that. Let's go back to our terminal or to our project, open the terminal and paste the command right here. This will now install again our Kinde SDK for our app router. Then let's actually continue. The next step is to set callback URLs. So if you right now go back to your project, click on settings, then scroll right here to applications and go on view details. What you will see right here is our actual callback URL, logout redirect URL. And what you will see right here is that this allowed callback URL is the same as here. So we don't have to add any callback URLs because they already have been added right here. So we can now actually go to the next step, and that's to configure environment variables. So what we have to do is add in total, I think, 6 environment variables. So add our client ID, the client secret, the issuer URL, our site URL, where we want to redirect after logout, and where we want to redirect after login. So I'll copy everything right here. Let's go back, and what I want to do now is create a new env file. For that, let's create a new file and name it .env. Inside of here, we'll now store our secrets, and the nice thing with environment variables is that they can't be actually seen on the client and are only accessible from the server. Now there's one very important thing before we actually continue, and that's we don't want to actually git push this to our GitHub repository. So what we want to do is go to git ignore, and I want to ignore this env file. So let's go under this env local and let's just do .env. Let's save that and let's close that. With now we are just now sure that we don't actually commit this env or our secrets to our GitHub repository. So we want to be safe. Okay, now what's the first thing we need? Well, we need our Kinde client ID. For that, let's again go back to our Kinde dashboard, and then if I scroll up a bit, you won't here see our client ID. Let me copy that and let's paste it right here for our Kinde client ID. Then we need also a client secret. For that, I can again copy it right here and then just paste it right here for our client secret. Then the next thing we need is the issuer URL, and the issuer URL right here is our domain. So let me copy that and then just paste it right here. Now for the Kinde site URL, this is correct. Our web page lives on localhost 3000, so we don't have to change anything right here. Then for the Kinde post logout redirect URL, I won't change it. Localhost 3000 is fine. So if we log out, we'll redirect to the index page. And then for the Kinde post login redirect URL, I won't redirect to /dashboard, but just to the standard index page. Alright, now our environment variables are done and we are almost finished with setting up authentication. If I go back to our docs, you will now see the next step is to actually set up our auth route handlers. So route handlers is just a different word for API routes. So what you see right here is we have to create an API folder inside of our app folder. Let's go to our app folder. Let's create a new API folder. Inside of here, let's create an auth folder. And then inside of the auth folder, you right here see we have to create a new folder with this brackets and Kinde auth. So let me copy that and create a new folder inside of the auth folder with this name. I will paste that right here, and then inside of this Kinde auth folder, I have to now actually create a new route.tss. Now it's important that you name it route.ts because this is the convention to make route handlers work, and if you name it a bit differently, like, I don't know, core.ts or hello.ts, this won't work. Okay, I think you understand that. And what we can do right here is now just copy this content, paste it right here. And what we just use right here, actually create a route handler to make authentication work. Okay, yeah, I think this is good. This looks nice. Let's see what the next step is. And the next step is to actually just link to our page to authenticate. So our whole backend logic is already done. And as you saw, this just took a few minutes. And if I wouldn't have explained anything, I think I could have done everything in, I don't know, 2 minutes or something like that. Okay, let me close everything, and as you see right here, to link to our sign-up page or sign-in page, we just have to use the login link component, or in other words, the register link component. Now let's again open our Navbar component inside of our components, and then right here for our button, for the sign up button and login button, we can now use these components. So let's right here give our sign up button an as child property, and then right here inside of this button, I want to now use this register link component. So let me first of all import that. I will copy this import statement, paste it right here on top, and then I can use right here now this register link. So let me copy sign up and let me use register link. This is, let's close that, and let's again paste sign up. If I now actually save that, go back to our project and hover over sign up, you now see on the bottom left corner that we now link to API/auth/register. Let's now also do the same for our login button. So let me copy login for now. Let's give the button a property of as child. Then inside of here, let's use our login link and let's again paste login. If I now save it and go back, you see nothing has really changed. But if I hover over login, you see on the bottom left corner that we now link to /API/auth/login. Let me now click on sign up and let's see if we get redirected. So on the top, you now see that our flag icon spins and we now got redirected to the kind website so that we can actually authenticate. And what you see right here is now that we can actually authenticate with our email or with social auth, so Google or Facebook. Cool. Now this looks alright, let's test it out. Let me click right here on Google, or maybe actually what I want to do is go back to our dashboard. Let me click on home again. Let's click on settings. Let's click right here on authentication. And let me also add another thing. What I want to do is also get GitHub, and let me click on save. Now right here we also have to click on configure for our GitHub, and then right here we also have to enable it. So I will enable it and click on save. This will now save that. Let me again go back to localhost 3000 and then let's click again on sign up. It will again redirect us to kind, and now you see we can log in with Google, Facebook or GitHub. Let me now sign in or sign up with GitHub. This will now load and should again redirect us to localhost 3000. Alright, I'm back at localhost 3000. I think we have successfully logged in. I'm not sure. Let's go back to the kind dashboard. Let's click on home and then let's click right here on users. And then right here you now see we have one user, and this one user is me, of course. Okay, so this works, but of course this does not look nice. We want to have now a logout button, or as already said, a user dropdown. So we don't want to have the signups login button, but a user dropdown. Alright, to now actually render our user dropdown, we of course first of all have to know if the user is authenticated. So what we have to do is fetch from kind the user session, I guess, and see if we currently have an active session. If yes, we'll render the user dropdown, and if not, we'll just render again these two buttons, so the sign up button and the login button. To do that, that's actually very simple with kind. So what we can do right here is a constant. We'll destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Now right here you see the import is incorrect right here. So let me delete everything right here with distribution. What we need is add kind OSS/kind of Next.js/server. Then right here we can now destructure get user. Now right here I also have to invoke get kind server session, and then right here I can now destructure get user. With this I can now actually fetch the user. So let's do a constant user, and this will be equal to await get user, and let's invoke that. We now get an error, and it tells me right here await expressions are only allowed with an async functions. And right here we already get a quick fix, and this tells me, did you mean to mark this function as async? And yes, I want to mark this function as async, and this is safe to do because we're in a server component and it only runs on the server. So let's do an export async function, and now you see the error is gone. So now we can actually do internally and check if we have in session. So right here under the theme toggle, let's use internally and say if user is true, let's return something with a question mark, and if not, let's return something else. So first of all, if we don't have a user, so right here with the colon, let me return these two buttons. And to actually paste them right here, let's first of all create a new div element, and now let me paste the two buttons. But if we now have in session, let's for now just return a button and let's just say log out, just to see if everything works. So if I now go back and refresh the page, what you see right here is now the logout button. So we don't have anymore the sign up and login button, but now just this simple logout button. Let me now check how it looks like if I'm not authenticated. So let me open incognito, and now you still see sign up and login. Now we have one problem, and that's that we don't have this gap horizontally anymore. So what I can do is go back to our Visual Studio Code, and then for this div, let's give it a class name of flex items, which will be center, and then let's also do a gap x of, let's say, 4. If I now save that and go back to incognito, you now see this looks again the same, and this is quite cool. So what I want to do now is actually create the user dropdown. So what I'll do is go inside of the app folder, inside of the components folder, and then inside of here, let me create a user dropdown.tsx. Now, how do we always start with a component? Well, we have to actually export something. So let's do an export function. This will just be called user dropdown, and then let me open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. And what I want to do now is actually create our dropdown. So let's first of all get the dropdown menu. Now this is imported from our components. And now for every import right here, it's very important that you always import that from components and not from Redux UI. If you import it from Redux UI, you will A, get errors, and B, it won't be styled. So let's import dropdown menu from our components and open that. Inside of here, I now need a trigger. So we want to open our dropdown menu content with a trigger, so with a button. So let's right here get our dropdown menu trigger, again from our components, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me render a div element, let's give it a class name, and let's say right here rounded or full. And then inside of here, what I can do now is render a menu icon. So menu icon is imported from Lucid React and is self-closing. Let me also get right here a class name, which will be W of 6, height of 6, and then let's also say on larger devices, let's do a width of 5, and then also on larger devices, a height of 5. Let me now save that, and if I now go back, you see nothing happened. Why is that? Well, again, that's a component, and we have to render it somewhere. So let's go back to our navbar, and instead of rendering our logout button, let's get our user dropdown, again imported from our components, and this is a self-closing tag. If I now go back, you now see on the right side right here, now these 3 bars, so this menu icon. Now this of course does not look nice, so let's actually change that. So let me go back to the user dropdown, and now let me actually render, or actually not render, but style this div element a bit more. So let's give it also a border, let's do padding x of 2, so padding x of 2, let's do padding y of 2, let's do on larger devices a padding x of 4, let's do on larger devices a padding y of 2, let's do on flex and items which will be center, and then let's also do a gap x of 3. Now under this menu icon, so still inside of this div element, I want to render now an image. So when the user is authenticated or actually has a user image, I want to render the image of the user. If not, I want to render a default image. So what I can do now inside of Google is just render, I don't know, default user icon, something like that. And then let me just take right here the first one. So I will open right here in a new tab. So open image in new tab, and I will just copy this URL. Then under this menu icon, and again still in the div, I can now render an image tag. For the source, I will just paste what I've copied. And then for the alt tag, I will just say avatar of a user. Let's save that and let's see how that looks like. So if I go back, you see this does not look nice, so let's change that. Let's give our image tag right here in class name, and then this will be right here rounded of full. Then let's also do an h of 8, let's do a width of 8, let's do a hidden, so on small devices I don't want to show it, and then on larger devices let's do a block. Let's save that and let's see how that looks like. And as you see, this looks quite beautiful in my opinion, but if I now click on that, you see nothing happens. So what I want to do now is actually create a drop-down menu content. So the separate links like the create community link, the create post link, the settings link, and of course also the logout link. So let's again go back, and what I want to do now is go under this drop-down menu trigger and get the drop-down menu content. Now again, it's important that you import that from our components and not from Redux UI. Then inside of here, I can now give it a property, which is the align property. And right here, we can just say, hey, do I want to align the content from the left, from the center, or from the end? So I want to do it from the right. So let's do an end. And let's also do a class name where we will give it a custom value of width, which will be 200 pixels. Then inside of here, we can now actually start with rendering each drop-down menu item. So let's right here get a drop-down menu item, again from our components right here. And then inside of here, I can now render something. Now I want these drop-down menu items to be actual links. So what I can do right here is get our link component, import it from next/link. And again, it's very important that you import this link from next/link and not from Lucid React, because this can happen if you don't watch out, and then you will get errors and then you will write comments. So please just check that everything is imported correctly. Then for the link component, you see we get an error and it tells me that I have to pass an href. So let's give it an href, which will be just /r/create. So with this route, we'll later on create an actual community. So then for the name, I can just say create community, or in other words, create a subreddit. Let me also give the link right here in class name. So let's do in class name, and this will be W of full. Let's now actually see how it looks like. So I can now click on this drop-down menu trigger, and now you see create community. And if I hover over it, you see on the bottom left corner that it now links to /r/create. Let's now create a few more links. So let me copy this drop-down menu item and copy paste it right here. Now instead of create community, we'll just say create post. Then for the class name, this will be W of full. And then instead of /r/create, let's just do /create. Let me now save that. Let's again go back. And now you see two links, and this looks quite nice. Let's now create another drop-down menu item. So I will just copy that again and paste it. Instead of create post, let's just say settings. Let's do W of full, and then a real link to /settings. Now, if you again go back, you will now see that this looks quite beautiful, but we're now missing one important thing, and that's actually the logout link or logout button, however you want to see that. So what I want to do now is go under this drop-down menu item and first of all render a separator. So what we can do right here is get the drop-down menu separator, again very important from our components. This is in self-closing tag, and now underneath that I can now get our drop-down menu item again. Now with this drop-down menu item, we can now actually render our logout button. So let's open that, and then inside of here, instead of using a link component, we again want to use the actual kind components. So what I can do right here on top is do an import. Let's destructure it, and this will be from, let's do an add kind OSS /kind of Next.js /components. And then inside of here, I can now get our logout link. Great. Let's again scroll down a bit further down below. And now inside of this drop-down menu item, I can now use our logout link and open that. And let's just say logout. Now you see this looks beautiful. One last thing is I will give our logout link right here in class name of W full. And if I now save that and go back, you now see this looks beautiful. So now we have this clear separation line, and that we now see that, hey, these three items are links, and then the last item is our logout. So if I now actually click that, what you will see is that we'll get logged out. So on the top, our fav icon spins, and now we again see our sign up and login buttons. Let me again log in. And as you see, I'm again signed in, and this worked perfectly. Now, one thing I want to do, of course, is render the user image of the authenticated user. So if I, for example, log in with GitHub, as I did right now, I get the user image from my GitHub account. And what I want to do now is actually render the image right here. Now, how do we do that? Well, what I want to do is actually get this image through our params. So we later on pass it right here to this drop-down menu item. and then render it right here for the image. So what we can do right here on top is create an interface. Let's just name it, I don't know, iAppProps. I like this name. Let's say user image, and then the user image will have a type of string, or it could be non-existent, so it will be null. Let's now save that. Then right here I can destructure it, and this will be of type iAppProps. Let me now get our user image right here, and if I now save that, you'll see that we now get an error in the navbar. Now, if I click right here for the user dropdown on Control Spacebar, you now see that I'm currently missing a property, which is the user image. So what I can do right here is pass the user image, and for that we can use our user.right-here-picture. Let me now save that, and let's again go back. Let's now render our image for the user, and again, before I do that, we actually have to think about it a bit. So not each user will have an image. So how can we fix that, or how can we always show an image even when the user does not really have an image? So what we can do is do a check and check, hey, if the user has an image, let's just render the image of the user, and if not, let's render right here this default, avatar. So what I'll do right now is just copy this URL. Please don't delete it, just copy it, and then right here, instead of using strings, let's use right here our normal brackets, and let's say if user image exists, we'll render that, but if not, let's do nullish collision, so 2 question marks, and with that I just tell, I don't know, this project, Next.js, JavaScript, whatever, hey, if the user image is not defined, please render whatever I will now tell you. And what we'll do is now just render the image which I had in my copyboard, so this default avatar. Now, if I save that and go back, you now see we render my actual avatar and not the default image which I just copied right here. But if I didn't have an actual image, we would render this default avatar. So I hope you understand that. Now we also get an error right here, or a warning I guess, and that's that I should use the image component and not the image tag. And yes, it would be wise to do that, but because of the fact that we use Facebook login, GitHub login and Google login, and each actual login has a different URL for the image, I will use the normal image tag, click on quick fix and click on disable next no image, so the second one right here. I can now save that, and now you see the warning is gone and everything still looks good. And if I actually go back, you still see everything works beautifully. So what do we do now? We created now the navbar, which works, the theme toggle works, you see that this drop down menu works. What I think we should do now is actually store our user in the database. So currently we don't even have a database, so let's actually create one. And to do that, we will use Supabase. So let me head over to Supabase. So I'm now at supabase.com, and Supabase is an open source Firebase alternative, and they have a generous free tier, and we'll use them for their Postgres database offering. If you want to learn more about them, please read for yourself, but what we'll do right now is click on dashboard to actually create our new project. So right here you already see I have one project, and that's already the local project. So let me now create a new project right here. For the organization, I will just choose my organization right here. Then for the name, let's just say Reddit-YouTube. For the password, I will generate a password and copy this password. That's very important. Let me open my .env file and then just paste it right here. We'll need it in a second. And then for the region, I will leave it as it is, so the US. And let's click on create new project. Now, generating this project will take about a minute or two, and while this will generate, let's actually install Prisma. So in this project, we'll use Prisma. Prisma is in Typescript ORM, and it just makes our life very, very easy to query and mutate data. So let's open our terminal right here. Let me again open the second terminal field. Let me clear everything. Let's do an npm i-d, capitalized D, very important, and let's do in Prisma. So with that, I now install Prisma as a development dependency, and that means when I actually deploy our application, Prisma won't show up in the production bundle size. This is quite cool. Then the next thing we need is Prisma client, and let's right here do an npm i at prisma/client. Now this is a normal package. This will show up in our production bundle size, but this is also a required package for Prisma to work. So this now works, and what we can do now is an npx prisma init to initialize Prisma. What you now see is that we get right here a warning, and it tells us you already have a git ignore file, don't forget to add .env. Now we already did that, if you can remember, so we can skip that. Now you see the next steps are to add in database URL, add in data source, etc, etc. So what we can see right now is, first of all, inside of our .env file, we now have a default database URL. Let me for now right here delete these comments, I don't need them. And another thing which Prisma has created is right here the Prisma folder. And then inside of the Prisma folder, we now have the Prisma schema file. Inside of the schema file, we will create all of our models, or in other words, our tables. And then later on, we can use them to, of course, store data inside of there. So let's again go back to Supabase, and I think our project is now done, and yeah, it's done. What we can do now is click on project settings and then click on database. Now inside of here you now see a connection string, but this won't fully work. So if you didn't know, Supabase at some point, I don't know, last month or 2 months ago, changed a few things. They now use Supervisor, and you now have to connect with Prisma to Supabase a bit differently. What you can do is go to Google and just search for Supabase. So let's use Supabase Prisma guide. With that, we'll now see how to actually connect Prisma with Supabase, because it's now actually a bit harder than it was before. So what we now have to do, if you scroll down a bit, we have to now create 2 environment variables. So let me just copy this right here, and then let's go back to our env, and let me delete this database URL and copy or paste, these 2 new environment variables. Now we actually also have to get the values right here, and for that, let me again scroll up a bit. And then right here somewhere, we will now see the actual 2 URLs which we will need. Now one will end with 6543, and then one will end with 5432. Now 6543, this is actually needed for the database URL, and then this one with the 5432 is for the direct URL. So let me go back again to our database right here, and now this is mode session, and again mode session right here is for our direct URL. So let me now paste that and save that. Now one thing you see right here is that we have to pass a password. Again, I already pasted it right here, so let me copy it and then add right here my password. So let me delete these brackets and paste the password. Now we also have to get a database URL, so let me change the mode from session to transaction, and then let me again copy this URL. I can now paste it, again copy my password, and then paste it right here where we have these brackets. So let's paste that, and now we are still not done, there's still missing one thing. If you go back to the guide, you will right here see that we can now add something, which is right here the question mark PG bouncer true and connection limit 1. Now PG bouncer true disables Prisma from generating prepared statements. This is required since our connection pooler does not support prepared statements in transaction mode yet. And then the connection limit 1 parameter is only required if you're using Prisma from a serverless environment. And this is true because we'll later on use it with Vercel, and Vercel is serverless. So let me copy right here this question mark PG bouncer and also the connection limit 1, and then we have to append it right here at the end for the database URL. Now it's important, we only need that for the database URL, we don't need it for the actual direct URL. Now we're still not done, we still have to do something in our schema file. If you scroll down a bit, we now also have to pass in direct URL. So I will just copy this data source DB and just replace it with this one. Great. Let's now create just a simple model. Let's just say model, I don't know, user. Let's open that. Let's do an ID, which will be string at ID at, I don't know, default UUID, just to test if everything works. Let me now open my terminal field. Let's clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma of db push. This should now work. We should now push the schema to our database. So let's see if this works. Alright, as you see, our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema, and as we see, this fully worked, which is great. Let's now actually create an actual schema which we can use. So let me again close my terminal. We will leave this model user ID string at ID default UUID is correct. With that, I just tell our database, hey, when we create a new field, please create a unique identifier as our ID. Now, what other fields will our user model or our user table have? Well, our user will have an email. This will be of type string. Then our user will of course also have a first name. This will be equal to string. Then our user will also have a last name. This will be also of type string. Let's also have an image URL. Now it's important the image URL is also a string, but it isn't always required. So it could be not defined. So let's add a question mark. And with that I tell Prisma, hey, the image URL could be defined, but could be also not defined. Let's also generate a username. Now the username is also a string, but is also not 100% required. So it means it could be defined, but it could be also undefined. So let's use question mark, and let's also do it at unique, because our username has to be unique. Now the last thing I want to do is also add a created at timestamp. So whenever we create a new user, I want to know at what time we actually created the user. So let's do an created at, and then this will be of type datetime. Let's do an at default, and now with that again I just tell Prisma, hey, when we create a new field, please also create a new timestamp. Cool, that looks good. Let's now open the terminal. Let's again do a clear, and let's do an npx prisma of db push. So let's again sync our database schema with our Prisma schema. Right here you now see we get a warning. This is totally fine. Just click on Y to actually continue, and now everything should work without any problems or errors. So yeah, you see this was successful. So let me close my terminal. And what we want to do now is actually store our user in our database. Now, how will we do that? Well, there are actually a few ways to do that, but one of the most simple ways would be to actually just create a new route handler, or in other words, a new API route. For that, let me open my Explorer. Let's again go in the app folder, in the API folder, and then inside of the auth folder right here, let me just create a new folder, which will be called creation. Now inside of this creation, we again have to create a new file, which will be called route.ts, and it's again important that you name it route.ts, because if you name it somehow differently, it won't work right here. Cool, let me open close my Explorer, and what I can do now right here is an export async function. Now what will this be, a get or a post request? Well, this will be a get request, so let me now open that. So what I want to do right here is actually first of all check, hey, do we have a user in the database, or do we have this user in the database? If yes, just continue as it was. If not, please create a new user and then redirect this current user again back to our home page. So let's first of all do a constant. That's the structured. This will be then equal to get kind server session. Now the import is incorrect. This shouldn't be distribution, but /server. And then let me invoke get kind server session. And let's right here get our user. So get user. Let me now also fetch our user. So let's do a constant user. And this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that. And as you see, we don't get any errors right here. That's because we right here have our async modifier. Cool. Let's now do also an if statement. So if we don't get a user for any case, let's just throw a new error. So let's do an if there's no user, or so these two vertical lines, if the user equals to null, or let's just say if there is no user.id, let's just right here do a throw new error. And then for the message, let's just say, I don't know, let's do something went wrong. Please try again. Something like that. I think I misspelled something, but that's fine. So now we actually get our user from the kind database. Let's now also get our user from our actual database, so from our Supabase database. And to do that, we first of all have to create a Prisma client. Now in the docs, you'll probably see that they will tell you something like const Prisma equals to new Prisma client, something like that. This is incorrect. This does not work. Please don't do that. What we have to do is create a global Prisma file. Since we're in a development environment, we have hot module refresh or hot module reloading. We'll create a new connection, and this is not what we want. So what you can do is go back to Chrome and let's just search for Prisma Next.js best practices. Then right here you'll see the first link, and this will tell you right here best practices for initiating Prisma client with Next.js. So again, what's the problem right here? In development mode, the command next.def, or in other words npm1-def, clears Node.js cache on 1. This in turn initializes a new Prisma client instance each time due to hot reloading that creates a connection to the database. This can quickly exhaust the database connection as each Prisma client instance holds its own connection pool. So right here we have a solution, and let's create a new Prisma client. So let me copy this name db.ts. Let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's create a new folder. Let's name it lib. And then inside of this lib folder, let's create a new file, which is db.ts. Then for the db.ts, let me just copy this file value and paste that. Now, what do we do right here? Well, we check, hey, if we're in a development environment, bind Prisma to a global environment or to a global variable. If not, so if we're in a production environment, just initialize Prisma as you would do with a new Prisma client. Okay, let me now again close this file, and now we can actually use Prisma right here. So let's write here just doing constant db user, and then this will be equal to await Prisma. Now Prisma is imported from our lib folder, that's important, dot user dot find unique, since I want to find a unique user. Not find many, but find unique. Now inside of here it's important where, so let's do a where statement, and we want to find a user where the ID equals the user.id. Great, so this fully works, and now we can do an if statement, so let's do an if, and if there's no db user, so with an exclamation mark, if there's no db user, let's write here do a db user, this will be equal to await prisma.user.create. Let me open that, and now we have to pass in data argument. Now you see we currently get an error right here with db user, and I created this error intentionally because right here you now see cannot assign db user because it is a constant. So what we have to do is, instead of doing constant, we have to do a let. Why? Again, that's because we reassign db user. Now you see the error is gone and we can continue. So for our ID, let's give it a user.id, and I now realize that we actually have an error. If I go to my schema.prisma, we give it our own UUID. So we just, our database creates its own unique identifier. I don't want to do that. I want to pass the ID from kind. So let me delete this at default thing. I don't need that. And let's just do an add ID. What I can do now is again close that, or open our terminal, clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db push. So with that, I just changed that not our database creates the ID, but we actually pass the ID by ourselves, or in other words, kind actually generates the ID for us. Okay, I can now close that, go back. Now we pass our ID. Let's now also pass an email. This will be equal to user.email. Right here you see we get an error and it tells me type string or null is not assignable. So let's again use nullish call listen, and if this is not defined, let's do an empty string. Then let's also get the first name, and the first name will be equal to user.givenname, and if this is not defined, let's do nullish call listen and an empty string. Let's also do right here a last name, then this will be equal to user.familyname, and if this is not defined, let's do nullish call listen and an empty string. And then the last two things are the image URL and the username, and then for the image URL, this will be equal to user.picture. Then the last thing we have is the actual username, and now for the username, I will actually use an package. So if you now open Google, you can do an npm unique username. So right here we have this package, and again, everything is linked in the YouTube description, and also I have a general command if you want to just paste that. But right here we will use the package called unique username generator, and with this we will create or actually generate unique usernames. So let me copy the installation command. Let's open our terminal, paste that, and now we'll install this package right here. So this has now been installed, and what I can do now right here is use our generate username function from unique-username-generator. Now I also have to pass something as an argument, and right here you will see the options which you can use. So right here I can just say, for example, with maximum length, so for example 15, and then also no separator, and then no random digits. What I will do right here is give it a separator, so in dash, then we'll use random digits of 3, so 3 random digits, and then the total length of our username will be 15. So we'll have 15 characters. Of these 15 characters, we'll have 3 numbers, and then 1 dash. Cool, now you see we don't get any errors anymore, and the last step is to actually redirect our user back to the dashboard. So under this if statement we can now do in return, and now let's use next response. Next response is imported from next-server, and now we have to do in .redirect, and we have to pass in URL. Now for the URL I will just copy localhost 3000, so let's go right here, copy it and paste it right here in the URL. Now this is almost done. Now we actually also have to tell Kinde that I want to redirect to this API route. For that, that's actually quite simple to do. We can open our env file, and then if you can remember, we have a Kinde post login redirect URL. So right here I can tell Kinde where to redirect after logging in. So let's do localhost 3000 /API /auth /creation, because inside of this route our API route or our route handler actually lives. So after the user logs in, Kinde will redirect the user to this API route, where we will check if the user actually exists in our own database, and if not, we'll create the user in our database and then actually continue again redirecting the user to the index page. Cool, I can now actually again go back. Let's check if our dev server is running. Yes, it runs. So let's go back, let's again refresh our page, and because I changed the actual environment variable, I will now restart our dev server. This is important. Let's do an npm run dev, and I know Next.js does this automatically, but I like it more when I can do it manually. Let's again go back, let me refresh the page right here, and now you see everything still runs. What I can do now is actually log out of this page right here, so that we have to again authenticate. Let me now click on login. I will now again get redirected to the Kinde website. Let me now log in with GitHub right here, and then in a second I should again get redirected to our index page. So as you see, I'm back on the index page, everything still works, I'm still authenticated, but we should now actually see inside of our database that we now have a user. So let's open the terminal, let's open a second terminal tab, and let's do an npx Prisma Studio. So inside of the studio, I want to now check if I am now actually, or if the user now actually lives in the database. So as you see now, we have one user in the database, and that's me, of course. I won't open it right now because you will see my email, but as you now see, this works. Okay, well, we now know that this works. What's the next step which we'll do? Well, I think the next step which we should do is actually create the settings page right here. And with the settings page, I want the user to allow to actually change the username. So currently we have this unique generated random username, but I want that the user will be able to actually change his own username. So for that, let me open my Explorer, and now we have to create a new route. So let's go in the app folder, let's create a new folder. This will be the settings folder, and then inside of the settings folder, let's create a new file, which will be page.tsx. Now inside of the settings page, we of course have to now do an export default function. Why? Well, that's because we aren't in a component anymore, but now in a file. So let's right here do an export default function. Let's just name it, I don't know, settings page. Again, important that you actually uppercase that, and let's open that. Let's create a return statement, and let's do a div element, and let's say h1 hello from the settings page. Let's save that, let's go back, and if I now click on settings, we should now get redirected, and as you see now, it tells me right here, hello from the settings page. Great, this works. So now let's actually create styling that and actually creating the structure for the settings page. Before we do that, actually what I want to first of all do is actually fetch the username from our database. So on the top right here, since we're in a server component, I can fetch it right here inside of the component. Or what I'll do right here is do an async function. We'll call it get data. Let me open that. And now inside of here, I can fetch the user. So let's do a constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder .user.find unique. Now inside of here, I have to actually use an where statement, and I want to find a user where the ID actually matches our past user ID, or from the user ID, which we get of course from Kinde. So what I can do right here inside of the params is get our user ID, and this will be of type string. Now right here I can do an ID where the ID matches our user ID. Again, we'll get then the user ID from Kinde and just get the actual username which corresponds to our user ID. Cool, let me now also use a select statement, and I don't want to select everything, all I need is the actual username. So let's do true, and now that's all. Let me now return our data, and we can now actually get that right here in our page. So what I can do right here is now a constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke that, and now we get 2 errors. So first of all, we have to mark this component or this function, I guess, as async. So let's do an export default async function, and then we also have to pass an argument, which is the user ID. To get the user ID, we first of all have to fetch the user from kind. So let's do a constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that. You now see that the import statement is incorrect. This shouldn't be /distribution but /server. And then right here where we destructured, I can now get our user function. Let's now do a constant, which will be equal to user, and this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that, and now we actually fetch our user. Now before I actually pass this user ID to our await get data function, I first of all want to do a check. So this route, the settings route, is a protected route. What I mean with that is I only want authenticated users to actually see this route. So if I right now open a new incognito tab, so let me open a new incognito tab, copy the settings route and paste it right here, you see I can still reach it even though I'm not logged in. So what I want to do is an if check, and right here we can do an if statement, and if there's no user, we'll use an exclamation mark. Let's do right here and return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and let's just redirect to /api/auth/login. Let me now save that, go back, and if I again try to reach this page, you now see we automatically get redirected to actually this kind login page. Cool. I can now again close that, again refresh this page, we still get an error, that's completely fine, and that's because we now have to pass our user ID. So now I can pass right here our user.id, and now if I save it and go back, you now see that the error is gone. Still everything works. What I can do now is actually also render our username. So let's right here just get our data dot username. I can now save that, go back, and now you see this right here is my username. So the username of this account. Cool, this works, and now let's actually create the form so that the user can change the username. To do that, let me first of all delete this return statement, and let's create a new return statement. Let's right here create a new div element. Let's give it a class name. This will have a max width, and the max width will be a custom value of 1000 pixels. Let's also do an mx of auto. Let's then also give it a flex of call, and a margin top of 4. Now inside of this div, I can now actually render our form. Now there's one actual important thing, or I guess one dilemma. Now right here we would render normally our form, but what I want to do is actually also handle errors and also show toasts. Now in the Next.js context, that means that this has to be a client component. Now I can't mark this page as a client component because we fetch data. So what we have to do now is break our form into a separate client component, and that's what we'll do right now. I'll open my Explorer, go inside of the app folder, inside of the components folder, and then inside of here let me create a settings form.tsx. Now again, I will mark it as use client because we'll use it for handling errors and also to make toasts work, and they need the actual client side. So yeah. Inside of here, I can now do an export. This will be again a standard function. We'll name it settings form, and then let me open this function. Now inside of here, we can now actually create a return statement, and then inside of here, let me return a form element. Let me for now delete the action, and then inside of the form, let me render an h1, and let's just say settings. I can now save that, go back to this page.tsx, and then inside of this div, let me render our settings form. Our settings form is imported from the components and is in self-closing tag. If I now save it and go back, you now see right here settings. Now this of course does not look nice, let's actually style it. So let's give our h1 right here in class name, which will be text of 3XL, and then let's also do in font, which will be extra bold. I want it to be very bold, and let's do a tracking of tight. So let's save that and let's see how that looks like. And yeah, it's a bit bigger. I think that looks actually quite good. So what I want to do now is under this h1, I want to render a separator, like a little, I guess, distinction line. For that, let's go back to ui.shadcn.com, and what I want to get from here is the separator component. So that's right here what you see, so this little line. So let me copy the installation command with npm. Let's open our terminal, let's open a second field, and let me paste it right here. This will now install the separator so that we can actually use it. Now, where it's installed, we can now actually use it. So under the h1, let's get our separator from our components, and this is in self-closing tag. Let's also give it a class name of margin y of 4. So margin on the y-axis of 4, that means margin top and margin bottom. Cool, under this I can now actually render a label which will say, hey, right here you can now change the username. For that we'll need two things. So first of all, again, the label. So right here we can just install that. I will copy the installation command and then paste it right here. Another thing which I need is the input actually, since I of course want the user to be able to change their name. And for that I have to actually get the input. So let's copy right here this, so the installation command, and let's paste it. Cool, now our label and input is actually installed and now I can use it. So under the separator, let me now first of all render our label component from our components, and then right here let's just say username. So let me spell that correctly and save that. So if I now go back to our page right here, we should now see that. This looks alright. I think it could be a bit bigger, so let's give our label right here in class name of text-lg. Under the label, let's render p tag, and let's say in this settings page, you can change your username exclamation mark. Let's save that, let's go back. Yeah, this looks alright, but let's actually change the color bit of this paragraph. For this we can actually use Shadcn UI, so let's go to the p tag, add a class name, and this will be text-muted-foreground. If I now save it and go back, you now see that the color is a bit more grayish and looks a bit better. So what we can do now is render our input, which is quite important. So under the p tag, let's now get our input component from our components. Again, self-closing. Let's give it a name. This will be equal to username. Let's also do a required, since I want this input to be required for the user. Let's also do a class name of margin top 2. Let's do a minimum length. So I want the minimum length of the username to be 2. And let's also do a max length of, 21. So we want the length to be maximum of 21 characters. Let's save that, let's go back, and yeah, this looks quite alright, but we of course can still make it a bit better. Now, one thing I want to do is actually render right here the actual current username. So currently I already have a username and I want to render it right here. So what I have to do is actually get the username from our params. So I can write here the structure username. This will be of type username, and username will be of type string, or it could be null, or it could be undefined. Let's save that, and then right here I can give our input a default value, and this will be equal to username. Now, if you actually right here save it, you see we now get an error, and it tells me type string or null or undefined is not assignable to type string, number, or undefined. So in other words, it currently has an issue with the null. So what we can do right here is a nullish collision, and if it's not defined for some reason, we can do an undefined, so it won't show anything. Now, if you go back to the page.tsx, we now have an error for our settings form, and the error is that I actually have to pass our username. So if I click on Control Spacebar, you see we have to pass the username, so let's do that, and this will be equal to data.username. If I now save it, go back again, still everything works and we don't get any errors right here. So let's go back to our web page, and now you see my username right here. Not very nice, but hey, it works. Cool. Now the last thing I want to do is actually create our two buttons. So like a cancel button and then also a submit button. For that, let's go under this input. Let me create a new div element, and then inside of here, let me render one button. Inside of here, I will just say cancel. Let me copy paste this button, not two times, but one time. And then for the second button, I will just say, change user name. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now you see we have two buttons. Now they don't look nice. They have the same color. They aren't spaced very good. So let's change that. Let's give our div right here in class name. This will be W of full. Let's do in flex, margin top of 5. then let's do gap x of 5 and let's do justify of end. If I now save that and go back, you now see we still have these two buttons and now they are spaced a bit better. Now I also want to give it a bit of a color distinction, so for the cancel button I can right here give it a variant and the variant will be secondary. If I now save it and go back, you now see this already looks way nicer. Now if I actually want to click on the cancel button or if I click on it, nothing happens. So what I'll do right here is actually use a link component. So let's do an as child. And then right here, instead of saying cancel, let me copy it. And then let's use our link component, import it from next/link. And let's again paste a cancel. Let's save that and let's give our link a href, which will just be the index page. If I now save it and actually go back and hover over cancel, you now see it actually redirects to localhost 3000, which is quite cool. One thing I will do also right here for now is give our button a type. So let's do type. And then the type will be just type button. So this is just that it does not interfere with our form and you will still see everything works beautifully. So if I click on settings, we'll get redirected to the index page. Let me again go back to the settings page because why not? And now let's make the actual functionality work. Now to make this form actually work, we of course have to mutate data. Now there are actually two options to do that. Either A, we create a route handler, so an API route, or we use something called server actions. And we will use server actions because in my opinion they are very simple to create, very fast and very easy to use. So to create a server action, you could either do it right here inside of the component, this would fully work and that's fine. But what we'll do is actually create a separate file and then inside of the separate file, we will store all of our server actions. So what we'll do now is go in the app router and create right here a new file called actions.ts. Now inside of this actions.ts, we have to mark this file as use server. So if you didn't know, server actions run on the server. I mean, the name already says that, right? So to actually tell the server action that we are in a server context, what we have to do is mark this file as use server. Now, if we don't mark it as use server, this won't work. So this is very important. Also, when we mark this, we don't have to actually mark then each server action again use server because the action, or I guess the function, will already know that we are currently in a server context. Okay. So now let's actually get started. And how do we create a server action? Well, it's actually quite simple. What we have to do is actually just create a standard async function. So let's right here do an export async function. Let's just name it update username and then let me just open that function. Now again, in a normal state or in a normal server action, you would mark it right here as use server. But again, since we already marked this file as use server, I don't have to do it right here. But what will we do now inside of here? So when you create server actions, you should actually look at it like an API route. What I mean with that is you should actually try to protect it as an API route. And how do we protect a server action? Well, we see or we will check that the user is actually authenticated. And if the user is authenticated, he will be able to actually mutate data inside of here. So what we have to do is now get our user again from kind, see if we have in session. If yes, we will just create our mutation. And if not, we'll redirect the user to authenticate. So let's right here do a constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Now the import right here is incorrect. Let's delete everything with distribution, and this should be /server. Now let me invoke get kind server session, and let's get the user right here. Now we of course also have to fetch the user, so let's do a constant user equals to await get user, and let's invoke that. And now I will do an if check, and if there's no user, let's just do right here and return redirect. Redirect now is very important, imported from next/navigation and not from next/distribution/server/whatever. So it's important that you import it from next/navigation. If the import is incorrect, you will get errors. And you know, I sometimes get these errors and it's annoying to debug because it's such a simple error, but it happens very often. Now inside of here, if we don't have in session, so if we don't have in user, let's redirect to /API/auth, so /auth, and then /login. With that, we now just check, hey, if we have no user, redirect to the kind login page. Cool, now this works, and now we can actually create our mutation. So let's first of all right here get form data. So what I want to get from our form data is the username. So again, if you go to our settings form, we have right here an input. Inside of this input, we actually type our new username. And I want to get the value of this input inside of here. We do that with form data, so I can get through the params right here form data, and this will be of type form data. Cool. What I can do now right here is a constant username. So let's do const username, and this will be equal to form data.get. I want to now get something from our form data. And what do I want to get? Well, I want to get the input, and I can get the value through the name. So our input right here has a name of username, so I can get the form data through the name username. Let's also mark it as string, since if you can remember right here, it's required, so it will be 100% defined. And now where this is actually done, let's actually now create our mutation. So let's do an await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder .user.update, since we want to update the user, and then inside of here I have to pass in where statement, since I don't want to create an update for any user but for one specific user. So let's right here do an ID. So I want to find a unique user with the ID, and this will be equal to user.id. Now let's also use the data prop right here, and I want to actually update the name. So this will be the username, and this will be equal to username. Now this is already done, and now we are actually already finished with that. The last thing I will do right here is just in return, and we'll just return a message, and let's just say successfully, I don't know, updated name, something like that. Now this should already work, so let's actually use that now. I will copy the name of our server action, so update username. Let me go back to the settings form, and then right here for our form, I can now give it an action, and the action will be equal to update username. Now I of course also have to import update username from our actions, so let's do that, let's save that, and now this should work. The last thing I will do now is give our button right here in type, and this will be of type submit. Let's save that, and now let's test it out. So I now have my username right here. Let's change it to Jan Marshall, and let me click on change username. So I will now click on the button, and as you see, we have 0 feedback. I don't have any pending states, I don't have any error states, I don't have anything. Let me now refresh the page, and we should now see that the name is persisted, and yes, Jan Marshall is persisted. That means that our mutation was successful, but I didn't get any feedback. And that's of course not what we want, so let's actually change that right now. So let me again go back to our actions.ts, and right here you see we give a return message. So we do right here message successfully updated name. And what I want to do now is when we update the name, I want to show in toast. And actually where I think about it, before we actually show in toast or anything like that, let's first of all make the pending state work. So we have right here a button, which is the change username button. And what I want to do now is when I click this button, I want to see in pending state, so a little circle which spins and then says like, please wait. So let's actually create that, and for that we will have to create a separate file. This is just a thing with Next.js. You have to create a separate use client component. So let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let's create a new file, and then inside of this file I will store all of the submit buttons. So let's name it right here, I don't know, submit buttons.tsx. Now this file right here will be marked as use client. Now why is that? Well, inside of this file I want to use a hook provided by React, which is called useFormStatus. And with this hook I'll get a pending state. So if you want to check out the docs right here, you will see the useFormStatus hook. And the useFormStatus hook is something that gives you status information of the latest form submission. And that's what we want. So what we have to do right here is mark this as use client. This is very important. And then inside of here we can now actually create our buttons. And then right here, let's create our first function. So let's do an export function. Let's name it submit button, again uppercased, and then let me open that function. inside of here we can now use a return statement and return a button. So let me go back to the settings form, let me just copy this button and then paste it inside of here. Let me import our button component from our components, and then instead of rendering the button right here, let me render the submit button from our components. Let's save that, and if you now go back to our Next.js localhost, you will see nothing has changed. Everything still looks good and the button still is right here rendered. But what I want to do now, as already said, is show a pending state. So let's now get actually the pending state from the hook. So let's do a constant, let's do structured, and this will be equal to use form status. Now it's important we need use form status and not use form state. They sound the same, but they do different jobs. We'll also later see it. We will need use form state for a later thing. So what we need right here is use form status, and then let me also invoke that. Now right here inside of this destructuring, we can now click on Control Spacebar and we see the four, I guess, statuses which we can get. And what we need is the pending state. So I want to know when the form is currently pending, so submitting. And what we can do now is actually do a ternary, where we'll check, hey, if we are in the pending, render this, and if we are not pending, then render this button or this standard button right here. So let me copy this button, don't delete it, I will copy it right here just. Let's use return statement, let's use empty tags, and then let's use our ternary. So if pending is true, let's return something, and if not, then let me return the button which I just copied. And if pending is true, what I will return right here is a button again. And inside of here, let me render a loader2 icon. Loader2 is imported from Lucid React. Let's also right here give it a class name of margin top 2, width which will be 4, height which will be 4, and then animate which will be spin. Let me also give the button a property which is disabled, so I don't want the user to be able to submit the form again. Let me also right here after this loader say please wait. Let's now save that, and as you see we still have no errors, or I mean we have no errors and that's good. We also won't have any errors. Then for the button, I think we're now done. We have in type submit, change username. Yeah, I think this looks good. So let's now test it actually out. Let me change my name to janmarshall-2 and let's click on change username. Now you see we have this pending state, and if I now refresh the page, you still see my name is persisted. So this now also works. So where we now actually created that or made the pending state work, let's now actually make the toast work. For that, let's go back to our actions file, and as already mentioned, we currently right here return a message which says successfully updated name. This is cool, and what I want to do now is show this message inside of our toast. But we also have to handle errors. So if this was successful, I want to render this toast with this message. But if not, I want to render a toast which will say something like this has failed, or this name is already used, something like that. So what we'll do is actually use a try catch statement. So let me copy this whole await and return thing, and I will leave everything above. I will just copy our await Prisma mutation and our return message. Let's use a try statement. Let's also do a catch. Let's catch an error, and not a 2 but an E for error, and then let me open that. Now inside of the try statement, let me paste what I've just copied, and now for the catch statement, we now have to actually catch an error. And now catching errors with Prisma is not that easy. It's a bit complicated because you have error codes and you first have to figure it out. But let me actually show it to you. So let's do an if statement right here, and here we have to check if the error is a Prisma error. So let's do an if e is instance of Prisma. Now Prisma is imported from @Prisma client dot Prisma client known request error. So we have to know the known request error and not the unknown request error. Please check that you actually use the correct one. Then let's open that, and inside of here we can now check what code or what error code we have. So Prisma has different error codes for different error messages, but what we'll check is that the actual unique ID, so our username, is not used. So what I want to do right here is just see, hey, if the username is already used, let's just return a message with this name is already used. And for that, we'll again use an if statement and say if e.code, so the error code, is equal to a string with a capitalized P 20 02. This is the error code for Prisma when the unique key, so our username, is already in use or is already used so that we don't have a duplicate. You can also search for that, so I will just copy this error code, go to Google and say Prisma, let me do it lowercase, Prisma error code, and let's paste that. Right here we should have the first link, let's see what it says. And then right here we have it, P2002, and it says unique constraint failed on the key. So that's the error I want to handle, that we don't get multiple unique constraints. So inside of here I can now return something, so we will now return a message. Let's do a return, let's open that, let's get right here a message, and we will say this name is already used. Let's also say not name, but username. Let's save that, and now we can actually handle errors. So let's go back to our forms. So where do we have it? We should have the settings form right here, and then inside of here I can now actually handle this error. Now how do we do that? So as already said, or as I mentioned, we now have another hook. This is the useFormState hook, and with the useFormState hook I can actually handle errors. So above this return statement, let's do a constant. Inside of here we'll get in state, and then we'll also get in form action, and then this will be right here equal to useFormState. So useFormState and not useFormStatus. We don't want to get the pending state, but we want to handle errors. If you want to, you can also read more in the React docs, so you can search right here for useFormState, there we have it. And it tells you right here, useFormState is a hook that allows you to update state based on the result of a form action. So in that case, we can use it to handle errors and show a message for the user. Okay, so right here, we now have to do two things. So first of all, we have to use our server action, so the name. This is the update username, so let me import that. And now we also have to get an initial state. Now the initial state for us will be empty, so what I'll do right here is above this export function, let's do a constant initial state, and then this will be right here equal to an object, and then inside of here we'll have a message which will be an empty string. So what I can do right here is add a comma and get our initial state right here. So initial state. Cool. If I now save that, our error is gone. We just have an error right here, but that's completely fine. We'll fix it in a second. What you will see right now is actually, if you go down a bit, we now have right here our form action, which has the update username, but we also pass the update username right here. So what we have to do is actually, instead of giving it right here an action of update username, we have to give it an action of form action. So right here we have our form action, and that's fine. But as you see, we still have an error right here. So what's the error? Well, if you go back to the actions.ts, we have to pass one thing, and that's the previous state. So before the form data, I can do prev state, and this will be just of type any. If I now save that and go back to the settings form, you see the error is gone, and that's cool. Okay, great. One thing I also want to do, currently we just return a message, I want to now also return like in status. So let's right here do in status, and we'll say right here green, so if it was successful, and if it wasn't, let's right here give in status, and this will be just equal to false, or not false, but error. Then I can go back to our settings form, and now in our initial state we'll have a message, and then we will also have right here in status, and this will be also an empty string. Let's now save that. Now right here, let's now actually render our toast. So for that we'll need a use effect, since with the use effect we can then actually listen on the state change, so right here, and then render the appropriate toast. So let's get our use effect, and then let me just open my use effect. So one important thing is, as already said, we need a dependency. So we want to actually fire the use effect when our state changes. So let's add the state as a dependency. And then now right here, I will now do an if statement. So right here, let's do an if state is dot status is equal to green. So if everything was successful, let's do right here green. Let's open that, and then inside of here I want to now actually fire the toast. For that we first of all have to install that. So let's go to ui.shadcn.com. Let's search for toast right here. Let me zoom in a bit, and this is how the toast looks. So right here on the bottom corner you see that's how it looks like. So let me actually import that now, or install it with npm. Let me open my terminal, second terminal tab. Let me stop Prisma Studio, and let me install the toast. So the first step right here is to add a toaster component inside of your layout. So let me actually do that. Let's go to our layout.tsx, and then what I will do now inside of here is actually render our toaster. I will render our toaster under children right here. So let me get the toaster, and the toaster is imported from our components and is in self-closing tag. I can now save that and actually use it right here inside of our settings form. Now to render a toast right here, if you go back to the docs right here, you have to import the useToast hook, which returns a toast. So let me right here import useToast on the top. So let's get our import useToast from our components. And then right here, let's do a constant. This is right here, let's destructure it. And then this will be equal to useToast. Let's invoke it. And then right here where we destructured, let's get our toast. Now let's right here get our toast. So let's do a toast. Let's open that. Inside of here, I want to pass a title. We'll just say successful. And then let's also do a description right here. So for the description, I will just get actually the message. So let's right here just say state.message. Let's save that. Let's now do also an else if statement. So if something was incorrect, we got an error. Let's right here do an else if, and then if state.status is equal to error. Let me again open that, and then let's again get our toast right here. Let me open that, and inside of here, let me give it a title first of all. For the title, we'll just say error. Let's give it also a description right here. Then for the description, I will just say state.message or for the value. And then let's also do a variant. And for the variant, I will just say destructive. Since this is an error, I want, of course, to have a certain color for that. Let me now actually save that. And now let's test it out. Also, you see we currently get an error right here. And what I have to do is now also add toast as a missing dependency or as a dependency because it's currently missing. So let's right here add our toast, and now this error right here or the squiggly line is gone. Let's now test it actually out. Let me go back, let's refresh this page just to be safe. Let me now change my name to Jan Marshall again. Let's click on save, and now on the bottom you see successfully updated name. I can now close that, and this worked fully. What I will do now is actually create a second account and then try to actually again change my username to Jan Marshall, even though that it's currently already occupied. So let me do that real quick. So as you see, I'm now actually logged in with a different account, and now let's actually try to change this name to also Jan Marshall, even though again as it's already occupied. So let's say Jan Marshall, let's click on change username, and now we should right here see error, this username is already used. Great, so this works. And now we actually created our settings page with error handling, toasts, and everything like that. Now, one thing we could also do is right here render a message also right here. So what we can do is go under the input right here and then say if state.status is equal to error. Let's then return a p tag. So if this is true, let's do a double and sign, and then we can right here return a p tag, and let's just say I don't know, we can just render the message, why not? So let's do in state.message. Let's also give the p tag styling. So let's do a class name of text, which will be red 500, and let's say margin top of 1. Let's save that. Let's see how it looks like. I will again try to refresh this page. As you see, let's again try to change the name to Jan Marshall. Let's click on change username, and now we should right here see this username is already used, and also right here on the bottom we now have this toast. So great, this works beautifully, and that's exactly what I wanted. So what should we do now? I think we should now actually make the functionality work to create a community, or in other words, to create a new subreddit. So let's do that right now. Now, before we actually get started and create the UI for our communities, I think the first thing what we should do is actually create a backend. And with the backend, I mean we first of all should create a table, so a new model in our Prisma schema. Let me open my schema.prisma file, and now inside of here we can create a new model. Now we will name the model community, or should we name it subreddit? Let's name it actually subreddit, so a community is subreddit in Reddit terms. So let's right here do a model, let's call it right here subreddit, and let me open that. Inside of here, we of course have to pass an ID. This will be of type string. Let's give it an @ID, @default, and then a UUID, so a unique identifier. Then let's also give it a name right here. So each subreddit will have a name, and this name of course has to be unique. Later on we can then generate posts based on the subreddit, and we will use the name as an search field. So let's give it right here in string, and this will be @unique, since again it has to be unique. Let's also do in description. Each subreddit will have a description. This will be a string, but it's now important that this actual description is not 100% required. It could be undefined. That's why we will mark it with a question mark. And with that, we just tell our schema right here, hey, the description can be defined, but does not have to be defined. Okay, let's also do right here in created @timestamp. This will be of date time, @default, and then now. Let's also do an updated @timestamp. I don't know if we will need it in this project, but it's better to have it than not. So let's do an updated @. This will be of type date time, and then let's do an @updated @. Cool. Now the last thing I want to do is actually create a relation between the user and the subreddit right here, so the model. And in total, there are 3 relation types, right? So the one-to-one relationship, the one-to-many relationship, and the many-to-many relationship. Now, if you ask yourself what relationship to use, well, it's quite simple. If we think about it, a one-to-one relationship would mean that each user could only have one subreddit, and each subreddit could only have one user, so one creator in that case. A one-to-many relationship would mean that each user can have multiple subreddits, but each subreddit can only have one user. And that's what we want to do. A user can create multiple subreddits, he can be an owner of multiple subreddits, but what I also want to do is that each subreddit only has one creator. And again, for that we have to create a one-to-many relationship. And thankfully, to achieve this is quite simple with Prisma. So under the username, what I'll do right here is created subreddits, and this will be of type subreddit with an array symbol. If I now click save, you will see that we now have auto generation, and we have now created an actual Prisma schema, which is quite cool in my opinion. Now, if this does not happen for you, that's probably because you haven't installed the extension. So what I want you to do is install the Prisma extension right here. And with that, you get syntax highlighting, formatting, auto-completion, etc. So please install that if you want to have the same. But now we have actually created the model and also the relation. And now I think we should actually sync our database with our Prisma schema. So let me open my terminal. Let's open a second terminal tab. And let me right here do an npx prisma db of push to sync our database. As you now see, our database is now successfully synced, and we can now actually get started. So let me open my Explorer, and inside of the Explorer, I think we should now actually create the route, so the UI, and then later on we will create the action, so the server action to mutate our data. So to create a new route, let's go in the app folder, let's create a new folder with the name R, so R, and then we'll create a child route. Now the child route will be again in folder, and we'll name it create, and then inside of the create folder we have to create in page.tsx. So now our URL will look something like that, so we'll have an /r/create, and then inside of this route we will then be able to create actual subreddits. If I now try to reach this route, you'll see we'll get in 404, or actually we get in default export, so that we don't have one. So let's actually create one. Let's try to do an export default function. Let's name it subreddit page, and then let me just open this function right here. Now let's do a return statement, let's do a div h1, and let's say hello from this page. Let's see if this works. Let me refresh the page, and yes, you see hello from this page. So this now also works. Now let's actually create the functioning web page, because this of course does not look nice. So let me again delete everything in the return statement. Let me create a new div element, and let's give it a class name. For the class name, let's do a max width of 1000 pixels. I don't want it to be too wide, so 1000 pixels. Then let's also do an mx of auto, so that it can center in the middle. Let's do also a flex of column, and a margin to the top of 4. Then inside of here, let me render a form, and for now I will delete the action because I don't have one, but later on of course we will add that. Let's now create an h1, and let's just say create community, and again create community is just another word for create subreddit, but in this context right here we will leave it as create community. Let me now save it. Let's go back. And now you see the h1 right here. Now this is of course currently not styled and it does not look nice. So let's actually style that. Let's give the h1 a class name and this will be text of 3XL. Let's also give it a font of extra bold since I want it to be quite bold. And let's also do a tracking of tight. And this is just the letter spacing so that we have some a bit of a tighter letter spacing. If I now save it, you will now see that this looks already way better. It's now way bigger and you actually also see it now. Let's also use a separator right here so that we see an actual separation. For that we can use our separator component from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let's also give it a class name of margin y4. So margin to the top of 4 and margin to the bottom of 4. Let's save it, let's see what it looks like, and yes, this looks quite nice. We now have a clear distinction or a clear separation line. Now, under the separator, let's now actually render a label. Now we'll use again our label component from our components, and let's just say name. Since inside of here, I of course want to actually create a name for our community. Let's also give the label a class name. Or before I do that, let's actually first of all see what it looks like. Yeah, I think it should be a bit bigger. So let's do a text of LG. Let's save it again. And now you see it's bigger. It's a bit better. Let's also do under the label a small description. So let's give them p tag. And let's say community names including capitalization. Let me spell that, my God. Cannot be changed. Dot, or let's do an exclamation mark actually. Great, this looks quite cool. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, we need a bit more of a separation, so a different color. Let's give it a class name of text, which is muted of foreground. And then this should now have a grayish color, and that's what you see right here. Now, I think we should actually create the input so that the user can actually type the name of the community, so of the subreddit. For that, let's go under the p tag, let's create a div element. Let's give the div element right here a class name, which will be relative. And then let's also a margin top of 3. What I want to do now is right here create the input as already said, but inside of the input I want to have like an r/, so that the user knows that he creates currently in subreddit. So what we can do right here is create a new p tag, say r/, and now we have to give this p tag a class name. This will be absolute, then left, which will be 0 since I wanted to align to the complete left of our input field. Width, which will be 8, let's do in flex, items, which will be center, justify, which will be center, age of full, and then also text muted or foreground, so that we get this grayish color. Then under this p tag, let me now use our input component from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let's give it a name. The name will just be name. Let's also do a required field since I want this input to be required. Let's also do a class name with padding left of 6. And then let's also do a minimum and a maximum length. For the minimum length, I will say right here 2, so 2 characters. And then for the maximum length, let's say 21 characters. Let's save that. And now you see right here the input. And as I said, now in the left or on the left side, we now have this r/. I can now write something as you see right here. And once I reach 21 characters, I can't type any further. This looks quite good. And now we also, of course, have to create our buttons. So now under this div element with the class name relative, let's create a new div element, and then inside of here let me render a button with our button component imported from our components, and let's just say cancel. Let me spell cancel correctly. Let's also do an as child, and then inside of here, instead of now just saying cancel, let's actually render a link component from next/link. Let's again paste cancel, and then for the href I will just say our index page. Cool. Let me also create a second button, and then for the second button we'll just say like submit. So let's say right here submit, and now let's save that. Let's go back, and now you see we have two buttons, a cancel button and a submit button, but now they aren't spaced very nicely. They have the same color, we have no margin. This does not look nice. So let's go to this div right here. Let's give it a class name. This will be of w full, so width 100%, flex, then margin top of 5, and let's do a gap x of 5. Let's save that, and now you'll see we have now some spacing to the top, and this looks better. Now one other thing I want to do, or another thing I want to do, is that the buttons are now aligned to the end of the screen, so to the right side. And for that I can just say justify of end, so that the children are aligned to the right side of the screen, and that's what you see right here. Also what I'll do is give our button or our cancel button a variant, and this will be right here secondary. Let's again save that, and yes, this looks already way better. So what I think we should do now is actually create a server action so that the functionality actually works to create a mutation. For that, let's go to our actions file again, and then inside of this actions file I will now create a new server action. Now for that, let's go under this one, and then let's right here do a new export async function. Let's name it create community, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, again, we have to protect this route. As I already told you, server actions should be seen as API routes, so in the context of actually making it safe. So what we'll do is actually again check if the user is authenticated, and if yes, the user will be able to create the mutation, and if not, the user will have to authenticate. So let's do in constant, let's destructure, this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that. Then right here where we destructured, we can now get our user. So let's get user, and then let's do in constant user equals to await get user. So now we actually fetch our user. Let's now do an if statement. So if we have no user right here, let me actually return redirect our user. So let's do in return redirect, and let's redirect to /API/auth and then also /login. Great. Now, before we actually try and handle errors, I think we should now first of all just test out if everything works, and after that we'll convert it in a try catch statement. So let's right here do in constant data, then this will be equal to await prisma.subreddit.create, and then inside of here I can now pass a data prop, and I have to now pass actually two fields. So first of all the name of the actual community, let's just mark it as an empty string, and then also the user ID, so the user that created the actual subreddit. For that it's quite simple, it's just the user.id, and now we have to get the subreddit name or the community name through our form data. So through the params right here I can get our form data, so let me spell form data correctly. This will have a type of form data, and now underneath this if user I can now do a constant name, and this will be equal to form data.get, and now I want to get something with the value of our name. For that, let's go back to our page.tsx, and if you can remember, we gave our input a name of name. So now we can get the value of this input through this name. So let's go back, and now I want to get form data with the name of name. Let's also mark it as string, and now we can actually use that. Let me delete this colon, semicolon, and now as string, and now this error is gone. Let's now give this name actually a name. Let's save that, and now you see we have 0 errors, and that's what we wanted. So I think we should now test out if everything works. So let's actually do that. Or actually before I do that, let's do like in return redirect. So if it was successful, we will just redirect the user to the index page. So let's do return redirect, and then we'll redirect to the index page. Let's now save it and test it. Now to test it, we of course have to give our form an action. So currently our form does not have an action. So let's give it an action right here, and this will be the name of create community. We have to import this function from our actions. Let's save that, and again we have 0 errors, and that's good. Let's give this button right here also a type. This will be of type submit, and now let's test it. So let me actually go back to our website. Let's refresh everything. Then inside of here, let's now give our community a name of Jan Marshall, and let me click on submit. Now you see we get an error, and it tells me cannot read properties of undefined. Why is that? Well, if you can remember, we did right here an npx prisma db push, so we synced our database with Prisma. One important thing is when you do that, you have to restart your dev server. I did not do that, and that's why we have this error right here. So let me restart it. I will just stop it, clear everything, and do again an npm1 dev. So this now restarts. Let's go back, let's refresh the page, and let's test it out again. So our website has now refreshed, so let's again try Jan Marshall, and let me click on submit. Now we should get redirected to the index page. Let's see what happens, and yes, that's what happened. Let me now open my Prisma schema, so my Prisma Studio, Let me clear everything, let's do an npx Prisma Studio, and let's see if an actual community has been created. Now inside of this subreddit model, you now see that we have one field. So the name of the subreddit is Jan Marshall. We don't have a description. We have a created at timestamp, and we have the user that actually created this subreddit. So myself in that case. Let me now close this right here so we can now actually continue. And what we should do now, I think, is actually handle errors. So what I want to do is that if a user also tries to create a community called Jan Marshall, that we actually throw an error. Because again, each community should have a unique username. So let's go back to our actions.ts file right here. And now we have to actually wrap everything again in a try-catch statement. So let me copy right here everything, return redirect, our const data rate Prisma, and our constant name form data.get. Let me copy that, let's wrap it in a try statement, and then underneath that, let's do a catch statement, let's get an error. Then let's open our function right here. Now, as I already said, handling errors is not as easy in Prisma. So we again have to check if there are errors, first of all, in Prisma error. So let's do an if, and if E is instance of Prisma client known request error, we can then check what error code we have. So let's do an if e.code is equal to right here P002, or actually this is the incorrect code, it should be P2002, so we'll copy paste it right here. So the error code is again P2002, so that we have a unique key again, a unique constraint. So let me now open that, and right here we'll just return a new object. Let's give it right here in message. We'll just say this name is already used, and let's also give in a status right here, and this will just say right here error. Now this is fine, but one thing we are currently missing, we only check if we have one specific error. So the error right here with the code P2002, but we don't throw any error right now if we have some other error, so some server error or I don't know what. So what we do is after this if statement of if the error is an instant of the Prisma error, we just throw the error. So if it isn't in Prisma error, it's some request error, some server error, I don't want to handle it, so I will just throw the error. Now we also have to do the same for our update username function. Right here we also just check if we have a Prisma error. So under the if statement, let me just throw our error, and then, I don't know, the web page will do its own thing. But what I want to do is actually just handle the error where the name is already used, so where we have a unique constraint. So now we actually handle the error, which is quite cool. So now let's again test out if everything works. Let me again go back to our create community page right here, and let me again try to create a community called Jan Marshall. Let me click on submit, and as you see, we got nothing. Why is that now? That's because we just return a message and don't really throw an error. But what I want to do now is actually show the user right here that the user made an error, that the user tried to type a name which is already taken. So what we have to do is go back to our page.tsx, and now inside of here we have to now actually listen for the state of our server action. So what we have to do right here is again use our useFormState hook, so the one provided by React. So let's do in constant, this right here will have in state and also in form action, and then this will be equal to useFormState. useFormState is imported from React-DOM, and now inside of here I have to pass two actual arguments. So first of all, the server action itself, and then also our initial state. So for the actual server action, this will have a name of create community, and we already imported that if you can remember. And now we also have to pass an initial state. So let's create one. Let's do a constant initial state. I think I misspelled const, so const initial state. This will be equal to an object, and then inside of here we'll have a message which is an empty string, and also a status which is also an empty string. So now I can pass right here our initial state, and now this error is gone. But now we have another error, and the error is that we actually have to right here give it also in previous state. So inside of the params we have to get in previous state. So let's do previous state, and this will be of type any. If I now save that, you will see that this error is now gone, but now we have a new error. I know error on error on error. That's the gist of programming, I guess. So right here, our action currently throws an error, and the error is that instead of right here now giving it an action of create community, we now have to give it an action of form action. With that, now this error is gone and everything looks great. So now let's actually show the toast, because that's what I wanted to do the whole time. I know it took a few steps, but now I think we are done. So let's go underneath right here and let's do a use effect. So with the use effect, we'll listen on state changes and then just, I guess, throw or fire our toast. So let me create our use effect right here. Let's give a dependency and we'll listen on the state, so on the state change. And now inside of here, I want to do an if check, and I want to check that our error or our status is an error. And then I will actually create a toast. So let's right here do an if statement, and if state dot status is equal to error. Let me open that, and inside of here I want to now actually throw our toast or fire our toast, however you want to think of it. Now to actually make it work, we of course first of all have to import that. So let's do a constant, let's do structured, and this will be equal to use toast. Now use toast is imported from our components, let's invoke it, and then right here where we destructured, let me get our toast. Cool, now I can use it in our if statement, so let's do a toast, and then let me open the toast. Let's give it right here in title. For the title, I will just say error, and then let's also give it right here in description. The description will just be equal to state.message, and then let me also give it in variant, and the variant will just be destructive so that we have this red color. Now currently we get a warning right here, and it tells me React hook use effect has a missing dependency, toast. So what we have to do right here is also pass our toast so that our use effect listens to the state and to the toast. Great, now this is also done, and I think we should now test out if everything works. Now if you save it and go back, you will now see if I refresh the page, we still have an error right here. Now what's the error? I already knew that this error would come, so let me explain you what the error right now is. Currently we use three things which rely on the client side: a use effect, a toast, and then also right here our use form state. All of these three things rely on the client side, so they have to get a JavaScript bundle and have to hydrate on the client. To do that, we have to mark this file as an use client file. So on the top, let me go to the top right here. I will now mark this component, this file, as use client, and if I now save it and go back, refresh the page, you will now see that the error is actually gone and now everything again works. So let me now check if we actually get our toast. So I will again create a new subreddit or community called Jan Marshall. Let me click on submit, and now we should actually see an error. That's not what we see. Oh yes, now we see it right here on the bottom. Error, this name is already used. Great, it took a few seconds, but that's fine. Another thing I want to do is also underneath the input render a p tag so that we also see that we currently have an error. So let me actually go right here under this div element, so under this relative div, and let me right here create a p tag. Inside of here I can just render our state.message. I don't have to do any if checks because we only get one message back, and that's an error message. So let's do right here in state.message. Let's also give it right here in class name, so class name of margin top 1. Now for the color, we could of course again just say text red 500, this is completely fine, but we could also just say text destructive, this is in Shadcn CSS variable. Let's also do the same for our settings form. Let's do text destructive, let's save it, let's again test everything out. I refresh the page, let's say Jan Marshall, let's click on submit, and now we should see a toast, and then also right here we see this name is already used. Great. Now we are only missing one thing, and that's actually a pending state for our submit button. And if you can remember, if we go to the submit buttons component, we already have a button right here, or a component, which actually does everything what we want. So we have a pending state and a normal submit button. So let me again go back to our page right here, and instead of running the submit button, I can now render our component, which is called submit button and is imported from our components. Now let's save that and let's go back. Now one thing you will see now is that the text says change username. I don't want that. I want that the button says create community. So how do we fix it? Either A, we create a new component, which would work, I guess you can do that, or we can actually make this button name variable. So whatever I give it, this will then be the button name. So what we can do right here in the params is the structured, let's do text, and then text will have a type of string. And now instead of saying right here change username, let me copy that, let's just render our text. If I now go back to our settings form component, you'll right here see we now have an error, and it tells me that I'm missing a property called text. So let's give it the property text and let's say change username. I now just copy pasted what I've copied from this component. Let's now also go back to our page.tsx where we actually have our current form to create a community, and let's right here give it also a text property, and let's just say create community. Let's save that, let's go back, let me refresh the page just to be safe, and now you see on the bottom right corner that we now say create community. Let's now test out if this works, so let me again create a Jan Marshall. We should now see in pending state, that's also what you see right here, and then we have our toast right here, and then also this error message with this name is already used. Let me now create a new subreddit or a new community. Let's just do some gibberish. Let's create community, and we should now get redirected to the index page. That's what happened, and that looks great in my opinion. So now, since this works, now the question comes, what should we do now? Our server action works, we handle errors, the UI looks nice as you see right here. What should we do now? Well, I think we should now actually create the page for the subreddit itself. Then inside of the subreddit page, the user, or the creator of the subreddit can then change the, for example, description, but also see all of the posts which were created inside of the subreddit. So let's actually do that right now. Let's open our Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the R folder, not in the create folder, and then inside of the R folder, I want to now create a dynamic route. For that, we'll use these array brackets, and then inside of here, I have to now give it a name on which I can then later on get the dynamic value. So I will just say ID right here, and then for this ID folder, let's create a new page.tsx, so a new route. Now inside of here, we of course now have to do an export default, since this is a route and not a component. So let's do an export default function. Let's just say subreddit route, and then let me just open that right here. Let me now actually just do a return statement. Let's do a div element h1, and let's say hello from this sub. Let's save that, let's go back. Let me now try to go to localhost 3000/r/some gibberish. Let's click enter, and now we should see in a second right here, hello from this sub. Yeah, I think that works, that's great. So now let's actually make it work so that it also looks nice. Now to do that, let me again delete everything in the return statement. I don't need this. Let's create a new div element. Let's right here give it a class name. This will be max width of a custom value, which will be 1000 pixels. Let's also do an mx of auto so that it actually centers in the middle of the screen. Let's do an flex. Let's also do a gap x of 10, and then let's do a margin top of 4. What I want to do now is on the left side right here. So on this left side, we will see all of the posts. On the right side, I want to have the info about subreddit. And if you want to see how that actually looks like, I'm currently right here on the CS career subreddit. And inside of here, you now see what I want to create. On the left side, we will see all of the posts. And then on the right side, we will see like this about community block, where we'll have a description, when it was created, to create and post, etc. That's what I want to create right now. So that's why we have created this flex right here, and flex element. So one child will be this left element with all of the posts, and then the other child will be this about community thing on the right side. So let's go back and let's actually create that. So let's first of all create the left side. Let's give it right here div element. Let's give it a class name. I want to give it a width of a custom value. So let's do a width of 65%. Then let's also again right here do a flex. Let's do a flex of column and a gap y of 5. Inside of here, I will for now just say an h1, and we'll just say hello from the post section. For now, we won't actually create the posts. For now, we will just do it like that. And later on, we will then render our post right here. Now, underneath this div, where we have width 65%, let's now actually create the content or the card for the about community card. For that, let's right here create a new div element, and let's give it right here a class name, which will also have a custom value of 35%, because 65 plus 35 is 100. If you don't trust me, 65 plus 35, as you see, is 100. So yeah, quick maths as you see. So now let's actually right here render something. What I want to render right here is a card component. And if you right now try to use the card component, you will see that we don't have anything. Why is that? That's because we haven't installed it. So let me first of all close our actual Reddit. Let's go to ui.shadcn.com, and then inside of here, let's search for a button, or I'm not sorry for a button, but for a card. Then right here we have now our card. Let me do the installation command or copy it. Let's open our terminal. Let's open a new terminal tab. Let's stop Prisma Studio. Let's paste that and let's install the card. Now this should be installed in a second. So now I can import our card from our components and open that. Now inside of this card, the first thing I want to do is the title, so about community. For that, let's create a div element right here. Let's give it right here in text. Let's just say about community. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. So now right here on the right side, you see a card and a text which says about community. Let me zoom in a bit so that you also see something. And now let's actually style it. So let's give this div right here in class name. This will be bg of muted, and let's do padding of 4 and a font which will be semi-bold. Let's save it. Let's see how that looks like. And yes, this looks quite nice. So now underneath this, I guess, title, I want to now actually render the image of the actual subreddit. I want to render the name of the subreddit, the description of the subreddit, a button to join, when it was created, etc. So let's go under this div element. Let's create a new div element. Let's also give it right here in class name of padding 4, since I want to have some spacing to the corner, to the bottom, to the top, to the right, and to the left. Let's, inside of this div, create a new div element, and this div element will now be needed for the image. So inside of this div, I can for now just render an image component provided by next/image, and inside of here we have to now pass in source, we have to pass an alt tag. For the alt tag, we'll just say, I don't know, image of subreddit, something like that. And then let's actually now create a source. So what I want to do is render an image for our actual subreddit. What we'll use is something very nice provided by Vercel. You can now go to Google and search for avatar Vercel. Then you will see right here in GitHub repo, which is the Vercel/avatar GitHub repo. We will use it to actually create images for our subreddit, since I don't actually want the users to be able to upload images, but just get a default one. So let me copy just this URL right here. Let's go back. Let's right here use uptick, since I want to use something custom, and let's paste it. Instead of now saying this name right here of the creator of Vercel, we will now actually right here use a custom value. And the custom value will be then later on the name of our subreddit. For now, I will just say Jan Marshall, but we will of course change that later on. Let's save it for now. Let's go back. Let's see how that looks like. And it tells me right here, image with source is missing required width property. So I have to now add a width and a height. Let's give it in width, this will be 60, and let's do in height, which will be also 60. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we should see another error. And now it tells me invalid source prop on next image, hostname avatar.vercel.sh is not configured. So what we have to do now is go to our next.config.mjs file, and inside of here we have to tell Vercel, or Next.js, that we want to use this URL. Now you might ask me, why do you have to tell Next.js what images or what URLs I want to use for my images? Well, it's quite simple. To get the benefits of the image component, they have a certain, or the image component has a certain resource cost. So it of course takes resources to make your image better and smaller. So what you have to do is tell Vercel which images are whitelisted, so which URLs are whitelisted, and which URLs should not be actually minified. So right here we'll tell Next.js and then also later on Vercel, hey, these URLs are fine, you can make these images nicer, convert them, but if an image comes from the URL, I don't know, xyz.com, please don't do anything with these images. Okay, cool. Let me now open that right here. Let's get our images, not an import statement, but our images. Let's open that. Inside of here, we now have remote patterns. This is an array with an object. And inside of here, we have to now pass an host name. For the host name, this is right here, avatar.vercel.sh. Let me copy paste that, and let's also give it import, and the port is just empty string. Let's now save it. Let's open our terminal, and as you see, Vercel or Next.js automatically restarts your dev server. Now this is a recent feature which is quite cool. Now you don't have to restart anything by yourself, but everything is done automatically. Still, I sometimes like to actually restart it manually, but I guess it's nice that Next.js now does it automatically. But now let's refresh our page, and now right here you now see this avatar right here. This looks quite cool, but of course it isn't styled perfectly. So let's go back to our ID page, and now let's actually style it a bit. So let's right here give it a class name, and the class name will be rounded or full, and then let's give it an age of 16 and a width of 16. Let's save it, let's go back, and now you see we have this round circle, and this looks quite beautiful. What I want to do now is render the name of the actual community of the subreddit. For that, I will go under the image tag right here and render a link component. This is imported from next/link, and then inside of here, let's say r/Jan Marshall. Now our link also has to get an href, and this will for now just be the index page, so an empty slash. Let's save that, let's go back, and that's how it looks like. Now this does not look nice. What I want to do is actually center the image and the name horizontally, so that the image is on the left and then the title right here, or the name of the subreddit, is right here on the right side. For that we can go to this div right here, give it a class name of lex items, which will be center, and then also gap x of 3. Let's save that, let's go back, and this already looks way better. Let me now also give our title or our subreddit name a bit of another font. So let's go right here to the link, let's give it a class name, and let's do a font of medium. Let's save that, let's go back, and yeah, I think this looks quite cool. What you could also do if you want to, you can wrap this r/ in a span. Now this is not needed, and give the span a class name of text primary. Now this is only if you want to. I don't know if it actually looks good. Let's go back. Yeah, no, I think we can delete it. It does not look that nice. Let's delete it and let's leave it as it was. I think that was fine enough. Yes. Now, as I already told you guys, I want to now render like the description of the subreddit. And before I actually do this UI implementation, let's actually first of all fetch the data. So on top, above our export default function, let's right here do an async function. Let's call it get data, and then let's open that function. Inside of here, I will now fetch our data from Prisma. So let's do constant data equals to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder .subreddit.find unique. Why do I use find unique? Well, that's because I want to find a unique subreddit and not any subreddit. Now, to actually find a unique subreddit, we have to use the where statement, and we have to now pass a unique identifier. So either an ID or a name. So we will use our name, and we'll have to get the name through the params. So right here, I will just say name, and this will be of type string, and then I can now pass my name right here. So what we'll do right here is find a unique subreddit, and the unique identifier right here will be the subreddit name. So in our case, this would, for example, now be Jan Marshall or any other subreddit which we create. Okay, nice. Let's now use a select statement since I don't want to select everything. So let's select the name. Let's set it to true. Let's set the select the created add timestamp. Let's set it to true. Then let's also get, for example, the description. Let's set it to true. Let's get the user ID. Let's set it to true. With the user ID, I mean the creator or the person who created the subreddit. And for now, I think this should be all. Let's also return our data. And now we have to get the data in our component or inside of this export default function. So let's do right here in constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. So not get user, but get data. Let's invoke it, and now you see we get 2 errors. So first of all, await expressions are only allowed with an async functions. So what we have to do is mark this function as async. So let's do an export default async function. Now again, this is safe to do because this is a server component and only once on the server. Now the second error that we have is to actually pass an argument, and the argument we have to pass is the name of our subreddit. So again, if you can remember right here, we have a dynamic route with an ID, and what I can do now is get the name, or in that case the ID, from our params. To do that right here, we can go to the params, the structured, I want to get the params, and now we have to give our params in type, and it will have an ID of string. So what I can do now is right here inside of our getData function, pass our params.id as an argument. So let's do params.id. Now you see the error is gone, and that's great. So now we can actually use our data. So let's actually, for example, where do we have it? We have right here the title Jan Marshall. Let me delete Jan Marshall and actually render our data.name right here. If I now save it, you will see we'll get an error. So let's go back. Let's refresh the page right here and we will see nothing right here. So r/nothing. Why is that? Well, that's because this subreddit right here does not exist. So let's search for r/Jan Marshall and now you will see in a second, now we have about community with the correct name. So now let's actually also make the linking work. So right here, instead of just having an index page, let's use brackets, upticks, let's use /r/ and then I want to get our name, so data.name. If I now save that and hover over it, you now see that it links to r/Jan Marshall, and if I click on it, I still am on the same route because again we're currently on this route and there's nowhere to link. So that looks good. Then also for the image right here, instead of hard coding Jan Marshall, let's do right here data.name. You'll see nothing changes with the image, but if we later on have a name like ABCD, the image will change. Now right here, let's actually render the description. So let's get in p tag, and then inside of here, let's do data.description. Let's also give it a class name right here. So let's do a class name of text, which will be small. Let's do a font, which will be normal. Let's also do a text, which will be secondary or foreground, and then a margin top of 2. If I now save it and go back, you will see that we won't see anything. Now, why is that? Well, that's because we haven't created a description. So what I want to do now is actually to allow the creator of the subreddit, so in that case myself, to actually change the description. So what I want to do now is use internally and check, hey, if the current logged in user, so the user which currently has in session, is the same to the ID of the user who created the subreddit, then instead of rendering just a p tag with the description, I will render a text area so that I or any user who created the subreddit can actually change the description. So let's actually fetch first of all our user ID. For that, let's go under right here, so under constant data, and let's do a constant, let's do structure. This will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that. The import is incorrect as you see right here. This shouldn't be /distribution but /server. Then let's fetch the user. So let's first of all get our user function right here. And then let's do a constant user, which will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke it. And now we have our user. Let's now create the ternary that I talked about. So above the p tag, let's right here get our user.id. And what I want to now check, again, as already explained, I want to check that the user ID is the same as the user ID in our data. So in our data, the user ID is the creator, and I want to check if these are the same. So let's right here check if user ID is equal to data.userid. If this is the same, let's use a question mark, return something, and if not, so if it's false, let's return this p tag. So let me copy it right here and paste it right here if it's not true. But if it's true, so if I am actually the creator, let's right here render a form. The action, I will delete it for now, we don't have one. And then inside of here, let me now render a text area. Now the text area currently does not exist. I want to use the component from ui.shadcn.com. So let me go to ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here, let's install the text area component. So let me copy the installation command. Let's open our terminal, a second terminal tab, and let's install the text area. Now right here, I can now use our text area component from our components. This is in self-closing tag. And then inside of here, let me give it a placeholder. For the placeholder, I will just say, create your custom description for your subreddit. Something like that. I think that's fine. Let's also do a bit of validation. So let's do a max length of, I think 100 characters should be good. I think you could also do 120, but I will leave it at 100. Let's also give the text area right here a name, and the name will just be description. And now let's save it and let's see how it looks like. So let's refresh the page, and now you see the text area right here. Now there's one problem, as you see, there's no margin to the top. So let's give our form right here a class name, and let's say margin top of 2. If you now go back, you see now that we have a bit of margin to the top, and that looks better. Let's actually change it to margin top 3. And I think this should be now even better. Yes, that looks great. Okay, now we have a placeholder, a max length, a name. What are we missing? Well, we now are missing a submit button. So let's use our submit button component. This is in self-closing tag. And then we of course also have to give it a text property. And let's just say save. Let's now save that, and now let's go back, and that's what you see right here. Yeah, it does not look that nice, to be quite honest. So what I'll do is actually create a separate component, and we will use that instead. So let's go back again to our submit buttons file where we store our components, and inside of here we'll create a new component. So let's do an export function. We will call it save button. Let's open that right here. Let's get our pending state. So let's destructure. This will be equal to use form status. Let's invoke it, and let's get our pending state from here. Then let's return something right here. Let's use empty tags, and then let's do ternary. So inside of this empty tags, let's use ternary, and let's say if pending is true, let's return something, and if not, let's return something else. If pending is not true, let's use our button component. Let's return it right here. And then let's also copy paste this button for if pending is true. Now we don't have any errors anymore. And let's first of all focus on the state where we are currently not pending. So let's right here first of all give it a size property. I want the button to be a bit smaller, so let's do SM. Let's also do a class name of margin top 2 and W of full. Inside of the button I will now just say save, and let's save it for now. Let's of course also give it right here in type, and the type will be submit. Let's now also right here create a button for if we are pending. Inside of here, let's first of all give the button a class name of margin top 2 and width of full. Let's also right here do a disabled state. I don't want the user to be able to actually submit the button. And then let's also give it in size, and for the size we will also say SM. Now inside of the button we can again use our loader2 icon. This is again a self-closing tag. Let's also give it a class name, so let's do right here a class name of margin right 2, then h of 3, width of 3. Let's also do an animate of spin, and then under the loader2 let's just say please wait. Let's now save that. Now we can use the save button. So let me go back to this page, and then instead of rendering our submit button, let me render the save button. So the save button component imported from our components within self-closing tag. Let's save that, let's go back, and that's what you see right here, and I think it looks actually quite nice. What I think we should do now is actually make the functionality work. For that we will again create a new server action inside of our actions file, so let's do that right now. For that let's go under this server action, and let's do right here an export async function, and then let's just name it update sub description, and then let me just open that function right here. Inside of here, let's again actually authenticate. So let's actually secure this server action. So let's do a constant, let's the structured. This will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke it. Let's right here get our user. So let's do a get user. And then underneath it, let's do a constant user equals to await get user. Let's invoke it. And then let's do an if statement. If there's no user, let's just do a return redirect, and let's redirect to /API/auth and then /login. Now let's actually get started with actually creating something nice. So inside of here, let's now actually create a mutation. So let's do right here an await Prisma, and then let's do .subreddit.update. Since I want to update in subreddit where I actually change, or in other words create a new description. So right here we have to pass in where statement, and for the where statement we have to actually get the name, so the name of the subreddit. So what I'll do right now is actually store the name of the subreddit in our form data. So right here above the text area, I can create an input which will be of type hidden. I can give it a name of just, I don't know, sub name, and then let's give it a value of params.id. Now this input is hidden, so the user can't see it, but we can get the value through the form data. So let me copy the name right here, and what I can do now right here is a constant. This will be called to subname and will be equal to form data.get, and we'll get the subname. Now one thing you see is currently we don't get form data, and that's because we have to get form data through our params. So let's get form data, and this will be of type form data, and now I can use right here form data.get, and I can get the subname. This will be as string, and now I can pass the subname right here, and now this error is for now fixed. Now I of course also have to use the data prop and tell Prisma what I want to update, and I want to update the description. Now I have to get the description from our form data, so let's do a constant description, and this will be equal to form data.get, and now I want to get the description. Let's check how I named it. I named it description, so let me copy it, paste it, and mark it as string. So let's do an as string, and then I can pass my description right here. This looks good, and now I think this should actually work. So let me copy the name of our function, which is called update sub description, and then for the form I can now pass it an action. So let's give it an action, and the action name will be update description right here. So update sub description, let's import that. Now that's imported, and that's great. Let's now test out if this works. So let's go back to our route, let's refresh everything right here, and then let me create something. Let's just say cool sub for all videos from Jan Marshall. Let's click on save. We now have in pending state, and now we see nothing. I think this was successful, I'm not sure. Let's refresh the page, and now we should see right here nothing again. So this is not nice. I don't actually see the description, but you will see if I now open the incognito tab right here where I'm not logged in, open localhost 3000 and go to /r/Jan Marshall. So let me type the correct URL. This was incorrect. So Jan Marshall, you will right here now see the description. Cool sub for all videos from Jan Marshall. But what I want to do is also see the same right here inside of our text area. So what we can do now is first of all close the incognito tab and give our text area right here a default value. And the default value right here will just be our data.description. If I now save that, actually right here we get an error. It tells me type string null or undefined is not assignable to type string or number. So what we can do right here is do a nullish core listen. So if we have null, let's just render undefined. So nothing in other words. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see right here our default value, so the description. Let me create another one. Let's just say yo, let's click on save, and now we will right here see yo, and if I refresh the page, we will still see right here yo. This is quite cool, right? Now what's the next thing I want to do? Well, I think we should also render a toast. So let's actually do that. But now you will see we have a problem. Why do we have a problem? Well, this page right here is in server component. We fetch data. But to get the actual return message from our action, we have to break our form into a client component so that I can use the use form state hook. So what we'll do now is open our Explorer, go in the app folder, go in the components folder, and we'll create a new file which will be called subdescription form.tsx. Inside of here, let's mark it as use client, and then let's do right here an export function. Let's call it subdescription form, and let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement, and then I will just copy this form right here and paste it inside of here. Now let me import the text area from our components. Let's get the save button from our components. And then what do we need right here? So first of all, our action. So let me import our action. So the update sub description action. And now we need the actual sub name, so the param, and I also need the description. So what we can do right here is create an interface. So let's do an interface. This will be of iapp props, and then let me open that. Inside of here, I want to now get first of all the sub name. The sub name will be of type string, and then I also want to get the actual description. The description right here will have a type of string, or it could be null, or it could be undefined. Let's save that, and let me destructure this param right here, give it in type of iapp props, and now I can get the value, so the description and the sub name. Let's right here now say instead of params.id, let's give it right here in sub name, and then instead of data.description, we will just say description. Now you still see we have no errors, and that's cool. And if I now go back to the page, instead of rendering a form, I will now render our sub description form. This is in self-closing tag, and now we have an error. So the error tells us that we are now missing two properties, which is the description and the sub name. So let's give it a description right here. This will be equal to data.description, and then let's also give it in sub name, and this will be equal to params.id. Now you see we don't have any errors anymore. and this looks great. Let's now test out if it still works. I will refresh the page. We will see that the form is still rendered right here. Let's again say like hello. Let's click on save. And now we should still see, if I refresh the page, we still see hello. So we see that this form still works. But now let's actually make our toast work. For that, let's again go right above the return statement and let's do a constant. Right here we'll have our state and a form action, and then this will be equal to use form state. Then inside of here I have to now pass our form action or our server action and then also an initial state. So for our server action, this will have the name of update sub description. So we already imported that, I can paste that, and now we also have to get an initial state. So let's right here create a new initial state. So let's do a constant initial state. Let me spell that correctly. This will be an object, and then inside of here we'll have a message. This will be of type string, and we will also have right here an status, and the status will also be an empty string. Let me now pass our initial state right here. So let me get my initial state, and now this error is gone. But now we have a new error. And what's the error? Well, inside of our actions.ts file, I have to now also pass our previous state. So let's get right here in previous state, and this will be of type any. If I now save that and go back, you see we have now a new error. So, and the error is, instead of going in our action, this function right here, so the update sub description function, we have to give it the form action. Now if I save that, you now see that the error is gone, and that's again great. So if I now go back to our actions file right here, what I want to do now is actually handle errors, I guess. So in success state and an error state. So let me wrap this whole thing, so the constants where we get our form data and our await Prisma in a try catch statement. So let's do right here a try statement. Let's also do a catch statement. Let's get an error and let me open that. Inside of my try statement, let me paste what I just had. And let's also create right here a return message. So let's return an object. Let's say right here for the status, this will be green. And let's also give it a message. And for the message, we will just say successfully updated the description exclamation mark. I think that's fine. And then where we catch the error, let's right here just also return a message. Let's give it right here in status. This will be of red, or not red, but error. And let's also give it a message. And then for the message, I will just say, sorry, something went wrong. I think that's fine. I don't know, you can write something else, but I think it's fine enough. Let's now go back to our sub description form, so to our component. And inside of here, I can now create a use effect. So let's create a use effect. And inside of this use effect, I will listen for state changes. So let's add a dependency array right here, and let's listen for the state. So when the state changes, our use effect will run. Now inside of this use effect, let's now do an if statement. So if right here our state.status equals to green, so if it was successful, let's open that. And inside of here, I want to now actually, I guess, throw in toast, or again, I don't know, fire and toast. So let's first of all actually get our toast. We have to first right here do a constant. Let's destructure it, and this will be equal to use toast. Use toast is imported from our components. I have to invoke it. And now let's get right here our toast. So right here, let's get our toast, and now I can use it right here. So let's right here do a toast, and let me open that. Inside of here, I can now give it a name, or not a name, but a title. For the title, we'll just say success, and let's also give right here in description, not in default checked, but description, and this will be just state.message. So state.message. Now let's also listen for a state where we have an error. So let's do an else if, and right here state.status. If this is true to error, let's open that, and let's again throw in toast, and then let's give it right here in title. For the title, we'll just say error. Then let's also give it in description. For the description, we'll just say state.message, and let's also give it a variant. And for the variant, we'll just say right here destructive. Now we get one warning right here, and it tells me right here, React hook use effect has a missing dependency, which is toast. So let me add the toast right here, toast, let's save that, and now this should also work. Let me again check our actions if that looks good. Yeah, we catch an error, we return a status, which is error, we have a message, We have right here a return message within status green and a message successfully updated the description. Yeah, I think this looks good, so let's test it out. I will refresh our page, and then inside of here, let's say again, hey, welcome to my subreddit. Let me save that. We have in pending state, and now we have right here on the bottom right corner a toast which says success. Great, this looks quite cool, and now this is also done. So since we are now finished with that, what's the next step to do? Well, we have now the description. I think the next thing we should do is actually render the date when our subreddit was created. For that, let me go under this ternary right here, and let's create a new div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be flex items, which will be baseline. Let's also do in gap x of 2 and then a margin top of 2. Inside of here, let me now render a p tag, and then inside of here, we'll now render the created at timestamp. Rendering a date is not that easy as you would think. So let's right here use a colon, and now we have to render our date. Now we could of course just say right here data.createdAt, and if I save that and go back, you will see that this does not really work. So objects are not valid as React child. What you could do, for example, is say toString. So toString, let's invoke that, let's save that, let's go back, and now you will see created on this date. This does not look nice. We want to make it look very beautiful. So what we have to use is actually a bit of annoying JavaScript. I know we all love JavaScript, so let's do it right here. So instead of just rendering date.createdAt, we will now do a new date. So let me again do it right here, a new date. Then for an argument, I will pass our data.createdAt timestamp as a date, so that we don't get any TypeScript errors. And then right here, let's do a local date string. Let's invoke it. Then we have to now give it what time zone we use. We will say en-us, and then I can also pass a few more configuration points. So we'll say right here weekday, and we'll just say long. I want to have the full weekday. Then for the year, we will say numeric. I want the year as a number. Then for the month, I want to have it short. So let's right here just say short. And then let's also get the day. And for the day, I will just say numeric. So we want to have the day as a number. So for example, the 5th, the 10th, or as it is today, the 27th. So let's save that and let's test out how it looks like. So let me refresh the page. And now you see created Wednesday, March 27th, 2024. Yeah. This looks quite nice in my opinion actually. This looks quite beautiful. One thing I would do of course is now also style it. So let's give our p tag right here a class name, and we'll say text muted or foreground of course, and also a font which will be medium. Let's save that, let's go back, and yeah, that looks quite nice. Maybe we could make it smaller, maybe not. I think that's actually fine. I will leave it as it is. Maybe one thing I will do is also render a cake symbol. So right above this p tag, let me get a cake icon. So the cake icon is imported from Lucid React, and then inside of here, let's give it a class name of h, which will be 5, width, which will be 5, and then text muted or foreground. Let's save that and let's see how that looks like. And now on the left corner, you now see a cake symbol. Yeah, I think it looks quite nice, to be quite honest with you. Maybe we can make the text smaller. I could, for example, do a text of, let's see, what do we have? We have right here a text of SM. Let's save that. Let's go back. Yeah, I don't know. Is it fine? Maybe also instead of items baseline, let's do an items of center. Let's go back. Yeah, honestly, I think I will leave it like that. I think that looks quite nice. We could maybe change the margin top to 4. And if I now go back, yeah, that looks great. Let's not change anything more. I will leave it as it is. I like it quite a lot. Now, the last thing I want to do is create like a button so that the user can create a post. So what we'll do right now is go under this div right here. So under this div where we have flex, and then let's actually use our separator component. Now the separator component is imported from our components. Let's also right here give it a class name of margin y5. So margin to the top of 5 and margin to the bottom of 5. And then under this right here, let's just use a button component imported from our components. Let's right here give it an as child, since I of course want to render a link. Let's also give it a class name. This will just be rounded or full. And then inside of here, let me now use the link component. Let's open that. We of course have to pass an href. This will now be dynamic, so let's use upticks, let's say /r and then slash, and right here I want to get our data.name. Let's now also render right here, just create a post, and let's save that and let's go back. So now we should see a button right here within the separator line, and yeah, that's what you see. One thing we also have to do right here is maybe give it a width of full. So let's do width of full so that it spans the whole width. And yeah, that looks quite good in my opinion. Let's see how it looks like if I'm not the owner of the repository or of the subreddit. So let's again open incognito, let's paste that. And now we should see that's the description. That's when our subreddit was created. And then we have a create post button. Now, one thing I should of course do is instead of saying right here create post, or instead of linking to /r/JanMarshall, that's a bit incorrect. So what we have to do right here is also at the end a create. So later on we'll create a create route right here so that I can create a post. But what I would also do is check if the user is authenticated. So right here, instead of just rendering that, copy that for now. And let's right here do an user.id. If this is true, let's right here use a question mark. Let's return what I've just copied. And if not, let's use a colon and let's return to /API/auth/login. Let's save that. Let's go back. And if I now refresh the page right here in the incognito tab and hover over create post, it links to login. So now if I click on it, you will see I won't get redirected to create a new post, but I will get redirected to actually log in. Now I won't log in right here because I'm already logged in our normal route right here. Cool, so this works. We can create a description. Let me create another description just for the fun. So some gibberish. Let's click on save. We have a beautiful pending state and then a toast. So you see this fully works and this is quite nice. So what's the next step to do? So we have now created the Reddit subreddit page where I can change the description. I see the name, everything like that. I think we should now create the route to actually create a post. So currently if I try to click on this create post button, which links to /r/JanMarshall/create, you will see we'll get an error. Now the error is 404 not found, and that's because we actually haven't created the route for this create route. So currently we can't create any post. So now let's actually change that so that I as a user can create a post in the subreddit of JanMarshall. So let's do that right now. So to do that, let's again open our Explorer, go in the app folder, go right here inside of the R folder, in the ID folder, and then inside of the ID folder, I will create a new folder called create. Now inside of the create folder, let's create a page.tsx, and now we can actually create a route and style it and make it look good. So inside of here, let me actually get started with an export default function. So let's do an export default function, and let's name it, I don't know, create post route, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement and let's just say diff, and let's give it an h1 and let's say hello from the create post route. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see we don't get any 404 not found anymore, but now everything looks great. That's quite cool. So now let's actually write something beautiful or make the UI beautiful, I'm sorry. So let me delete everything in the return statement. Let's create a new div element and let's right here give it a class name. Right here, let's just say max width of 1000 pixels. So let's use 1000 pixels. And let's also do an mx of auto. Let's also do a flex, a gap x of 10, and a margin top of 4. Then underneath this right here, let's use another div element. Let's right here give it a class name. And now what I'll do again is in separate design. So on the left, right here on the left side, we will be able to create a post. And on the right side, we'll just see like guidelines to follow when creating a post. So right here, I will give it a width of 65%. So we'll use the array brackets to create a custom value of 65%. Let's do a flex, let's do a flex of call and a gap y of 5. Now inside of here, we'll now create everything. So let's for now just say h1 and hello from the left side, something like that. So left side, let's save that. And now you see right here, it's now more on the left side. We have a bit of margin and that's how it looks right now. Let's now also actually create the right side. So the width right here. For that, what I have to do is go under this div element and create a new div element. Let's go right here in class name, and this will be width of 35%. So custom value of 35%. Then inside of here, I can now do an h1 and say, hey, from the right side. If I now save that, this is now what you'll see. We'll have now a left side, which is a bit bigger, and then a right side, which is a bit smaller. Let's maybe first of all start with the right side. So inside of here, let me use a card component imported from our components. Let's also right here give it a class name. So let's give our card a class name right here of flex of call, and padding of 4, so that we have a bit of spacing. Inside of here, I can now render a div element, and inside of this div element, I want to now render like a small PFP image. So if you can remember, you can go to our public folder right here, go to pfp.png, and that's what I want to render inside of this card right here. So we can use our image component right here. Now the image component has to be imported from next/image, and now we have to actually first of all import our image. So on top, what I can do now is an import pfp from // public, and then this will be pfp.png. Let's now give it a source of pfp, let's say an alt of pfp, and now let's for now save it. Let's go back, and now this is what you see. You see this PFP is way too big, and we have to first of all make it a bit smaller. For that, let's style our image right here. Let's give it a class name. This will be h of 10 and width of 10. Let's now save that. Let's go back, and yes, that's now way smaller and looks way better. Under this image, but still inside of the div, let me now render an h1 right here, and this will be in title, and this is not h2 but h1, and for the title we will say posting to Reddit. Let's save that, let's go back. So this is now what you see. So we have on the top an image, and on the bottom this h1 with posting to Reddit. This is of course not what I want to do. Currently they are aligned flex column, but I want to align them flex row. So what we can do right here is give our div a class name. So let's do a class name right here. Let's do in flex, and then let's right here also do an items of center. Let's now save that, let's go back, and yes, this looks now better because they are now actually centered correctly. Let's give also our h1 a class name. I want to style it, and let's say right here just font medium. Let's save that, let's go back, and yeah, this looks quite nice in my opinion. We could also give it right here in gap a bit, so gap x of 2. Let's save that. Yeah, I think I will leave it like that. I like it quite a lot. So now let's actually create our rules for posting to Reddit. For that, let me go under this div and still inside of the card, let me get our separator component. We have to import that from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let's get in class name, and then this will be a margin top of 2. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see the separator line right here. Now let's actually now render our rules. And to render our rules, instead of just creating each rule separately, let's create an array. So above export default, so above this whole thing, let's do a constant, let's say rules, and then this will be just equal to an array. Inside of here, let's now create an object. Let's give it an ID of 1, and for the text, we'll just say remember the human. Then let's create a new object. Let's right here give it an ID of 1, then, or not 1, but 2, I'm sorry. Let's also give it right here in text, and for the text, we'll say right here behave like you would in real life. Let's save that. Let's create another object. Let's give it an ID of 3. Then let's also do a text right here. And for the text, I will say look for the original source of content. Let's save that. Let's create another object. Let's do an ID of 4. Then let's also give it a text right here. And this will be just search for duplication before posting. Let's also create another object. This will be ID of 5. And let's do a text right here. And let's just say read the community guidelines. I think this is fine. Let's save that. And now we can map over it and show it. So let's right here go under the separator and still in the card component. Let's render a div element. And then inside of this div, let me get my rules. Let's do dot map. Let's get an item. And then let's just return that. Inside of here, let's for now just get a div. We have to give it a key. This is just for hydration. So let's do an item.id. And then inside of this div, let's just render for now a p tag. And let's just render the item.text. So item.text. Let's save that and let's go back. So this is what you see right here. It does not look great. So let's change that. Let's start with the parent div. So let's give it a class name of flex column, since I want to align them vertically. Let's also do a gap y of 5, and then let's also do margin top of 5. As you see, I forgot right here flex call, and now this looks good. Let's go back, let's see. Yes, now we have some spacing. This is quite nice. And now let's also style right here the p tag. So instead of just saying item.text, let me also render the item.id. So let's right here get our item.id. Let's do a dot right here, and then let's also get our item.text. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see 1 rule, 2 rules, 3 rules, 4 rules, and 5 rules. This is quite cool, but still let's style the p tag. Let's give it a class name, and right here we'll just say text of small and also font of medium. Let's save that, let's go back, and yes, this looks beautiful. Let's now also create like a separator between each item. For that, let's go under the p tag. Let's again get our separator component. This is self-closing, and let's give it a class name of margin top 2. Let's save that, let's go back, and yeah, I like it quite a lot. It looks quite nice. We have 1 rule, then a separator, a rule, a separator, and etc. It goes on like this. I like it quite a lot. So we are now done with the right side, and now we can start with the left side so that the user can actually create a new post. For that, let's go again to the top to this div right here, and then inside of here with this h1, let me delete this h1 and create a new one. And let's just say subreddit colon. Now right here, I want to render the name of the subreddit. Now how will we get the name of the subreddit? Well, we can use our params, and right here, let's just destructure it. So let's get our params. This will be of type params, and then params will have a type of ID, which will be string. I can now save that, and then right here, I can now just say or render params.id. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see subreddit Jan Marshall. Does that not look nice? I think it looks beautiful. One thing we can do right here is wrap this params.id in a link component actually. So let's get the link component from next/link. Let's paste again params.id, and let's also give it an href right here. Let's use upticks, and let's say /r and then /params.id. So this will now link to the actual again subreddit. If I now go back, you see if I hover over it on the bottom left corner, it links to /r/JanMarshall. And if I click on it right here, you'll see we'll now get redirected to /r/JanMarshall. Let's again go back, and let's again make it maybe a bit nicer. So for the h1, I can give it a class name of font, which will be semi-bold. Let's save that, let's go back. Yeah, this looks okay. And one thing I could also do right here for the name is an r/, and also give the link a class name of text, which will be primary. Let's save that, let's go back. Yeah, I like it. I think I will leave it like that. And now we can actually create the, form to create an actual post. So let's do that right now. Now to create our form, I want to use something called tabs. So let's go to Shadcn and let's search right here for the tabs, and that's how the tabs look like. And what I want to do right here is have 2 tabs, as you see it also right here. One tab will be for the text content, and then another tab, so the second tab right here in this case, would be to upload an image, a video, something like that, but probably more like an image. So let me actually install that. Let's copy the installation command, let's open the terminal, and let's paste that to install our tabs. Once this is installed, I can now go under the h1 tag and now use our tabs. I will import them from our components, and then right here we have to now pass in property, and right here we have to pass in default value. For now, I will actually leave it empty, but later on we'll give it a value, and you'll also understand why we need that. Let's also give it a class name of wfull, and then inside of here, let's now create a tabs list. Now this is imported from our components, and then inside of here, let's first of all give it a class name. Let's give it in grid, a w of full, and then we'll have in grid calls of 2, again, because right here we'll have 2 tabs. That's why grid calls 2, so 2 columns. So let's right here do grid calls of 2, and now inside of here I can create 2 tab triggers, so 2 tabs as you see them right here. So let's get our first tabs trigger from our components. Let's open that, and then inside of here I have to now render something. So let's render a actual name. So let's just say, I don't know, post. Let's type that, uppercase post. Now right here you see we currently get an error. Now what's the error? Well, we are missing a property which is called value. Right here we have to give our tab trigger a value. So let's give it a value of post, and now for our default value we can say that our default value will be post. That means that the initial tab, I guess a screen, will be automatically on this post value. Let's now also create a second tabs trigger, and this will be just called, let's say, image and video. Let's save that, let's go back, let's go to our route, let's refresh this page, and that's how it looks like. So now post and image video. Now one problem we have currently is that I gave the second tabs trigger also a value of post. This is incorrect. Let's name it image, save that, and now you see this looks already way better. We could now also, for example, use an icon. So right here for the image video, let's use an video. Let's see, does it exist? Yeah, video. That's the self-closing, imported from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name of h4, w4, and then a margin right of 2. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, that looks good. And then for the post, let's see what icon we can use right here. Something like text maybe. Yeah, let's use text from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name of h4, w4, and margin right of 2. Let's save that. Let's go back. And yeah, I think I will leave it like that. I like it quite a lot. So now let's actually create the content for each tab. And for that, what we have to do is go under this tabs list and then right here import tabs content from our components, of course. And we of course again have to give it in value so that the tab content knows to what tab trigger it should correspond. So this right here will have the value of post, and now inside of here I can do whatever I want. I could now render an h1, say hello, and if I save that and go back, you'll now see when I'm on this post tab, I have this h1 hello. When I go on the image, we don't see anything. So now let's render right here in card component. This is already imported from our components. Inside of here I can now render a form. I will for now delete the action since we of course don't have an action right now, and now we can actually style that. So inside of here, let me use the card header component again from our components, and let's render an input component again imported from our components. Who would have thought? Great. Now inside of this import, let's give it a few properties. Let's say it has to be required. Let's also give it a name. The name will just be title. Let's also give it a placeholder. We'll just say title. And now I think this should be all. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. So this is the title or the input, I'm sorry, and this looks quite nice. We could also create a label because why not? So let's right here do a label, import it from our components. Let's just say title. So let's say title, save that. Let's see how that looks like. Now if you want to, you could add margin right here to the top, padding, whatever. I won't do that. I think this is fine enough. Now what do I want to do under this title? Well, under this title or under this input, I'm sorry, I want to now render a rich text editor. Inside of this rich text editor, I want to be able to write content, to use H1s, bold, italics, a line through the text, something like that. So I want to get a rich text editor. And there are multiple options like easy, hard, customizable, not customizable, whatever you want, there's always an option. But what we will use in this project is called TipTab, and TipTab is a very easy to use customizable rich text editor. So this is the website tiptab.dev, and this is actually what we will use. So what we can do now is go to the docs right here, and right here you will see an example to actually see how it looks like. So this will be the rich text editor. We of course will style it to make it look a bit better, but that's the gist of it. You have a rich text editor, and then right here you can choose whatever you want to write. And that's exactly what we'll create. So in the docs we can search for Next.js, and then we'll have a Next.js guide right here, or in quick start guide, and that's what we need. So the step one is to create a project. We already created a project, so we can skip to the second step, and that's to install the dependencies needed for TipTab. So let me just copy this installation command. With this we will install TipTab React, TipTab/pm, and then also TipTab Starter Kit. So let me copy that, let's open our terminal, and let me just paste that. This now takes a bit, so let's for now just continue and see what the quick start guide tells us. So the quick start guide right here tells us as in third step, we should create a new separate component. And this is actually exactly what we'll do right now. So let me open my Explorer right now, and as you see also the installation is already finished. Let me collapse everything. Let's go in the app folder, components folder, and right here let's create a new file, and I will just name it, I don't know, tip-tab editor, I don't know, I think this is fine, .tsx of course, and now let's actually create something nice inside of here. So to get started, we first of all have to mark this file or this component as use client, since TipTap actually relies on the client side on a JavaScript bundle on hydration. And now we can get started right here. So how is TipTap actually built? So let me again go to an example actually, so I can show it a bit better. So first of all, right here on the top, you see something which is called menu bar. So in the menu bar, you have all your options like bold, italic, a bullet list, H6, etc. And then on the bottom right here, so this is your editor itself. So where you write your content. So what we have to do is first of all create our menu bar, and then under the menu bar, we will render this editor and then put everything together. So let's first of all create our menu bar function. So let's do an export const menu bar, and then let me just create an arrow function right here, and standard arrow function as you know it, and let me open that. Inside of here, first of all, let's destructure the editor. So I want to get the editor through our params. So let's right here do destructuring. I want to get an editor. The editor will have a type of editor, who would have thought. So right here we'll get the editor type, which is uppercased, and the editor type should be actually imported automatically. It sadly does not do that. So let's do that by ourselves. On top right here I can do an import, and what we'll do right here is the structured, and then this will be from at tip-tab/react, and then where we destructured I can now get our editor. This is in type, so let's do an import type editor. Now you see this works, but this editor could also be null, so let's do an or null. Let's save that. Now we can use that. Let's right here do an if check, and let's say if there's no editor right here, let's just return null, so we will return nothing in that case. Okay, now where we know that we have an editor, let's actually create our menu bar. So again, and also maybe you ask yourself currently, what is the editor? The editor is just the whole bundle right here, so we just wait that everything loads, and when it loads we have an editor, and then we can also render our menu bar. So underneath that, let's now start and render our menu bar. Let's create a div element. Let's right here give it a class name, and let's just say flex of a wrap, and then let's do a gap of 5. Right here I said flex wrap, that's just that the buttons right here wrap as they do right here. I want to get the same effect. Now inside of here, let's render our first button. So let's get a button component from our components. Let me give it right here in type, and it's very important that you give it in type of button. If you don't give a type or give a type of submit or something like that, you will get an error, and that's of course not what you want. So please give it in type of button, it's very important. Inside of here I can now just say h1, and now we actually have created our first item in the menu bar. And now before I actually create my other buttons, so my other h2, h3, the bold button, etc., let's maybe already make like a little MVP, so minimal product, so that we already see how it would look like. So right here, let's just do an export function. Let's call it tip-tab editor, and then let me just open that function right here. Now what I'll do right here is actually create a return statement. So let me spell return statement correctly. And what I want to do right here is now return our menu bar and then the editor content. So let's right here do a div element, and then let's get our menu bar component. Again, we have created this menu bar component right here. And now we get an error. What's the error? Well, the menu bar wants to get a property, which is the editor. So let's pass the editor. Now, how do we get the editor? We first of all have to initialize it right here. So above our return statement, let's do a const editor, and then this will be equal to use editor. Use editor is imported from tip-tab react, and now let's open that. Inside of here, we have to give it a few properties. So let's right here do extensions, and then for the extensions, this is an array with the actual extension. So the extension right here will be starter kit. Now this sadly does not automatically import for me, so let's do that manually. On top, let's just do an import. Let's say starter kit, and this will be from @tiptab/starterkit. Then right here I can now paste our starter kit, and it looks nice. Now let's continue. What else do we need? We now have the starter kit. Let's also give it editor props. So what I want to do is also style our editor, or actually to not confuse you, let me just not do that. I will skip it for now. Let's right now just give it in content, and for the content let's just do in p tag, so p, and let's just say hello world, and then let me close the p tag. I will just leave it for now like that. We will later on configure it a bit more because we're still not completely done. But now I can actually use the editor, so right here I can now pass our editor and save that. Let's now also use our editor content. So under the menu bar, let me now get our editor content. The editor content is imported from TipTab React. This is again a self-closing tag, and now we again get an error. So we now have to pass actually two properties, or one property, I'm sorry, and that's the editor property. So let's pass our editor right here. Let's now also give it a class name, or actually before we do that, let's save it and let's see how it looks like. So let's go to our page.tsx right here, and what I'll do now is under this input component, let's render our tab editor component. This is in self-closing tag. Let's save that and let's see how that looks like. So let's go to localhost, let me refresh our page, and now you see this h1 and hello world. I can type something right here as you see, and this looks quite alright. But still, if I now click on h1, nothing works. But still, we now see our menu bar and also our text area in that case. But now let's actually start styling it. Let's go back to our TipTab editor component. As you see, I misspelled that, but I think that's fine. I won't fix that right now. Let's first of all style our editor itself, so this text editor right here. For that, let me go right here to the editor content, and let's give it a class name, not in class ID, but class name. And then right here, let's say rounded of LG, let's do in border, let's do in padding of top, and a minimum height of custom value 150 pixels, and let's do margin top of 2. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you already see that this looks way nicer. Now I have currently one problem that I don't like, and that's this blue border as you see right here. I don't like it, so it's called in focus border. I don't want it, I want to delete it. So what we can do is go to the globals.css file and delete it from here manually. So let's do in .pros mirror. Now right here it's important that you uppercase pros and then also uppercase mirror. And then right here I want to get the focus state. Let's open that and let's say right here outline of none. I don't want to see it. Let's save that, let's go back, and if I now refresh the page, you now see we don't have this ugly outline / border anymore, and this looks already way better. Let's go again back to our TipTab editor, and inside of here we still can do something. Currently our content right here does not look very nice. What we can do is actually use a Tailwindcss typography plugin. So what you can do is go to Google and search for Tailwindcss typography. Right here you will now have the first link, Tailwind Lab / Tailwindcss typography, and this is the Tailwind typography plugin. This is the official plugin which provides a set of pros classes you can use to add beautiful typographic defaults to any vanilla HTML. So that's what we need. So let me copy the installation command. Let's paste that. This is in development dependency as you see, so it won't show up in your production build. And then to actually use it, we have to go to our tailwind.config file and right here just say that we want to use it. So require a tailwindcss / typography. Let's go to tailwind.config, and then at the bottom we have this plugins array, and there I can paste it right here. Let's save that. Let's go again back. And as you see for now, nothing has changed. That's because we now actually have to tell TipTab that we want to use the pros or the typography plugin. So what we have to do is again go back to our use editor right here, give it editor props. This is just an object, and inside of here let's use attributes and give it in class. For the class we will just say pros, and that's all. Let's save that, let's go back, and now if I refresh the page, as you see, this is now how it looks like. We have now this grayish color, and this looks already way nicer in my opinion. So what I think we should do now is make our actual menu bar work, since currently it does not look very nice, and also it does not work, which is again not nice. So let's first of all maybe make our button right here work, so the H1 button. What we have to do right here is actually do an on-click handler, And then inside of here, let's do an arrow function, inline arrow function. Let's get our editor. Let's get the dot chain. Let's invoke it. Let's get the dot focus. Let's invoke it. Let's do a dot toggle heading right here. Let's invoke it. And now we have to give our toggle heading a level, and the level will be 1 since we have an h1, of course. Let's also do at the end a .1, so .1, and let's invoke that. Let's save that and let's see if that works. So let me refresh the page just to be sure. Let me click on H1, and now we see we have an H1, it's now bold and a bit bigger. So this now also works, but still I don't have any feedback for the button. What I want to do is, if the H1 is active, I want to actually change the color. So what we can do right now is go under the onClick handler and use the variant. Right here we'll just do an ternary check and check if the current heading is active. We will render a certain variant, and if not, we will just render another variant. So right here, let's do an if editor.isActive, and right here we want to check if the heading is active. This is lowercase. Then we want to check that the level is equal to 1, so h1. And then if this is true, let's use a ternary with a question mark. Let's say right here outline. If this is not true, let's say secondary. Let's save that and let's see if that works. And as you see, since it's currently active, we now have this outline. What I can do now is copy paste this button. So let me copy paste it right here. Instead of H1, this will now be in H2. And then instead of right here level 1, this will be in level 2. And then right here also for level 1, we will say level 2. Let's now save that. Let's go back. And now you see that this button is currently not active. Now personally, I don't quite like the look right now, so maybe instead of saying outline for an active state, let's maybe just say default. Let's also say right here default. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, I think you now fully see that, hey, this button is active, this button is not active. I think this looks better. I will actually leave it like that. Now let's copy paste this button one more time for an H3 tag actually. So right here instead of H2, let's say H3. Then instead of level 2, this will be a level 3. And then also right here, we'll have a level of 3. Great, now we won't create an H4 anymore, but now we'll create a bold style. So let me again copy the button and paste it right here. Let's right here say instead of H3 now bold, again uppercase. Then for the onClick handler, we'll say editor .chain.focus, and then instead of toggle heading, this will now be toggle bold. Then we won't have any levels, so I can just delete that, and .1 is correct. Also for this is active, this should now be bold, not heading, and I can also delete this level right here. I don't need that anymore. Now let me again copy paste this button. This will now be for the italic style. So let's say right here italic. This is everything correct, but instead of toggle bold, this should be toggle italic. Then right here, instead of checking if bold is active, we want to check if italic is active. Let's save that, and now let's copy paste the button one more time for in strike. So let's say right here strike, and then instead of toggle italic, let's say toggle strike, and then also instead of italic, this should be strike right here. Let's save that, let's go back, and that's now what you see right here. So I can now make some space and use the strike and write this, or use an H3 and write something like that. Let's use the bold, write something like that. Let's use italic, write something. So as you see, this now works, and this looks beautiful in my opinion. Now one thing I currently don't like is that we don't have any margin right here with the menu bar to the top. So let's go to this div element right here and let's give it a margin top of 5. Let's save that, let's go back. And yeah, this looks better. We now have margin to the top, and now we have an actual distinction between the title and then our editor for our content. So this now works, which is quite nice. Let's now also render at the bottom the submit button. For that, let's go back to our page, and then under the tip type editor and also under the card header, I can now actually render a card footer. This now is imported from our components. And then inside of here, instead of just creating again a separate button, let's just use our submit button component, which we already created. So let's right here get our submit button from our components. This is self-closing. Inside of here, we have to add a text property, and we'll just say create post. Let's now save that, let's see how that looks like, and now on the bottom left corner you see the create post button, and this looks quite nice in my opinion. If you would now try to actually submit that, you will see we get an error and it tells me that I actually have to write something in the input. Now I won't submit it right now because we haven't actually hooked up an action, but as you see already, this looks quite nice. So since we have now finished the UI for the post section, let's now actually also create the UI for our image upload. For that we will have to go under this tab's content and actually create another tab content. Now this tab's content will have another value, and the value right here will be image. So for the other tab, let's say image right here, then inside of here let me render a card or a card component, and then inside of the card component let's get our card header. Let me open that, and now inside of here we can now render something. For now let's just say an h1 and let's say hello from the upload. Let's save that, let's see if that works, and we should now see hello from the upload. So yeah, you see the tabs now also work, which is quite nice. So now I think we should actually create our upload drop zone. Now what will we use to create that? It would be kinda hard to do it now manually, so it would be nice to use already an existing I guess product, project, whatever. And that's something very nice we can use, and that's Uploadthing. Uploadthing is created by Theo, you should all know him, he's famous, you know, whatever. So we will use Uploadthing. It's quite cool, it uses S3 in the background, and it gives us already a fully functioning pre-signed URL, which is great in a serverless context. Now I won't really discuss what pre-signed URLs are and why uploading images are such a pain, but just trust me, it's very good that something like this exists. It makes life very easy, so that's why we will use Uploadthing. So let me click on the docs right here. They also have a general suite here, which is good, so that's good for us. So the first step is who they are, what they do, whatever, but we don't care about that. We want to go to the Getting Started guide and go to the Next.js app router. Inside of here we already have our quick start guide, and first of all we have to install two packages. So first of all Uploadthing, and then also Uploadthing/React. So let me copy the installation command, let's open the terminal and let's paste that. Then the next step is to add an env variable, which is the Uploadthing secret, so an API key. So let me just copy that, let's go to our .env file, and let me just paste it under the database URL. I can now also delete the database password here, I don't need it anymore. And now we also have to create an Uploadthing secret, so an API key. For that I can now go actually to the dashboard right here from Uploadthing. You can now create an account if you don't have one. I already have one, so I'm now signed in. Let me now create a new app right here. I will name the app Reddit-YouTube, and then for the region I will say San Francisco, because why not? And then let me right here just click on continue to checkout, even though I won't check out. So let me again go back to Uploadthing. And then as you now see, we have now created a project which is called Reddit-YouTube. So now I can now use it right here. So what I'll now do is go to the API keys right here and then just copy them. So I've now copied them and I can now just paste them right here. So now we have an Uploadthing secret and an Uploadthing app ID. I'm not sure if we will use the app ID actually, but I will leave it right here for now. Maybe we'll use it on later, I'm not sure. So what do we do now? Let's head over to the docs again. So what's the next step? And now the next step, as you see, is to create a file router. And the first step of that is to create our first file route. All files uploaded to Uploadthing are associated with a file route. The following is a very minimalistic example with a single file route image uploader. Think of a file route similar to an endpoint. It has a permitted type, so what we'll do is say, hey, you only are allowed to upload images. We'll give it a max size. We will actually leave it at 4 MB. Then we will actually not do middleware. We don't need that. And then we'll have our onUpload complete callback. So that's actually what we need. So I will just copy that. And then we can open our Explorer, go in the app folder, in the API folder, and then in the API folder, let's create right here an Uploadthing folder. So let's create one, Uploadthing, and then inside of here, let's create a new file called core.ts. Inside of this core.ts file, I will now just copy this and paste it inside of here. Now, I know you would probably say, hey, we are already done, right? No, we are still not done. Because what I want to do is actually also authenticate the user. I don't want every user to be able to upload an image. I only want authenticated users to be able to upload an image. So what we have right now is a fake auth function, as you see. I can just delete it since I won't use this one, but will use my own, I guess, auth function, however you want to see that. So what we can do right here inside of this middleware, we can right here do a constant, let's destructure it. This will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that. We can delete everything with this distribution, and we only need /server. And then right here, let's get our get user function. Let's fetch our user. So let's do a constant user equals to await get user. Let's invoke that. And now we have our user right here. So I can delete this constant user await of request. I don't need that. And now with each request, we will check that the user is actually authenticated. So in other words, we will actually use the middleware. I told you we won't, but we will actually use it right here. So this is now done. We now actually authenticate the user. So we check that the user exists. If not, we throw an error, as you see right here, and we just say unauthorized. We can just say, if you want to, I don't know, please log in to make it a bit more special. Then whatever is returned here is accessible in onUploadThing complete as metadata. That's fine, I guess. Then right here we have our onUpload complete callback. This one's on our server after the upload, which is great. And this is all we need actually. This is already our file router, as you see. Now, one thing we also right here have is our max file size. This is 4 MB. This is fine actually, but one thing we could also do is a max file count, and we'll just say 1. So each user or a user, when he creates a post, can only upload one image per post. So a user can have multiple images, but per post only one image is allowed. So let's save that and let's see what the next step is. The next step is to create an API route, or in other words, a route handler. So what we have to do is create a new route.ts file, and we'll do that in the Uploadthing folder right here. So let's do route.ts, and now I can just again copy and paste that right here. So what we do right here is just create a new route handler with our get post request, and that's all we do actually. That's already done. So I can now save that, and let's see what the next step is. Now, one thing, of course, what we want to do is we want to make Uploadthing look nice. And for that, we can use this with UT helper. With that, we can make this whole Uploadthing drop zone or button look very nice. So let's use that. For that, I will actually import this with UT in our tailwind.config.ts file. I can go on top, import that. And what we have to do right here now is actually wrap our whole config inside of this with UT. So instead of saying config, let's right here do an export default. Then this will be with UT. And then let's actually wrap it right here in parentheses. So at the bottom right here, I also have to mark it right here with parentheses. So where do we have it? Right here. This is already all. Now you see we don't have any errors, and this looks nice. So all we did right here is, instead of doing this object, we just do an export default with UT. We have parentheses, and then at the end we just deleted the export default. That's all I did, nothing else, and you see we still don't have any errors, which is good. So let's see what the next step is. The next step is to create the Uploadthing components. This is recommended. We highly recommend re-exporting them with the types assigned. That's what we'll do. So what we can do now is go inside of our app folder, go inside of our components folder, and then let's just create a new file. We will name it uploadthing.ts or tsx, I'm sorry. And then let's just copy and paste them right here. So we just re-export our components, so the upload button and the drop zone. Now you see right here the import is incorrect. That's fine. So what we can do is then /API, and then we should have the Uploadthing folder. We don't have it, and I think that's because I actually created the Uploadthing folder in the auth folder. I did not really want to do that, so let me again move it to the API folder instead of the auth folder. So let's move it right here. Yes, move this, that's fine. Now we'll get an error, I think, inside of our, let's see, where do we have an error? Inside of our core.ts, do we have any errors? Nope. Do we have an error in our route.ts? No, that looks good. And then in our Uploadthing component, I can now get our Uploadthing folder, and then let's get our core right here. So this looks now fine. We don't have any errors anymore. And now we can use the drop zone right here. So let's do that actually. And right here you will see that this is now the example how to use the drop zone. And that's actually what we will do right now. So what we can do now is instead of this h1, we can now use the upload drop zone component. So let me get the upload drop zone from our components, not from Uploadthing, since we now added the types. This is in self-closing tag. And now inside of here, we have to add a few properties. So first of all, right here, we will have our endpoint. And then for the endpoint, this will be just the image uploader, as you see right here. Then another property which we can get is the on-upload error right here. Where do we have it? So on-upload error. And right here we can just handle an error. So let me get the error right here. Then this error will have a type of error. And then let me just open this right here with an error function. Inside of here we'll just do an alert. And then we'll just say, I don't know, error. You could now render the message. I don't think we need to do that. I'll just say error. That's fine by me. Then what else can we do right here? We also have an on-client upload complete, and this is just a callback to know when our upload is done. Inside of here we can get our response. This is an error function. Let's open that, and now I can do whatever I want right here. I can, for example, do a console.log, and we'll just console log our response. If this is what you want to do, that's fine. So now you see this is already done, which is great. So I guess we can now test it out. So let's go to localhost 3000, let's refresh the page. I think I get an error, I'm not sure. I will try to refresh the page. We have an endless loop. What is it? Event handlers can be So the error is that we have to pass a client component. That's correct. I haven't thought about that. I thought we already marked this component as use client. We haven't. So this upload component right here uses state, of course. We use right here an on-client upload complete. We need state. So what we have to do on top is mark this component as use client. So let's go on top, use client. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let me refresh the page. And now the error should be gone. And now you see everything works. If I now go to the image video tab, you now see our drop zone. And that's how it looks like. And what would you say? Does it look nice? I don't think so. I think we should right here now also render an orange color. And with Uploadthing, it's actually quite simple, thankfully. So what you can do right here for the upload drop zone is give it a class name. And now we have this helper, which is the UT. So now we have the UT button. Let's give it right here in BG of primary. If I now save that, you will now see that this button will change to an orange color. Now let's right here also say UT button. And then let's right here say UT readying. And for that, we'll say BG of primary, which will be 50%, so /50. Then let's also give our label, so this blue label right here, an orange color. So let's say UT of right here label, and this will be text of primary. Let's also do right here UT button, and this will be of UT currently uploading. And then right here, we'll just say BG of primary, and again, 50% opacity. Now, what else can we say? We can also say UT button, and then right here we can say UT uploading, and then an after, and then right here we'll just say BG primary. I know these are a lot of styles, but with that we just make it all orange, as you see right here. And the last one right here, for example, this UT button, UT uploading, after, BG primary, just right here currently will give it like an progress bar. So let me show it to you. Let me upload an image. So I will choose an image real quick. Let me use this one from the latest video. And now if I actually try to upload this image, you will now see this progress bar, or you don't see any progress bar. Okay, we have an error. Localhost 3000 says error. Great, that's our error message. Now we see why you should actually create an actual error message. So let me open my console. Let's see what the error is right here. And it tells me an error occurred in your middleware function. Please log in. So the error is I have to log in. Great. So as you see, I'm not logged in. So let me log in real quick for you guys. So I'm now again logged in. So let's again create an image. Let me choose a file right here. I will now choose one from the latest video again. Let me click on upload file. Now you see this progress bar right here. And again, this was this styling right here. So the UT uploading after BG primary. This is right here, this progress bar. Now, as you see, this looks beautiful. Now we have this right here. And in a second, this will now be complete. So we now have a spinning bar. It spins, it currently uploads. That's completely fine. It takes a bit because I'm in Germany, the server's in the US. And now it is done. I can now open my console right here. So let's go to our console. And now you see an array with one image right here. So this is the name, this is the key, server data. We have the size, the type, and the URL. I can now actually copy the URL and open it in a new tab. And then we'll see that this is now the image which I have uploaded right here. Also, a thing we could do, because why not, is go to the Uploadthing dashboard, go to files, and now you see right here we also have the image. So our uploader now fully works, our drop zone works, which is quite cool. So what's now the next step? Well, the next step is to actually combine both and create a mutation, or in other words, create a post in our database. So let's do that right now. Alright everyone, so now the time has come to create our mutation, and to create a mutation we first of all have to create a new schema, or a new model in our schema. So currently we only have a model for our user and our subreddit, but now we need also a model for the actual post. So let's actually get started. Let's create a new model called post, and let me open that. Inside of here we'll have an ID of string @id @default, and then this will be of course UUID, since I want to create a unique identifier. Then a post will of course have always a title, and this title has to be defined. That's why we won't add any question marks. But now the important thing comes, and that's our text content. So again, that's our tip tab, text area as you know it. And this is not type string, but actually type JSON. So what TipTab will actually spit out is a JSON array with objects and everything like that. And we will then later on convert this whole array, so this JSON object, not array, we'll convert this JSON object then later on to HTML so that we can actually render it. This text content does not have to be defined, it can be optional. That's why we'll add a question mark right here. And then also we'll have an image string for our image upload. This will be of type string and can also be not defined, so it will be optional. Then the last thing, or not the last thing, but the next thing I want to do is now to create an @timestamp. I want to know when the post was created. So let's do created this will be of type datetime, @default, and now. Let's also do an updated @timestamp. I'm not sure if we'll use it, but better have it than not. So let's do an updated this will be of type datetime, and @updated @. Okay, that looks good. We have now created the model for our post, but we're still not quite done, because we now actually also have to create a relation. So first of all in relation to the user, and then also in relation to a subreddit. So let's first of all create the relation between the post and the subreddit. So what I want to later do is, when I actually visit a subreddit, I want to see all the posts which are associated with the subreddit. So what we have to do is create a relationship, and we all know there are multiple ways to create a relationship, but what we need is a one-to-many relationship. So what that means is that each subreddit can have multiple posts, but each post can only be related to one subreddit. Now, as you already probably know, the relation, so a one-to-many relationship, is very easy to do with Prisma. So right here we'll go in the subreddit model, and then let's right here just do posts. This will be equal to post with an array symbol. I can save that, and now we have created a one-to-many relationship between a subreddit, or between the subreddit model and then also our post model. Now here's one important thing currently. So right now our relation actually references the ID. So the post references the subreddit ID. I want to change that because we can also use the name, since this is also a unique identifier. So instead of right here saying references ID, let's say references name, and then let's also change the name from subreddit ID to sub name, and then we also have to change it right here to sub name. If I now save it, no errors, everything still looks good, and that's great. Let's now create our second actual relation, and that's between the user model and then also the post model. What relation do we have right here? Well, we again have a one-to-many relationship. So each post can only have one user, but a user can of course have multiple posts that he has created. So what we have to do right here is again go into the post model, and then right here let's just write post, and this will be equal to post with an array symbol. Let's actually also say right here posts, not post. And now let me actually again save that, and now you see we also created a relation right here. Now this references the ID, and that's fine, so we reference the user ID. I won't change that, that's fine. So this has now been created. We can now actually sync our database schema. So let me open my terminal and let's do an npx prisma db of push, so to actually sync our database with our current Prisma schema. This now takes a second, so I can again close that. And now let's actually create our server action to create and post. So let's open our actions file right here. Let's go under this update description server action, and let's create our new server action. Now let's right here start with an export async function. Let's name our server action create post, and then let me just open that server action. Inside of here I of course want to protect the server action, so let's do a constant right here. Let's the structured. This will be equal to get kind server session. I will invoke it, and then inside of here let's get our user. Let's now fetch our user, so let's do constant user equals to await get user, and let's invoke that. What I want to do now is an if statement, and if there's no user, let's right here just redirect the user. So let's open that, and let's do a return redirect, and then let me redirect to /API. So let's do /API /auth /login. We have now protected our server action, and now we can actually get started with our mutation. So let's try to do an await prisma dot, and we want to do a dot post, and we want to do a dot create to create a new post. Right here let me now open that, and inside of here let's use our data prop and open that. So now we have a few fields which we can actually now propagate. So let's first of all start with the title. This is a required field, and we have to actually write something right here. So first of all, let's get our title through the form data, and we get form data through our params. So let's right here do in form data, and this will be of type form data. Now right here under this if user check, we can now do a constant, and this will be title, and this will be equal to form data dot get, and I want to get a title. Let's mark it as string, and that looks great. What I want to do now is also get our image URL. So let's do a constant. This will be equal to image URL, and this will be equal to form data dot get, and I want to now get the image URL. And since the image URL can be not defined, we will mark it as string, or it could be null right here. So not bool, but null. My god, let me spell that. That's so hard. Okay, now we have done that. We now get our title and image URL from the form data. So now for the title, I can pass title. Let me also right here get the image URL or the image string and pass our image URL right here. And one thing I will do right here is that this image URL could be not defined, so it could be null. So let's do nullish core listen and say if it's not defined, let's do undefined right here. Cool. Let's now also pass right here our sub name. For the sub name, I will just hard code it for now with Jan Marshall, but later on, of course, I will change that. But for now, this is fine. Let's also now pass a user ID. So for the user ID, this will be equal to user.id. And then what else do we have right here? We now have also text content. This will be for now just an empty string. And then let's see what else do we have right here. Created at ID, subreddit, updated at user. So that's already all fine. We have now all of these fields, and these are the fields which we actually have to pass. What I want to do now is actually first of all check if we have created our title and image URL in our page.tsx so that I can reach it with our form data. So first of all, we have a title. Let me copy the name right here. Let's search for our input right here. Did we give it a name of title? Yes, we did. So that looks good. Let's check if we also have an input for an image URL, or can we somehow reach it in our form data. So we have our upload drop zone right here, but there's no way that we can actually reach the result through form data. So what can we do now? Well, that's a good question. So what I would suggest doing, and that's also what we'll do, is we will actually store the result inside of an array. So when this unupload complete actually fires, so when the callback fires, we will then set the result or the image URL inside of the state, and then we can actually pass the state as an input type hidden. So let's do that right now. So on the top right here above our return statement, let's do a constant, let's get a getter and setter. For the getter, let's use image URL. For the setter, set image URL. Let me spell that correctly. And then this will be equal to use state. Use state is imported from React. And as an initial state, I'll just say null. Also, what I'll do is actually pass in generic right here because we'll actually get an error. Or actually, let's see the error first of all. So what I can do now is go right here to this onClient upload complete. And then inside of here, we can now say set image URL. And inside of here, we can pass the result. Let's take the first item in the array, since result is an array, and then get a dot URL right here. That's all we need. Let's save that. And now you see we get an error. And it tells us argument of type string is not assignable to null. So what we have right here is we set our use state to null, and right now React or TypeScript or ESLint, whatever, tells us that this is not assignable. So what we have to do is do a generic right here, or create a generic, and say use state, or our state right here, can be either null or it could be in string. If I now save that and go back, you now see the error is gone, and that looks again great. But still, we can't actually get this URL through our form data. So what we have to do is create an input type hidden, and then with that we can get our image URL. So right here where we have our form, let's create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's right here say name. Then for the name, I will copy right here our image URL name. So let me copy that, paste it right here. And then for the value, this will just be our image URL. So our state right here. Now right here you also see we currently get an error, and it tells me that type string or null is not assignable to string or undefined. So what we have to do is again nullish listen. If it's null, we'll just say undefined, so the value will be just nothing. So let's save that. Let's again go back. We now have our title, we have our image URL, so that works. What I want to do now is also get our text content. So our text content is currently this tip-tab editor right here. But I can't actually get the content right now through our form data. So let me first of all open our tip-tab editor right here, so our component. And now I have to somehow create or somehow make our JSON file accessible, or JSON content in other words. So how do we do that? Well, it's not that simple, but let me show it to you. So right here inside of our editor, we have a callback, which is the onUpdate callback. So when we update something, this onUpdate callback fires. And then inside of here, we can now destructure our editor and then just create a normal arrow function as you know it. Now inside of here we can do something. We have now our editor, and this isn't an arrow function, I did a small error, but this is now our standard arrow function, and now inside of here we can get our JSON. So what I can do right here is a constant JSON, and then this will be equal to editor.getJSON. Let me now also invoke that, and now we have our JSON right here. Great, we have our JSON, but now how do we make it accessible for form data? Well, we will again use the same hack as we already used with actually our image URL. We will again store it in actual state. So let me go back to our page.tsx, and what I'll do is create another state right here. So let's do a constant, and then inside of here I will again create a getter and setter. So let's do JSON and set JSON, and then this will be equal to use state. For the initial value, I will just say null. So let's right here just say initial value of null, and now that looks good. So what I have to do now is actually pass our setJSON function right here to tip-tab. So what I can do is go to tip-tab again, so to our component, and inside of here I have to now tell, I guess, React, or I'm sorry, this component, that I expect the setJSON function. So right here through our params, that's the structure, let's get setJSON, and then what I'll also do is get our JSON. So first of all our setter and also our getter. Now of course we also have to give it types, so right here, let's give it a type. Set JSON will for now just be in type any, and then JSON will be of type JSON content. JSON content is imported from tip-tab React, and this could also be null right here. Let's now save that, that looks fine. I can now go back to our page.tsx, and now we have an error, and it tells me that we're missing two properties. So setJSON and JSON. So for setJSON it's actually quite simple. We have to just paste our setJSON function. So right here I can just say set JSON, and then for JSON this will be just equal to JSON. This is already all, this is already finished, and that looks cool. So now if I go back to our TipTap editor, what I can do now right here is set our JSON inside of our state. So let's do set JSON and paste our JSON. Also, one thing we can do is for our content, I can now also use our state. So right here, let's say JSON, and if JSON is not defined, let's just say hello world. Let's now save that. Let's see how that looks like. So let's go back to our web page. So I've now started my dev server since it wasn't running, but now if you open the web page, that's again what you see. And now the nice thing is, if I now write something on our content field right here, go to the image tab and go again back, our content is still actually right here persisted. If I wouldn't use right here our JSON, so right here for our content, our JSON, it wouldn't be persisted, and every time when we would switch the tabs, our content would actually be lost. So let's also do the same for title, because if I now write something for our title, open the image tab and go back again, you see the title is lost. This is not what I want to do, so right here in our page.tsx, I can also create a state for our title. So under this JSON state, let's do a constant. This will be equal right here to a getter and a setter. This will be title and then also set title. And then this will be of course equal to use state, and the initial value will be null. What I can do now is go right here to our input for our title input, give it a value. The value will be equal to our title state right here. And then what I can do also is get the onChange right here. Then we'll do an inline arrow function, get an e, so an input I guess. And then this will be equal to set title. And then this will be as an argument e.target.value. If I now save that, we still get an error. And what's the error? Well, it tells me argument of type string is not assignable to type null. So what I have to do right here is again use in generic, and then inside of here we'll say it's either null or it could be string. If I now save that and scroll down again, we still have an error, and it tells me type string or null is not assignable to these types right here. So what I have to do is, if we have a null value, we can use nullish call listen and say that this value is undefined, so it does not exist. If I now go back again, refresh our page, and now write something for our title, open a new tab right here and go back, you still see the title is persisted. Great, so this fully works. I can again open this tab, go back, and that looks very cool. Now one thing that you will see if you now go back to our actions file is that we are currently missing two things. So first of all, our subname, and then also the text content. Let's first of all create a subname. So let's go again right here and try to get it through our form data. So let's do constant subname. This will be equal to form data.get. Let me just get the subname, and this will be as string. But now currently we don't store it anywhere in our page.tsx, so it isn't really actually accessible. So right here we can do again an input. This will be of type hidden. Then this will be a name right here of subname, and then for the value we'll just say params.id, so the name of our subreddit. Now if I go back, this will now actually work. So instead of just hard coding John Marshall, I can now right here use our subname. The last thing that we now need is our text content, and now I won't actually send our text content through form data, but we will do something else which is also quite interesting. So let me actually show it to you. So what we can do now is, instead of just getting form data, we can also right here now at the front get JSON content. This is now the structured. We of course also have to give it in type. So right here, JSON content will have in type of JSON content, and then JSON content will of course right here be imported. So let me write JSON content from TipTap at React. Let me save that. Let me actually add a comma right here, and now this works. So what we now did right here in the params is the structure JSON content. We gave it in type of JSON content, and we still get our form data. Because if I now go back to our page.tsx, go to the form right here, let me give it the action of the name. So how did we name our action? We named it create post. Let me copy the name, paste it right here, import create post from our actions. You'll right here see we now get an error. And the error is that we are missing JSON content. So what can we do right now? Well, there are a few ways to fix that. But that's an actually quite a cool way that I recently found to actually fix that, and that's to actually use the bind element from JavaScript. So what I can do under the state right here is a new constant. Let's name it create post Reddit, and then this will be equal to our create post server action. So again, we named our server action create post, so I will use it right here and say .bind. Now inside of here, I will just say null for our form data, but now I can actually open an object, and inside of here, you now see that we expect JSON content. So what I'll do right here is set JSON content to JSON, and now this looks good. Now currently we get an error and it tells me type null is not assignable to type JSON content. So what I have to do right here is pass our state in generic, and inside of here, we'll just say null, or it could be right here JSON content. JSON content is again imported from TipTap React. Let's save that. But as you see, we still have an error, and it tells me type JSON content or null is not assignable to type JSON content. So in my action.ts file, I have to say right here, JSON content could either be in type of JSON content or it could be null. So if I now do that, save that, and again go back, you'll now see that this error is gone and this looks now good. But now we have a new error. Inside of our action.ts file, instead of saying create post, we have to now actually use this create post Reddit constant. And if I now save that, you see this also works and we don't have this error anymore. If I now go back to our actions, instead of just passing an empty string, I can now pass our actual JSON content. I also don't have to actually do any, conversion or anything like that. This already looks good and we don't have to do anything. The only thing I will also do right here is a nullish collision. So if it's null, we'll say undefined. So we will actually do nothing right here. And now I think we are already done. So let's actually check it. At the end, I will right here just do a return redirect, and we'll just redirect to the index page to see if it was successful. So I guess let's test it out, right? Let me go back. I will now refresh our page right here. I will create a title. Let me just say hello. Let's write some content right here, and then let me click on create post. So now we have in please wait, and we should get redirected to the index page. That's what happened. So what I can do now is open our terminal, open a second terminal tab, and let's do npx Prisma Studio to see the actual result in our database. So as you see right now, I've now created one post right here. We have an ID, we have a title, we have the text content, we have no image string, that's fine. We have a created add timestamp, we have an updated timestamp, we have the relation to the subreddit and the relation to the user which created the post. Now, one thing I currently don't like, so let me actually show it to you. I will now go again to the route /r/janmarshall/create. And if I now try to upload an image right here, so let me choose an image real quick. And if I now upload this image, we will now see our loading state or our submitting state, however you want to name it. We are now uploading the image, and once the image is uploaded, we won't actually see the example. So right here it's now uploading, and once it's done, we'll again see the old screen so that we can again upload an image. This is not what I want to do. When I uploaded an image right here, I want to see it right here. So what can we do? Well, if we go back to our page.tsx right here, we can now actually also try to render it. How will we actually render it? Well, we will again use an ternary. So what I'll do now right here, where we render our upload drop zone, let me for now copy it. I will copy it, not delete it, so please don't delete it. And then inside of here, we'll now do an ternary. If our image URL right here, this is our state, equals to null, so if it's not existent right now, we will just again render our drop zone as we had it. If it's not null, so that we actually have an image and we uploaded an image, I will now render our image. So let me right here get our image component. This is in self-closing tag. Let's right here for the source say image URL. Let me also give it an alt tag. I will just say uploaded image. Let's also right here give it an width. For the width, I will just say 500, and then for the height, I will say 400. So now let me actually save that. Let's hard refresh this page. I will now again upload an image right here real quick. Now, as you see, I'm uploading the image right here. We again have our pending state, and then in a second, we will probably see an error. And that's what happened. It tells me hostname UTFS, or is it correct? UTFS, yes, .io is not configured under our images. So let's again go to our next.config.mjs. Let's create a second object right here for the hostname. Let me copy the hostname right here. So this UTFS.io hostname. Let's paste that, and then let's also get import. In the port right here will just again be an empty string. Let's save that. Let's open our terminal. As you now see, our web server is currently restarting. This is again a Next.js feature. I can now again go back, hard refresh our page, and then our dev server should again restart. So as you see, we now have our dev server again right here. Let me again upload an image. So I've now uploaded an image, and now you see what I wanted. So now we see the actual image instead of the drop zone. And if you wonder what thumbnail that is, well, that was the latest video on my YouTube Premium subscriber feed. So if you want to see the same video, subscribe right there, and then you will see this video. But currently it isn't styled quite nice. So what we will do right here is, let me first of all close the terminal. Let's go back to our page.tsx, and then for the image I will give it a class name of height, which will be 80. Let's do an rounded, which will be LG, a W of full, and then let's do an object of contain. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you will already see that this looks already way nicer. So now let's again test if everything works. So I will do right here in hard refresh. Let's go to our image tab right here. Let's upload again an image. I'll now upload an image right here. So let me click on upload one file. We now have a pending state right here, as you see. And now, since the image is uploaded, you now see the image right here. Let's now go to post. Let's write something. This is a test title. Then let's write some content right here. Hello world. Let's say something with bold. Let's say something with italic. Let's also do a strike right here, and maybe not do it italic. I think this is fine. We have now a title, content, an image. Let's click on create post. We have now in pending state. We got redirected to the index page. Let me now open Prisma Studio. Let me refresh the page. And now inside of here, we should now see one result again. And then right here, let's see, and then right here we have now an ID, a title, a text content, image string, a created at timestamp, updated timestamp, we have a relation to a subreddit, and we have a user. Great, this fully works. Alright, so now we finally know that creating a post works, and that we now can actually get started with either creating the index page or creating the page for the individual post. So what I think we should do is now first of all create the index page, then we'll create the page for the individual post, and then later on we will also customize our page for the Reddit subreddit, so where we have our subreddit, so that we also see the posts which are actually related to the subreddit. Okay, but now let's actually first of all get started with our index page. I am now in my page.tsx, which is our index page. Inside of here, let me first of all delete the return statement. Let's create a new one. Let's right here do a div element, and then let me actually style this div. So let's give it a class name. We will of course give a max width, and the max width will be a custom value of 1000 pixels. Then I want to center it, so let's do an mx of auto. Let's do a flex, a gap x of 10. And then of course let's do a margin top of 4. Now, as you already know, on the left side we will see all of our posts, and on the right side we will see like a little banner to say, hey, welcome to the Reddit or whatever, and then where we can actually click a button to create a post or to actually create a subreddit. So for the left side, for the left column right here, let's create a new div element. Let's give it a class name. This will have a width of a custom value, which will be 65%. Let's also do flex, which will be call, and then also a gap y of 5. Then inside of here, we for now can say h1, and let's say hello from the left side, and let's save that. If I now save it and go back, we should now see if I refresh this page, you see my dev server is not running. So let me first of all restart my dev server again, and then let's see how that looks like. So as you see, my dev server is again running. Let me zoom in a bit. Let me also sign in again. So as you see, I'm now again signed in, and now you see what I talked about. So now we have this left column which says hello from the left side, and now let's also create the right column where we again have this little banner. For that, let's again go back to our code, and let me create under this div element a new div element. Now for this div element, we'll again give it a width, so let's do a class name of width, which will be a custom value of 35%. Then inside of this div element, I want to render our card component, which is imported from our components. Let's open that, and then inside of here, I can get started with rendering our banner image. So let's get our image component from next/image. This is in self-closing tag, and then inside of here I can pass my source, and as an alt I would say banner. To get our image for now, let's actually import that. So on top, let's do an import banner from .. or I'm sorry, it should be only dot dot slash, so dot dot slash slash public slash, right here we should have banner.png. So now let's use this banner right here for our source. Let me spell it correctly, save that, let's again go back, and now we should see in a second our banner on the right side. So now you see this banner right here, but currently we have one problem, right? This banner should be on the right side and this text on the left side. I made somewhere one error, so let me see where the error is. So right here we have a width of 35%, and as you see right here, I forgot the bracket to say width of 65%. So let me again fix that, and now if I again go back and refresh our page, you still see there's still some problem. Let me again go back, let me again see, I forgot the percentage symbol, let me again save that, and now you see we have our left side and then we have our right side. Let's now again continue with this right side. So under this image component, I want to now render a div element. Let's also give some padding. So let's use class name of padding, which will be 2. And then inside of here, what I'll do now is render another image. So let's first of all render a div. And then inside of this div, let me again use an image component. Now what I'll do is again get like a small PFP. So on top, let's do an import. Let's just do hello image. And then this will be from dot dot slash public, and then we'll import hero image.png. Let's save that. Let's go to this image again. Let's give it now the source of hello image. Let's also give it an alt, and for the alt I will just say hello image. And then for now let's save it and let's see how that looks like. So now you see again we have this PFP, that's how I'll call it right now. But this is way too big. This is huge, we don't want that. So what I'll do is give it a class name right here, and then for the class name, let's give it in width of 10, let's give it in height of 16, and then if I for now save it, you will now see that that's how it looks like. But what I want to do is that it actually kind of overlaps this banner. So what I can do right here on top is, or right here in this class name again, I can give it right here minus margin top, and let's for now give it in 5, so minus margin top of 5. And now you see that it kind of overlaps our banner, and that's what I wanted. We could also say, for example, minus margin top 6. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, I think we should actually leave it like that. That looks quite nice. What I want to render now, besides this PFP, is a title where we just say home. So under this image component, let me render an H1 and let's just say home. Let's save that, let's see how that looks like. And this is not quite what I want. It's now aligned vertically, but I want to align them horizontally. So for the div elements, so for the parent div, let's give it right here in class name, and then this will be flex, and let's also do an item center so that they are centered. If I now go back, you now see that they are aligned horizontally, and that's what I wanted to do. Now, of course, this home is currently not styled. It does not look that nice. So let's actually give our H1 right now in class name, and then we'll say font of medium, and let's also give it a bit of padding to the left. So let's do padding left of, let's say 3. Let's save that, let's go back, and yeah, I think that's good. I won't change it, that looks quite nice. Now the next thing I want to do is render like a little p tag where we say, hey, this is your home page. So for that, I will go under this div element now. Let's render a p element, and then inside of here we'll say your home Reddit front page, let me spell that correctly, front page dot, let's say, come here to check in with your favorite communities. Let's save that. Let's do also an exclamation mark at the end, and then let's see how that looks like. Yeah, that's how it looks. It isn't really beautiful, so let's change it a bit. Let's go to our p tag right here. Let's give it a class name, and let's just say text of small to make it a bit smaller. Let's also give it a different color, so let's do text muted or foreground, and then let's also do a bit of padding to the top with padding top of 2. Let's save that. Let's go back, and yeah, this looks already way better, and I will leave it like that. The last thing I want to do now is create a separator, and underneath the separator I want to then render 2 buttons. So first of all, create post button, and then also create community button. So let's first of all get our separator under the p tag. Let me get our separator component. This is imported from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let's also first of all see how it looks like. So yeah, you now see the separator line. Let's give it a bit of margin, so let's use class name of margin y5, so margin to the top and bottom of 5. Let's again see that this should now have a bit of more margin, and yes, this looks quite cool. Let's now render our buttons. So under the separator, let me now render our first button component, imported of course from our components. Then inside of here, what I would say is create post, and then let me copy paste that button one more time, and for the second button we'll just say create community. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see two buttons. Now as you see, they're currently aligned horizontally, but what I want to do is that they actually stack vertically. So we have to wrap them actually in a div element. So let's actually copy that, let's create our div, and let's again paste our two buttons, so our children. If I now go back, you still see they are aligned horizontally. This of course does not look good, so let's style our div element right here. Let's give it in class name for now, and for the class name we'll say flex, and then flex of call, and let's give it a bit of space with gap y of 3. Let's save that, let's go back, and yes, this now looks already way better. But of course we currently have one problem, both of the buttons look the same. So what we can use is again the variant property. So for the first button right here, let me give it in variant, and for the variant I will right here just say secondary. If I now save that and go back, you now see that we have a clear distinction between the two buttons, since they now have a different style, and this looks quite cool. But if I now click for this button, you see nothing happens. This is of course not quite what we want, so let's actually use a link component to link to the appropriate page. So what I'll do right here for the button is give it an as child, and then instead of saying create post, let me use the link component. The link component is imported from next/link. Let's open that, let's paste create post, and then let's also give it an href. For the href, I will hard code it now, and we'll right here say /r/genmarshall and then /create. Let's save that, let's again go back, let's refresh the page, and let me click on create post. You will now see that we'll get redirected to /r/genmarshall/create, and then inside of here I could now create a post. Let's also do the same for create community. So let's give this button right here an as child property. Instead of saying create community, let's copy that. Let's use our link component. It's already imported, and let me say create community. Let me give it right here an href, and then for the href we'll just say /r/create. If I now save that and again go back, I will now refresh our browser again, click on create community, and now we'll get again redirected to create a new community. So these two buttons now work and they look beautiful. So what do we do now? We have now created our right side, as you see. Let's now actually create our left side so that a user can actually see all of the posts. So let's do that right now. For that, let me delete this h1 again, we don't need that anymore. And what I want to do now is on the left side, I want to see like an input, and if I click on the input, I'll get redirected to create a post. So for that, I will create an actual separate component. So let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, in the components folder, and then inside of here, we'll create a new component and we will name it create post card.tsx. Then inside of here, how do we always start? Well, we have to export a function. So let's do an export function, and then inside of here, let's name it create post card, and then let me just open that function. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's do a div, and let's say h1, and let's say hello from the post create card. I don't know, something like that. Let's save that. Let's go back. Let me refresh the page, and as you see, you don't see this card. Why is that? Well, that's because we currently don't render it. So what I'll do is actually go back, and now right here inside of this div, let me get our create post card component. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you'll see right here hello from the post create card. So this component now works, and we can now actually create it. So instead of rendering in div, let me actually render a card component imported from our components. Let's open that. Let's actually inside of here already render an image component. This image component is imported from next/image, and this is in self-closing tag. What I want to render inside of here is again this PFP, so exactly the same as this one. So on top, let's right here do an import statement. Let's just do an import PFP from ... public, and we want to get the pfp.png. Now for the image, I can now render our source. This will be the PFP, and for the alt, I will just say PFP. Let's now save that. Let's see how that looks like. And yes, you see it now, but it's of course way too big. So what I'll do is go to our image component, give it in class name, and we'll say h of 12 and width of fit. So width-fit. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And yes, this looks already way better since it's now smaller. But now I have another problem. You see our card right here has no padding. So the image touches the border from the top and the bottom. So what we can do is go to the card component, give it a class name, and we'll say padding x of 4, so padding on the horizontal side of 4, and then padding y of 2 on the vertical side. Let's also do in flex items of center to center it, and let's also do in gap x of 4. Let's save that, let's go back, and now this already looks way better since we now have a bit of padding. Okay, what's now the next thing I want to render? Well, the next thing I want to render is this input right here. So what I'll do now is go under the image component. Let's get our input component from our components. Let's inside of here create a placeholder, and let's just say, I don't know, create your post, save that, let's go back, and now you see this input right here. If I now click on that, it works like an input as you know it. I can type something right here, and this is what it is, I guess. But what I want to do is if I actually click on this input right here, I want to get redirected to create a post. So what I'll do right now is actually wrap this input in a link component. So let's use our link component as we know it from next/link. Let's open that and then paste my input again inside of here. Let's now give it an href right here. And then for the href, I will say /r/genmarshal/create. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let's refresh the page. And now you see that. This of course does not look nice, so we have to give our link also a class name of wfull. And if I now do that, you now see it takes the full width. And if I click on that, we'll get redirected to actually create a post. So this works beautifully. But of course we're still not done, because if you actually go to the actual Reddit, on the right side you'll now see 2 buttons. So what I'll do is go under this link component actually, create a div element, and then inside of here, let's now render a button component imported from our components. And then inside of here, what we'll now render is a image button. So what we can do is get an image down. This is imported from Lucid React. This is in self-closing tag, and let's also give a class name of w4 and h of 4. Let me also give our button now a variant. This will be of outline, so let's say right here outline, and then let's also actually give it in size, and for the size this will be icon. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see on the right side right here a button with an image. Now of course this is still not done. What I could do now is actually say as child, and then instead of just rendering the image, let me render again our link component, and let me again paste this image. Let me give my link right here an href, and the href will again be /r/genmarshal/create. So let's do that, let's save that, let's again go back. And if I now click on that, you'll see we'll get again redirected to create a new post. Now with Reddit, you would now again also have a second button, but I don't think we should create it. Or I guess we could create it, why not? I mean, under this button, we can now again create a second button component. Let's open that. Inside of here, I will again use a link component. And then inside of here, I want to now render an icon. Now this icon will actually be called link, and we'll use link2 imported from Lucid React. This is in self-closing tag. Inside of here, we can give it a class name of width of 4, and then let's also do an h of 4. And then for the link, let's also give it an href, and the href will be the same as for this link right here. So I will just copy paste that, and now if I save it and go back, you see this does not look nice. So this button is now styled different to this button. So what I can do is go to this button again, give it right here in variant. This will be of outline, and let's also do in size, and the size will be icon. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see the buttons now finally look the same. But now the problem is they are stacked vertically, and what I want to do them is align horizontally. So what we can do is go to this div element right here, give it a class name of flex items of center, and let's do gap x of 4 right here. As you see now, this looks quite beautiful. If I click on the create post or on this input, we get redirected. If I click on the image, we get redirected. And if I now click also on this link, we also get redirected, as you see. So this now beautifully works, and now we can actually render our post. So for that, let's again go back to our page.tsx. And what I want to do now is render them under this create post card. So what you have to do first of all is of course fetch our post. For that, let's go above this export default function, and let's actually do an async function. Let me spell async correctly, and then we'll just name it get data, and then let me open that. Now inside of here, let me just do a constant. This will be called data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder. Then let's do a dot post .find many since I want to find many posts, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, let's now use a select statement since I don't want to select everything. And now inside of here, we can select a title. So let's set right here the title to true. Then I also want to get the created at timestamp. Let's set it to also true. Let's also get our text content. Let's set it to true. Let's also get the ID. Let's set it to true. Let's also get the image string. Let's set this to true. Then I also want to get the user. So I can get our user right here, not the user ID, but on the bottom our user. I can right here use a select statement, and I want to select the username. So let's set that to true. Then what else do we need? Well, I think we should also get our subreddit. So under the user, let me also get right here our subreddit, or I actually don't even need the subreddit. I can only get the sub name. Let's set it to true, and that's already all we need. Later on, we will actually modify this to make, for example, pagination work. But for now, this is fine enough. What we can do now is return our data and get that in our front end. So in our front end, let's now do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke that, and now we get an error. The error is right here that await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So what we have to do is mark this function as async. So let's do an export default async function, and now this error is gone. Again, this is safe to do because we're in a server component, and this server component only runs on the server. Okay, cool. We now have our data, and now we have to actually map over our data. So under the create postcard component, let me now just do an .map. So inside of here, let's just do data.map. Then let's get an item right here, or an post actually, and then let me just return that. Inside of here, for now, for simplicity, let's return a p tag. Let's just say inside of here, I don't know, post dot I guess title, and let's also give our p tag a key. This is again required in a React context, and let's just say post dot what do we have in ID. This is unique, so let's do post ID. Let's save that. Let's go back. Let me refresh the page, and now we should see in a second that we now have one actual post. I only created one post, and that's also why you see in that case only one post. So this is currently the title. What I want to do now is, of course, make it look nicer. I want to create an actual postcard where the user can upvote, downvote the post, see the title, see the text content, see the amount of comments, to save the link, etc. For that, we'll create a separate component, a postcard component. So let's open our Explorer right now. Let's go inside of the app folder, inside of the components folder, and then inside of here, let's create a postcard. This should be, of course, uppercased, postcard.tsx. Now this will be our component to actually create the postcard. So let's actually get started right here. Let's do an export function. This will just be called postcard, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, let's do a return statement, and for now, I will again just return an h1, and let's say hello. What I can do now is right here, instead of rendering our p tag, let's now render our postcard. So let me delete the p tag, and let me just get our postcard from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let me now get the key, and for the key, I will just say post.id. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you should see in a second hello, and that's what you see. So we see this component also works. Let's now actually style that. So instead of rendering an h1, let me create a new return statement, and let's render our card component imported from our components. And then for the card, let's give it a class name, and let's say flex. Let's also do relative, and then let's also do an overflow, which will be hidden. Now, what's the first thing I want to render in this card component? So if you know how Reddit looks like, you know that a postcard has on the left side an upvote and downvote button, and then on the right side we have all of the other content. So I guess the title, the description, and everything like that. So let's first of all create the left side with the upvote and downvote button, and then on the right side we'll then create the actual content. So let's right here render a div element, and let's give it actually a class name, and then this will be flex of course, since I want to align it vertically. Let's also right here say items, which will be center. Then let's do gap y of 2, and let's say bg of muted, and then let's do padding of 2. Inside of here, I can now actually get started and render my actual buttons, so the upvote and downvote button. So let's create a form element. Let's delete the action for now since we won't have one, and then let's open it. Now inside of this form I want to now render a button, so let's right here get the button component from our components. Let's open that, and now inside of here I want to render an icon which like shows an arrow up. So inside of this button let's just get the arrow up icon, so let's do arrow up, import it from Lucid React. Let's also right here give it in class name. This will be h of 4 and also w of 4. Let me also style our button. So let's give it right here in variant. This will be outline, and then let's also do in size, and the size will be SM. Let's save that. Let's go back, and now on the left side right here you now see this button. Of course this does not look perfect. Let's also now create the button down. So now under this form right here, I will now just render a 0, so for the vote count. And then under the 0, let me again render a form. Let me delete the action again. And inside of here, let's again render a button component. Inside of here, let's now render a arrow down. Again, imported from Lucid React. And then let's give it a class name of h4, w4, and then for the button right here, let's give it in variant. The variant will again be outline, and then the size will be SM. So let's do small, let's save that, let's go back, and now you see a button up, then amount of upvotes, or in other words downvotes, and then also the downvote button. So this looks already quite nice in my opinion, and now we can actually get started with the right side. So to render the title, the content, the subreddit, the user who created the post, etc. So let's do that right now. To do that, what we have to do is go under this flex call element, so just above the card component, and then inside of here I will create a new div element. Now inside of this div element, let me get started with creating another div element, and then inside of this div I want to now render the actual subreddit. So I will now use our link component from next/link. Let's open that right here, and inside of here I will now just hard code for now r/Jan Marshall. Let's save that for now. Let's give the link also an href. This will just be the index page for now. I will of course change that. Let's just see how that looks like. So if I now save that, go back, this of course does not look good. We will now actually make it look nice. So let's give this link component right here in class name. So let's do class name, and then right here let's just say font, which will be actually semi-bold, and then let's also do text of XS. Let's now save that and let's see how that looks like. And yeah, this looks already way better, but I'm missing a bit of padding to the top and to the left. So what we can do right here is go to this div, so above the link component, let's give it a class name, and let's say flex items, which will be center, and then let's also do a gap x of 2, and of course padding of 2. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we will see now we have a bit more space to the top and to the left, and this looks already way better. And now to the right side of this r/Jan Marshall, I want to actually also render the name of the user who created the post. So what we'll do right now is go under this link component, let's render right here in p tag, and then we'll say posted, let me spell that correctly, posted by colon, and then we'll render the name. For now, I'll just render a span element inside of here, and then say u/Jan Marshall. Let's save that for now. Let's see how that looks like. And now on the right side, we see posted by user/Jan Marshall. This looks already nice, but let's style it, of course. So let's style our p tag first of all. Let's go to class name. This will be text of XS. Let's also do a text which will be muted or fork-bound. With that, we'll give it this grayish color. And then for the span element, let's actually first of all save it and let's see how that looks like. So this is now smaller and has a grayish color. This looks nice. But what I also want to do is if I hover over this u/Jan Marshall, I want to have a hover effect. So let's give the span right here in class name, and then we'll say hover, and this will be text of primary. Let's save that, let's again go back, and if I now hover over Jan Marshall, you now see that we have this again orange color, which looks quite nice. So now we have actually rendered our top section where I render our subreddit name and then also render our username. And what I want to do now is render our title, our description, so text content, and then also a button for how many comments we have, and also a button to see or to copy the link of the post. So for now, let's actually first of all get started with our title. For that, let me actually go under the p tag and under the div element. Let's create a new div element. Let's give it in class name. Let's right here say padding x of 2. Inside of here, I will render a link component from next/link. It's already imported. Then let's open that. For the href, I will again just use the index page. Of course, we'll change that later. And then let's render an h1. And for the title right now, let's just say hello from this post ... Let's save that and let's see how that looks like. So right here now you see our title in quotations. I guess this is of course not our actual title, but it does not look that nice. So I think we should first of all style that, and for that let me go to our h1, let's go in class name, and then let's say font, which will be medium. Let's also do a margin top of 1 to have a bit more spacing to the top, and let's do a text of LG. Let's save that, let's go back, and now I think our title looks already way better. It's a bit bigger and the font weight is a bit bolder. Cool. Now before I actually now continue and actually create our JSON content, or I render it right here and do the other stuff, I think we should first of all get our data right here through our params. So what I'll do is create an interface right here. So let's do an interface, let's call it iapp_props, and let's open that. Inside of here, what do I want to get? Well, I want to get a title. This will be of type string. Then I want to get JSON content. This will be of type any for now. Then what else do I want? I want to get an ID. This will be also of type string. Then let's also get the actual subreddit name. So let's use sub name, and this will be also of type string. Then I want to get the username of the person who created the post. So let's use user name. This of course will also be of type string. Then what else do I want to get? I want to also get the image, so let's say image string, and now the image string is interesting. It isn't string, but it can be also not defined, so it's string or null. Then what else do we have? I think this is for now everything, and later on we'll modify it for a few more fields, but for now it's actually enough. Let me actually destructure it now in our params. This will be of type iapp_props. And now I can get all of these types. So I can get the ID, I can get the image string, can get the JSON content, I can get the subname, I can get the title, and then also the username. Now if I go back to my page.tsx, you will now see we get an error, and it tells me that I'm missing all of these properties. So let's actually pass them. Let's get started with our ID. This will be equal to post.id. Then we have right here the image string. This will be equal to post. Where do we have it? Image string. Then we have our JSON content. This will be equal to post. Where do we have it? Text content. Then we also have a subname. This will be equal to post. So let me do it. Post.subname. And then the last thing we have is our title, or the last two things. We have our title. Then for the title, this is just the post.title. And then the last thing we have is our username, and the username is post.user.username. Let's save that. Now we get two errors. So first of all, type string or null or undefined is not assignable to type string. That's for our username, but that's fine. I can mark it as string because it will be defined. And then also we have an error for subname, and all I have to do also is right here as string, and now this error is also gone. I can now go back to our postcard, and now instead of, for example, rendering right here r/genmarshall, let's do r/, and then this right here will be our subname. So let's do that. We get our subname from our params, as you know. Then also for the link, we have to change it. So for our link, we have currently an href, which is just an empty slash or index page. But what I can do is actually delete that. Let's use an object, upstrings, and then let's right here just do /r, and then this will be the actual subreddit name. So let's use the dynamic value of subname. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And if I would now hover over genmarshall right here, so if I hover over it, on the left corner, you now see it redirects to r/genmarshall. If I now click on that, you'll see we'll now get redirected to this community page, which I created. Right here, we have our about community and everything like that. So this works great. So what's the next thing we have? We have our title right here. Instead of rendering this demo title, let's right here now render our title. Let's again save it, go back, and now we should see right here, this is a test title. So this also fully works, which is great. So what's now the next thing we should render? Well, the next thing we should render is now the actual text content. And for that, what I'll do is go under this div element where we have this padding x2, and then inside of here, let's create a new div element. Now inside of here, I will actually do an if check. So what I want to do is check if our image string is defined. If it's defined, we'll render the image, and if it's not defined, we'll render our JSON content. So what I do right here is if image string is defined, I can use the double and sign, and then right here I will now render our image tag or our image itself. For that, we'll now use an image component from Next/image. This is a self-closing tag imported from Next/image, as you know. Let's right here give it in source. For the source, this will be the image string. Let's right here also now give it an alt tag. For the alt, I will just say post image. And if I now save that and go back, you now see we get an error and it tells me is missing required width property. So we have to give it right here in width and in height. So let's right here give it also in width. For the width, I will just say 600, and then for the height, I will say 300. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and if I now refresh the page, we should now see it again right here. So this is now our image, and it looks quite nice. Nevertheless, let me actually also style this div element right here. So let's give it a class name, and this will have a max height right here. So let's do max height of 300 pixels, so 300 pixels, and let's do also an overflow right here, overflow of hidden. Let's save that, let's go back, and this already looks very nice in my opinion. As you see now, we have a max height, and yeah, this looks quite nice in my opinion. So what's now the next thing we will do? We could maybe do a bit of margin to the top, because I guess why not? Let's right here do a class name. This will, for the image right here, have a width full, age full, and then let's just say margin top of maybe 2. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, I guess this looks alright, but I think I will for now delete the margin top of 2, and then we'll later on see if I will have to update it or not. Okay, this looks now quite nice. I will then later on also do another check for our JSON content, but for now I will actually leave it like that, since I still think it looks quite good. So what I want to render now is like on the bottom like a little navigation bar, so a bottom navigation bar. So what I'll do is go under this div element, and let's create a new div element, and then inside of this div element let me create another one. So in this div element right here, I'll now render our message like icon and the amount of comments. So for here, so for that, let me now get the message circle. This is imported from Lucid React. This is a self-closing tag. And let's give it right here in class name of h4 width 4. And let's also do a text of muted, which will be foreground. Let's save it for now. Let's see how that looks like. So on the bottom, we now see this little message bubble, and it looks quite nice in my opinion. Nevertheless, I think we are missing a bit of margin like to the top, bottom, and left. So what I'll do right here is for this upper div, I will give it a class name of margin 3. Let's again save that, let's go back, and now we should see some spacing, and that's what we see, and that looks quite nice. Let me now render also with this message circle, so underneath that, let's render an p tag, and let's say 31 comments. For now this is a demo value, but later on we'll of course change that. So now we see right here the message bubble and then 31 comments. Now this does not look very good since it's currently stacked vertically and I want to align it horizontally. So now we have to actually style this div right here. So let's create a class name. This will be flex, then item center to actually align them. And let's also do a gap x of 1 to give it a bit of padding. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see this already looks way better. Nevertheless, the text is too big in my opinion, so let's go back to the p tag right here, let's give it a class name, and then let's say text, which will be muted or foreground, and then let's also do a font, which will be medium, and let's do text of XS. So I wanted to make it look a bit smaller. Let's again go back, and yes, this looks beautiful in my opinion. Now the next thing I want to render is like a copy link button. So if I click on it, I will copy the link of this post, and then I can share it with my users or with my friends, I guess. So for that, I will actually create a separate component, since we will use it 2 times, once for this postcard, and then later on also for the individual post website or route, I'm sorry. So for that, let's go in the app folder, components folder, and inside of here I will create a new component called copylink.tsx. And how do we always start? Well, we do an export function. I'll just name it copy link, and then let me just open that. And now inside of this copy link, we'll first of all, of course, create a button, so the UI, but also we'll create a functionality to actually copy the link. So let's first of all start with the UI. So let's do a return statement, and inside of here, I will now not actually use the button component, but in button itself. So normal button as you know it. And then inside of here, let's use the share icon from Lucid React. This is a self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name of h4, w4, and let's also do a text muted or foreground to again have this grayish color. Let's also underneath that render a p tag, and let's just say share. Let's save that. Let's actually now render this component inside of this page. because if I now go back, you of course don't see it because it's currently not rendered anywhere. So I will go under this div right here, and then inside of here, let me render the copy link component. This is imported from our components, and if I now again go back, we should now see right here this share, I guess, button, logo, whatever. Now this does not look good. Currently they both are aligned again or stacked vertically. Of course they should be aligned horizontally. So what we have to do right here is go to this div where we gave it margin of 3 and say flex, and then let's do also on items of center, and then I think also on gap x of 5 should be sufficient. If I now go back again, you now see they are aligned horizontally, and that looks quite nice. Now we also have to align this button, and for that let me again go back to the copy link component, and then inside of here let me give this button right here in class name, and then this will be flex and items, which will be center, and let's do gap x of 1. If I now save that, go again back, you now see that they are aligned again horizontally, and that looks great. Let's now also style the text itself since it's too big and it's black. So let me go to the p tag, let's give it a class name, and we'll say text which will be muted or foreground, and then also a font which will be medium. Let's also do text of XL to make it smaller. Let's go back. So now you see this looks quite nice, but if I actually click on the button, you see nothing happens. And this is not quite what I want. So what we could do right here is actually in function to actually copy our current link to our copy board, and then we can paste it somewhere. So what I'll do right here, or inside of this copy link export default function, let's inside of here use create an async function. I'll just say, name it copy to clipboard, and then let me just open that. Now inside of here, we'll now actually use a JavaScript API. This is the Navigator API, and this is asynchronous, and that's why we also mark this function as async. Now inside of here, we can do an await navigator, and then let's do dot clipboard. So this is the dot clipboard dot write text. Now inside of this clipboard, I want to now write a text, and this text will of course be the URL. So what I can do inside of here is now pass our URL as an argument. I could, for example, just say right here in string with hello, and if I would now actually save it and go to our button, give our button a on-click handler. So let's do an on-click, and then I will just say copy to clipboard. Now if I actually try to save it and I'll test it out and go back, you now see we get first of all an error, and it tells me event handlers cannot be passed to client components. This is correct, so we have to mark this component as use client. Let's do that real quick, use client. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let me refresh the page. And if I now actually try to click on this share button and paste it right here in a new tab, you now see hello. So we now wrote something in our clipboard. Now, of course, I don't want to write hello, but I want to write the actual URL. Now, to do that, what we have to do is actually not that hard. Let's use right here upticks, and inside of here, I can now get the actual location. So let's use our dynamic value, and then inside of here, I want to get the location dot origin, and the location dot origin will, for this example, will be HTTP localhost 3000, and then when we later deploy our website, it will be whatever our website URL will be. Then this will be right here /post. And now I also have to pass the ID, so I want to redirect to our ID. So let's use the dynamic value, and inside of here I want to now pass our ID. Now if I try to pass an ID, of course we get an error, and that's because we don't have an ID right now. So let's get our ID through the param. So let me destructure ID, and then this ID will be of type string. I can now save that, and the error is gone. What I want to do now is, if I go back to the postcard, we now see an error, and that's because we are missing our property, which is the ID. So let's actually pass that, and this will just be our ID, since if you can remember, we already get it through the params right here. If I now save this and also save our copy link component, let me again go back and let's test it out. So I'll click on the share button, open a new tab, and now you see this URL. So if I click on that, we of course get for now an not found. That's because we haven't created the route, but we already know that this now finally works. The last thing I will probably do is also make a toast work. So what we can do right here is actually import our toast. So let's do a constant, that's a structured, and then this will be equal to use toast. Use toast is imported from our components, and then inside of here, let's get our toast. Then under this await navigator, let's just do a toast, and then let me open that. Let's give it right here in title. For the title, I will just say success. Let's also give it in small description, and let's just say right here, I don't know, I guess you could say your link is copied in your clipboard. Let's now save that and let's see if this works. So I will now click on share, and then on the bottom right corner you now see the toast, success, your link is copied in your clipboard. So this also works perfectly, and now we are also done with that. One thing that I don't like is that we currently don't have any margin to the top to this right here. I don't know how did we name it, this create bar. So if I actually go back, you right here see that I gave it right here these brackets. So if I delete it again, we have our gap y of 5. Let me again save that, let's again go back, and now you should again see that we again have some margin, and yes, this looks way nicer. Now what's the next thing we want to do? So our card for now is finished, but what is currently not working is our upvote and downvote functionality. So if I click on that, you just see we have a loading spinner, and that's because we're doing get request. But the button itself are not working, or the buttons, since we have 2 buttons. They are not working right now. So what we have to do first is actually create a model in our schema. So currently there's no way to create a mutation because we don't store any actual upvotes and downvotes. So let me go to our to my schema file right here, so schema.prisma, and then inside of here we'll actually have to create a new model as already said. So let's create right here a new model, let's just name it vote, and let's open that. Now inside of here of course we'll have an ID, this will be of string, add ID, add default, and then also UID to generate a new unique identifier. Now this vote model is interesting since inside of here we'll only store one custom value, and that's actually the vote. So if it's an upvote or a downvote. The rest of the fields right here will just be relationships. So this vote model will have a relationship to the user, but also a relationship to the post. So let's actually get started right here. So first of all, we of course have our relationships. So what we have to do is first of all go to our post right here. So we have our post model right here. And what I can do right here is a one-to-many relationship. So our post can have multiple votes, so upvote, downvote, whatever, but our vote itself can only have one associated post. So inside of this post model, I can just say right here vote, and then this will be equal to vote with an array symbol. Let's save that, and now we have a one-to-many relationship. Now I also want to have a relationship with the vote model and the user model, and this is again exactly the same. This will again be a one-to-many relationship since a user can have again a lot of votes, but each vote can only have one associated user. So inside of here, let me just get our vote, and this will be equal to vote with an array symbol, and let's save that. So now we have actually created our relationships, and now the last thing which we are missing is the actual upvote or downvote. So we have to know what vote type we actually have. So what we can do is create an enum. So let's do an enum. We'll just name it type of vote, and let's open that. Inside of here, we'll now have either an upvote or we'll have a downvote. Let me do it uppercase, so either it will be an upvote or it could be right here a downvote. Let's save that, and now we can actually store it in our vote model. So inside of here, I can just say, I don't know, vote type, and then this will be equal to our type of vote. Let's save that, and now that's already all we need. So this vote model again just has an ID because we need that. That's actually a requirement. Then we have our 2 relationships to the post model, but also the user model. And then at last we of course have the vote type. So what vote we have, so an upvote or a downvote. Cool, now we have to sync our database, so let me stop my dev server, let's clear that, let's do an npx prisma db of push, and then let's sync our database with our Prisma schema. So as you see, it's now synced, and now we can actually get started with creating our server action. Alright, let's now create our server action. For that I open our actions.ts file as you know it, and then let's go under the create post function, and then right here let's again do an export async function. Let's right here just name it handle vote. Let me spell that correctly, handle vote, and then let me just open that. Now inside of here let's again protect it, so let's do a constant, that's the structure. This will be equal to get current server session. Let's invoke that, and now let's get our get user function. Let's right here now do a constant user. Let's actually fetch our user, so let's do an await get user, and let's invoke that. Now let's actually do an if check, and let's say if there's no user, let's just open that, and let's do a return redirect, and then we'll just redirect to /API/auth and then /login. So now we can actually try and create our mutation. So what do I need to create our mutation? Well, I only need 2 things. So first of all, the post ID, the user ID, and the vote direction. So an upvote or a downvote. So what we first of all have to get is our post ID. So let's do a constant post ID. This will be equal to form data, and we have to first of all get our form data through the params. So let me get form data, and this will be of type form data. Let me now get it. So let's do in form data dot get, and now I want to get our post ID. So I will just name it post ID and mark it as string. Then what else do I need? I need the vote direction. So let's do a constant vote direction, and then this will be also equal to form data dot get, and then let's actually get our vote direction. Let me paste that, and let's mark it as string. Then the last thing that we need is the user ID, but we already fetched it right here. So let's actually now get started with our mutation. So this is actually quite interesting. First of all, we have to actually fetch. So first of all, we have to do a GET request, and we have to query our database and check if the user already created a vote for this post. So we first of all check that, and then if we see, hey, this user already created a post, so a vote, then we have to check if it's an upvote, then we'll just delete the vote, and if it's an, for example, downvote, and I want to now upvote, then we'll just change the vote direction to an upvote. So let me actually show it to you. Maybe it could be a bit confusing. So let's right here, first of all, do our get or our fetch, I guess. So let's do a constant vote. With that, we'll get our current vote. Let's do an await, and then let's do an Prisma.vote.find first. So I will find the first vote, which is in our DB. Then let me open that. Let's do an where statement, and then let's right here get the post ID. Let's set that to our post ID, which we get from our form data, and let's also set our user ID to the user.id, which we get right here from kind. So now we actually fetch our vote, so we see if the user has created a vote, and now we have to do an if statement. Inside of here, we'll do if vote exists. We will then do something inside of this if statement. So as I already said, we'll check what vote type it is. So for now, I will just say console.log has created vote. I will just leave it for now as is so that you know what this is actually. But if we don't have a vote, I want to create a vote. So let's right here say an await Prisma.vote.create, since I want to create a vote, and then we have to use our data prop. Now inside of here we need three things. So we need our vote type, we need the user ID and the post ID. For the vote type, I will right here say vote direction, and now you'll see for now we'll get an error right here, and it tells me right here type string is not assignable to type of vote. So instead of saying right here as string, let's say as type of vote. This is imported from Prisma client. Let's then also right here now get our user ID. This will be equal to our user.id, and let's also get the post ID, and this will be again equal to our post ID. So now we did that. So if we don't have a vote, we just create a new vote with the vote direction that the user actually wanted, so either an upvote or a downvote. Then we actually used our user ID and post ID, and now this is done. Let's now actually focus on our if state, since this is a bit more complicated. So inside of here we have to do again an if statement, and then inside of here we'll now check if the vote which we get from our database, if this is the same to the vote direction our form data, then we'll just delete the vote. So what I mean with that is, if for example in my database I already stored that I have downvoted this post and I again try to downvote this post, instead of doing now 2 downvotes, we'll just delete the downvote. But if I actually try to upvote it and in my database I've stored a downvote, this will then update. So this is what we'll check right here. So right here we'll just say if vote.vote type is equal to the vote direction which we get from our form data, I can open that, and then inside of here we'll just delete the vote. So again, if we already have a downvote and I again try to downvote, instead of allowing that, we'll delete our actual vote. So right here I can now do an await Prisma.vote.delete, and inside of here we only need the where statement, and then we'll pass our ID, and the ID will be equal to the vote.id, which I get right here from my database. This is already done, and now we also need our else statement. So if the direction is actually not the same, so if my database we have stored a downvote but I want to upvote, then we of course will just update our DB. So inside of here I can now do an await Prisma.vote, and I want to update our vote. Inside of here, let's use an where statement or an where property, and then let's pass as an ID our vote.id. Let's also now pass a data prop, and inside of here, I only want to update our vote type. And right here, we'll just pass our vote direction, which we get from our form data. This is now already done, and that looks great. So what do we have to do now? Well, now we actually have to ensure that we actually store in our form data our post ID and our vote direction. For that, let's again go in our post card, so where we actually store our arrow up and arrow down button, and then inside of here I'll again use our handy friend, which is input type hidden. So let's first of all start with the arrow up. Inside of here, let's do an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's right here give it a name. This will be the name of vote direction, so I will just copy it from here, so vote direction. Let's paste it right here, and then for the value, this will be uppercase. Now that's very important, uppercased up. So if you open again our schema file right here, we had an enum, if you can remember, and we have either up or down. So I want you to use the same names. This will now be up, completely uppercased. Let me now also copy this input, paste it for the arrow down, and instead of saying up, I will now uppercase down. So this is now created. We have now actually created right here our vote direction. Now we also have to actually paste our post ID. So let's again go to our post card. And then right here in the form, let me again create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it right here name. Let me copy the name from our action. So this is the post ID. Let me paste it right here. Let's also give it in value. And now for the value, I will just say ID. So if you can remember, we already get our ID through the params. Let me again copy that, paste it also inside of here. And now this looks also good. So yeah, let's actually try it out. The last thing I would probably do right here is give our button a type. This will be of type submit. Let's also do the same for this button. Let's give it in type, which will be submit. And then for our form, of course, we also have to give it an action. So let's right here give it an action of handle vote. And let's also give this form right here an action. And the action will be also handle vote. Let's now test out if this works. I'm actually not sure. So I'll refresh our page right here. And then let's actually try to create an upvote. So I will now click right here on the upvote. And I guess something happened. I'm not sure. I don't know. We don't see anything. No updates, no nothing. So let's see if it worked. I will now open our terminal. Let's open a new terminal tab right here. And then inside of here, let's do an npx Prisma Studio to see if something has actually happened in our database. So as you see in my vote model now, we have first of all in relation to in post, we have a relation to in user, and then the vote type is up. So this worked. But of course I have now no feedback right here in the website. First of all, no loading state, and I don't see an update for our number right here. So let's actually fix that right now. And let's maybe first of all fix right here the vote count. So currently we just hard-coded 0, but that's of course not quite what I want. So let's actually fix that. And for that, I will get through our params and vote count. So let's right here in our interface say vote count, and this will be of type number. Let me now also right here get our vote count, and then instead of rendering the 0, let's render our vote count. Let's save that now. Let's go back to our page.tsx, and now we get an error right here for the postcard component, since it tells me right here that I'm missing the property vote count. Now, this is actually not that simple as you would think, because we can have either an upvote and a downvote, and now we have to actually do a bit of mathematics to actually get the number of upvotes, downvotes, and then actually get the final value. Now, inside of here, what we have to do now is send post.vote and then use the reduce method provided by JavaScript. Now, if you didn't know, the reduce method in JavaScript is used to reduce the array to a single value. So in this case right here, it will iterate over each element in the array and then will accumulate a single value based on the logic which we'll provide inside of here. Now inside of here, let me now actually open that. I want to get two values. So first of all the ACC and then also the vote, and then let me just open a standard arrow function. Now you might ask me, what does ACC stand for and what does vote stand for? So ACC first of all stands short for, I guess, accumulator, and then this value is actually used so that it accumulates as the function iterates over our array. And then the vote element right here just represents each element of the array which we actually iterate over. So this is what it is. It's actually quite simple, as you see. And now we can actually do an if statement. So what we'll say right here is if our vote.vote type equals to up, so if it's an upvote, and if this is then true, we'll just right here add to our accumulator 1. So we'll have plus 1. So let's right here just do in return, and this will be ACC plus 1. That's all we need. Now currently we get an error, but that's fine. Then let's do another if check, and now we want to check if vote.vote type equals to down, And if this is true, we'll right here return ACC -1. So we will accumulate -1. The last thing we have to do right here is at the end return ACC. So we have to return our accumulator. And then at the end right here, we also have to add in 0. Now you might ask me, why did we add 0 right here at the end? Well, it's actually quite simple. This is the initial value of our accumulator, so it's of course 0. Our initial value should always be 0 when we actually do right here these calculations. Now this is already finished. If I now save that and go back, and as you see now we have right here in 1. So this actually worked. The vote count works. But let's see if our actual action works. So if I again upvote, that we don't actually create a new upvote, but that we have in 0. So let me click on that. I again have 0 feedback. I don't know if anything happened. So let me refresh the page, and now we should see 0 right here. Let's see. And we have no 0. What's the error? Well, that's a good question, but I already know what the error is. So let's maybe first of all talk about why our number does not update. Well, that's because in Next.js we have something called caching, and we have to revalidate our path. So we have to revalidate our cache. Also, another thing is why we don't actually see in 0 right here. Well, that's because when we actually stop this if statement, so where we delete this vote, we create a new one right here. So even though it creates this if statement, so even though it deletes right here our vote, it right here then goes to the next Prisma statement and creates one again. So what we have to do is a return statement so that this does not happen. And we will do that with our revalidate path function. So right here for the first one, let's right here do in return revalidate path. This is imported from next/cache, and then we'll revalidate our index page. Let me now copy that, also paste it right here for this await Prisma, and then also at the end right here, let me also paste that. Let's now save that. Let me go back. Let's do again in hard refresh, and now you will see that this will work. So I will again click on upvote right here, and this should now actually revalidate to 0. So let's see, and now as you see, this changed to 0. So this return statement actually hindered our code to reach this statement right here. So it saw that we have already the same vote direction, it deleted our Prisma and then just returned. If we don't use the return statement, it does this code right here and then skips to this code. So that's why you saw, even though we clicked the button, it still created a new vote. But since we now have our return statement, it just stops the code. So this now works. But what's the next thing I want to do? Let's first of all test if downvote works. So we should now see -1. Let's see. And as you see, we now see -1. So this also works. What I want to do now is actually create a pending state. So let's go back to our postcard right here. And right now we have these buttons, as you know. But what I want to do now, as already said, is create a pending state. So let's actually go to our submit buttons component, and inside of here we'll now again create 2 new functions, one which will be for the upvote button and then one which will be actually for the downvote button. So let's right here create a new export function. Let's just call it upvote. Let's open that, and inside of here let's now get our first of all our pending state. So let's do a constant, let's structure it, and this will be equal to useForm status. Let's invoke that, and right here let's get our pending state. Then let's right here now do our return statement. So let's do a return statement with empty brackets, and then inside of here we'll now check if we are in the pending state. So if we are in the pending state, let's right here do in pending. If this is true, we'll use ternary, do a question mark, and if this is not true, let's return something else. So if this is not true, I'll go to our postcard and just copy our button for our arrow up, paste that right here, and if we are actually pending, let me again use our button component. Inside of here I will use the loader2 icon, and this is already imported. Let me right here give it a class name of h4, w4, and animate of spin, and then for the button of course let's also style that. So let's give it right here in variant. This will again be outline, and then let's give it also in size, which will be icon. So let's say icon, and let's also do in disabled state. Then let me also import the arrow up icon from Lucid React, and let's save that. Let's now just copy paste this function one more time. This will now be for downvote, so let's say downvote. For the pending state, this looks already alright, and then for the actual button or for this icon, instead of arrow up, let's say right here arrow down, imported from Lucid React. Let's now save that, let's go back, and then right here, instead of actually rendering the buttons, let's get our component. So right here, let's get actually our, how is it called, downvote component from our submit buttons. This is in self-closing tag. And then inside of here for this button, I want to get our upvote component from our submit buttons. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let me refresh the page. And now we should actually have in pending state. So let's again try to do an upvote. We have in pending state as you see right here. And then it updates right here to 0 or to 1, I'm sorry. Let me now again try to downvote. We should now see again a -1. Let's see. And we have a -1. If I again try to downvote, we should now see a 0 right here. So let's see, it has in pending state and we have a 0. So you see this now also fully works, which is great. Alright, as you see now, our homepage actually looks quite nice. I would say this is presentable. But what I will do now is actually create a few more posts. So let me click on create your post so that we get redirected to create a new post. And then inside of here, let's just write a title. Let's just say, hey, check out my newest video, ... Then for the content, let's just write hello world, something with bold. Let's write something with italic. Let's write something with a strike. Let's write an H1 right here. Let's write an H2. And I guess this should be alright. Let me now click on actually create post. Now you see I currently get an error right here, application error, a client-side exception happened. So instead of saying right here undefined, so for our page create, we have right here our input. Instead of saying undefined, let's just do an empty string right here. Let's save that and let's again test it out. So let me again write a title. This is a test ... Let's write some content right here. Let's do a bit of bold. And then let me click on create post. We should now have a pending state and now it should actually redirect me again to our index page. So in a second, this should now go away. And now we have right here a new post. One thing I will also do right now, you see currently this post is above this one. Let's actually do an order by. So let's go back to our page.tsx. And then for our page right here, or for our fetch call, let's right here also do an order by, and then I want to order by the created at timestamp, and let's set it to descending. So right here, let's set it to descending. That means that I'll get the newest posts on the top. Let me now go back, and now you see that this post is on the top. But now we have a problem. I wrote some content right here, and I want to see it. Why do I not see it? Let me write actually again a post. So I'll click on create a post. Let's again do a title. Let's just say check out my video, and let's write some content right here, and then let me click on create post. We again have our pending state, and now we'll again get redirected to our index page. Now in a second you will again see we again are missing the content. What is wrong? Well, the problem is if you actually open our card right here, so how did we name it in our components? We named it post card. Right here we currently only render our image string. So we right here just check if our image string is defined, and if yes, we just rendered that. Of course, this is not quite what I want to do, so let's actually fix that. So instead of doing that, let me first of all just comment that out, because we'll change it a bit. What I'll do right here is actually internally, and right here we'll say if image string is defined, let's use a question mark, let's return something, and if not, let's use a colon, return something else. If the image string is defined, let's again paste our image component right here. And now for the state where we actually don't have an image string, I want to now render our text. So the content right here, which I wrote a second ago. And for that, we actually have to create a new component, because currently, again, as you already probably know, our content is currently stored as JSON. And I, of course, cannot render JSON. I have to render HTML. So what we'll actually do right here is create a new component. So let's open our Explorer right now. Let's go in the app folder, components folder. And then right here, I will create a new file called render2json.tsx. So tsx, and let's open that. Now inside of here, we'll need a special package. So you can go to Chrome right now and search for tip tab react render. And then right here, you'll see the first GitHub repo. This should be right here, this troop-dev. And again, everything is linked in my YouTube description and GitHub repository if you want to click the links from there. But this is what we want to use. So this is used to render TipTab in React without the actual editor. So let me install that right here. So at troop.com/tiptab-react-render. Let's open our terminal. Let's open a second terminal tab. And then let me just paste it inside of here. This will now install for a second. And then we can actually use that to now convert our JSON to actual HTML. So now let me actually close that right here, and let's start with an export function. Let's just call it right here render, to JSON, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, let's now create a return statement, and then inside of here, I'll return a div element, and let's just return an h1, and let's say hello from the JSON. Let's save that, and now let's actually render that. So right here in our postcard, I can now render our component, which is the render to JSON component imported from render to JSON, so from our components. Let's now save that. Let's again go back to our website. Let me close all of this, and now you see in both of these posts that we have an h1 which says hello from the JSON. So we now know that our actual component works. Now we have to actually render what we have actually created in our create route. So for that, we can now delete this h1, and what I want to get is the tip-tab renderer. Now currently this does not import for me, so let me do it automatically or manually, I'm sorry. So let's do an import right here, and let's destructure it, and this will be then from @troop, and I want to get troop.com/tiptab-react-render. Now inside of here I can now get what I want, and I want to get the render or tip-tab render. I can now use this right here, so let me again get our tip-tab render, and this is in self-closing tag. Now you see we get currently an error, and the error is that we are currently missing two properties. So we are missing the handlers property and also the node property. So let's first of all create our handler. So what is our handler? Well, the handler, with that we just tell this function right here, so tip-tab render, we tell it what we actually expect. So for that, let me actually go above this export function, and then inside of here we can now start with a constant. We'll name it paragraph, and then this will just be equal to a node handler, or the type will be node handler. This is imported from @troop. Let's import that, and then I can just create a standard arrow function of that. So let's do an arrow function, and then let me just open that. Now inside of here we can now do a return statement, and what I want to return right here is actually quite simple. We'll just return a standard p tag. So let's get our p tag, and then inside of here I have to now render our props. So in the params I can just get our standard props, and then right here I can do props.children. Now right here we now have our paragraph, and what I have to do now is underneath this do a constant handlers. Then this will also have a type, and the type will be node handlers, so with an S. This is again imported from @troop, and now this will just be a standard object. Now inside of here we have to pass a few things. So first of all we will have a paragraph. This will be equal to our paragraph. Now I also need a document, so above the paragraph I can now create a constant doc. This will have a type of node handler. We already imported that. This is again a standard arrow function, and then we can just right here return something. So let me open that, and then inside of here I'll just return empty tags, and then inside of here I render our props. So let me again get the props through our params right here, and let's do props.children. Now inside of this handlers I again can get our doc, and this will be equal to our doc. And for now we'll just leave it like that. I think this is fine. Now for our tip-tab render function right here, or this component, we have to now pass our handlers. Now the handlers will just be equal to our handlers. We already created it right here, but now we also need our node. Our node is just our data, so our actual JSON. Now we have to actually get that first of all through our params. So right here I can destructure data, and then data will just have a type of any for now. Let's now right here pass data, and now if I go back to our postcard, you now right here see we now get an error, and the error is that we are missing data, so our text content. So right here I can just pass our text content, or how did we name it right here? We named the JSON content. So let me get right here my JSON content. Okay, let's now save that. Let's see if that works. And we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's because we are actually missing text right here. So currently we get our document, the paragraph, and now let's actually also get text. So let's do a constant text, and then this will also have a type of node handler. This is again a standard arrow function, and let me just open that. Right here in the params, let me get our props, and then inside of here, let's do a return statement. Let's return a span element, and then inside of here, I will now say props.node.text. Now it's important that you actually do that, not our children, because you will then get errors if you do it differently. So right here, let's get our .text, let's save that, and then right here where we have our handlers, let's get the text, and this will be equal to our text. Let's now save that. Let's now again go back, and now we should see our text right here, and that's what you see. So this actually works. Now let's of course also style that. So right here for our div, let's do a class name. Let's right here then do a padding x of 2. Let's also do a padding top of 2, and let's say pros. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now this should already look way better. Now this looks great and everything. We have the post, we have the create postcard, we have our little banner on the right side. it looks nice, let's be honest, but I'm missing something. What I'm missing is actually streaming. So what I want is that the shell itself loads directly. So what I mean is the navbar, this create postcard, this banner right here, everything like that. But what I want to do is actually stream these posts within Suspense Boundary. So this will load everything, then we'll have like a loading state right here, and then they will just load as the page loads, I guess. So we will now actually do streaming right here within Suspense Boundary. I mean, quite cool, right? So let's go to our page.tsx, our index page as you know it, and now we have to do our code a bit differently. So right here, first of all, we have to again create a separate component. We'll now just name it async function. Let's name it, I guess, show items. I think that's fine, that's sufficient. And let me just open that function. Inside of here, I will create our return statement, and then let's just use empty brackets. Now inside of this empty brackets, I want to use my postcard. So I want to map over my data and then render the postcard. So I'll just copy everything like that, and then let's go right here and then paste it inside of here. I can now save that, and now we get an error. I'm right here missing the data, so I'm currently not actually getting the data in this component. So what I'll do right here is copy this constant data await get data, and then I'll just paste it right here. Now this error is gone and this looks good. So what I can do now is actually go back to my right here async function home, and under the create postcard I can now render our show items component. This is in self-closing tag, and let me also delete this async modifier from our export default function. This is very important, please don't forget that. Let's now save that and let's see if this works. I'll now go back, I'll refresh our page, and as you will now see in a second, nothing has really changed. But now let's actually make the suspense boundaries work so that we actually have a loading state. For that, I'll now wrap this show items component in a suspense boundary. This is imported from React. Let's open that, and then inside of here, let me now render my show items. This is in self-closing tag, and now this looks already good. For our suspense, I can now give it in fallback. The fallback is just our pending state, or in other words, our loading state. And inside of here, I can now render a p tag and say, hey, this is loading ... Let's save that. Let's go back. I'll now refresh the page. And now you see, hey, this is loading, and then we see our postcards. So let me again refresh that, and now you again see it, hey, this is loading, and then we see our cards. So this is quite cool. Now this, of course, currently does not look that nice. We don't want to say, hey, this is loading. We want to show like a nice animation. So for that, actually, Shadcn has our back. So we can go to ui.shadcn.com. Let me go to the correct website. And then right here, let's go to our components, and then let me search for it. I don't even remember how it's called right now. Let's see. And right here we have it. I want to get the skeleton. So right here you now see this like loading state, and it looks beautiful. And that's what I want to also render in this example right here. So what we'll do is create a separate component. Let's go to our Explorer, open the app folder, go in the components folder, and then inside of here, let me create a suspense card.tsx. Now inside of the suspense card, let's actually do an export function, and let's just call it suspense card. And let's just open that. Now inside of here, I want to actually load that skeleton, as you already saw that in the example. And for that, we have to actually get the skeleton component. Because if I currently do a return statement, and let me open that, use empty brackets, and try to use the skeleton right here. So if I try to import that, you see it does not work. That's because we haven't actually installed that. So let me get the installation command. Let's use npm, open our terminal, and let me paste it right here. So now we'll install our skeleton so that we can actually use that. It's now installed, and now right here I can now use the skeleton imported from our components, which is in self-closing tag. Inside of here I will now give it a class name of w full and an h, so in height of 400 pixels, so in custom height of 400 pixels. Now I'll copy paste the skeleton for, I don't know, 5 times, something like that. This should actually be enough. And now I can use the suspense card. So instead of rendering in p tag, let me now get our suspense card. So let's import that from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let's save that. And now let's see if this works. I'll now refresh our page. And now you see right here our suspense card, and then our actual post loads. So this looks again beautiful, and this fully works, which is great. Also, one thing which I'm currently seeing is that this postcard touches the bottom of our screen. I want to create a bit of margin to the bottom. So right here for our page.tsx completely on the top, let's do margin bottom of 10. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we should have a bit of more spacing to the bottom, and this looks already way better. Alright, so I do like how our website looks like, but I'm kinda missing one thing. What do you think it is? Well, it's quite simple actually, it's pagination. So if we imagine the following, let's create 100 posts. Creating 100 posts will store a lot of stuff in our database, so a lot of data, and it of course takes time to actually receive this data through our servers. So what that means is that the user has to wait, 5 seconds till our whole data loads, so all of our posts. This is of course not quite what we want to do. So what we can do is limit the amount of posts and then use pagination to actually scroll through each page. So let's take the following, we'll just take 5 posts per page and then we'll just paginate over that, and then when the user clicks on the second page, we'll again load 5 more posts. So let's actually do that, and for that we have to create a separate component. So let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let's create a new file called pagination.tsx. Now I'll be quite honest with you, pagination is really not simple, it's actually quite hard. And to be also honest with you, I haven't actually created the logic for this pagination myself. What I've done is actually copied it and modified it a bit from a Next.js GitHub repo. So somewhere right there they had an example how to make pagination work, and sure, I could have done it myself, but it would have taken a lot of time. So what I want you to do is go to my GitHub repo, go in the app folder, components folder, and the pagination folder, and copy paste the pagination component inside of here. Now I will try to briefly explain to you what we actually do right here. So let's first of all maybe start with right here. So this is the export const generate pagination. This is our function to actually generate the pagination. So we get the current page, we get the total pages, and then we just generate how many pages we show, or later on, as you know, in pagination, we have like the buttons like first page, second page, third page, fourth page, etc. With this function, we just calculate how many of these buttons we show. Then we have our actual pagination component, so the important one which we'll render. We use a few hooks which are provided by actually Next.js, so use path name, use search params, so the path name which we are currently on, and then search params is, as you know, it's so this question mark page, and then this will be equal to 2, for example. This is in search param, and then later on we just set this search param as we want. So as we click on the button, we'll actually modify our search param. So from, for example, page 1, we'll then change it to page 2. Then what else do we have? We have our create page URL. This is quite simple. This is just used to actually create our right here search param. And then right here we have our UI. So right here we actually return our pagination. And the first thing you see is the pagination arrow. This is in separate functions, so in separate component. Right here we just get in page, the href, if it's active and what's its position. So the left position or right position. And then also is active. That's if we are, for example, on the first page, we don't want to actually be able to actually click on the left arrow, since we don't want to actually go to the page 0, since something like that of course does not exist. So this is our arrow right here, we render it then right here, then we map over all of our pages, show the actual number, and then we again render our pagination arrow. So that's actually our pagination component, simplified. I know it's not that simple, but to be quite honest, if you turn on your brain, it is possible to do. It just takes a bit of time. And also, of course, it's marked as use client. That's again because we use right here hooks, which actually need the client, the hydration, and the JavaScript bundle. So let's go back to our index page, and now we can actually render our right here pagination. So where do we render it? Well, for that we'll go again to the show items component, go over or under our map, and then inside of here I can now render our pagination. This is in self-closing tag, imported from our components, and now you see an error. What's the error? Well, we are missing the total pages. So if you go back to the pagination component, we right here expect total pages. Total pages is the number. So how many pages do we render? We can right here say total pages, and for now just say 5. Let's save that, let's go back, this will now refresh, and if I now scroll down, you see now right here this pagination with 5 pages. Also, you, for example, might see the left arrow right here is disabled. If you again go to the pagination component, this is again this is active boolean. So right here we just check, hey, if this is the first page, please don't allow the user to click this button. So now you see our pagination in action. Also, you see I modified a bit the colors to be orange right here. But simplified, if I now click on the second button right here, so on the page 2, you will see that our URL will now change to page 2. I can now click on the third page, and then you will see in our search bar page 3. And what we can do now is actually do a fetch call based on our search param. And that's of course what we want to do. But before we actually do that, what we have to do is actually give right here, so in the page.tsx, the actual amount of total pages. So let's do that. Let's go back to our fetch call right here, so to our async function getData. And right here we'll have to tell Prisma how many posts we want to take. So what we can use right here is this take property, and with that we'll tell Prisma how many posts we want to do when we do this fetch call. So if I say, for example, 1, save that and go back, you'll now see if I actually refresh the page, we will only get 1 post back. If I now, for example, click on the first page, you'll see nothing will update. That's because we haven't created the logic. But for now, we already see that we can actually modify the amount of posts which we actually fetch. Let's maybe first of all make this total pages work, and then we'll make the actual pagination work. So for total pages, it isn't that simple. So to make the actual amount of pages clear, or to actually calculate it, we need to actually get first of all the total count of our post. So what we have to do is we have to know how many posts do we have. So for example 50, and then we'll say, or with that we can then actually calculate how many pages we will have. To do that, it's actually not that simple, sadly, with Prisma. Prisma does not have an an easy approach to that. What you have to do is actually use an Prisma transaction and do 2 fetch calls. I know this isn't perfect, but that's what Prisma currently can do, so we have to live with that. So what I'll do right here is copy our constant data. Please copy it, don't delete it. And then inside of here, we'll have to do a constant. This will have now our array symbol. And inside of here, let's do a count, and let's also do a data. Now this will be equal right here to await Prisma, and right here we'll get now a transaction, or a dollar transaction. Let's open that, that's an array symbol, and now inside of here we can call multiple Prisma fetches or queries. So with this transaction, what then happens is that both actual queries will happen at the same time. So inside of here, the first thing I want to do is get the count of our total post. So how many posts do we have in the database? Like 10, 20, 30, 40, how many we get. So let's right here do in Prisma, and we don't do any awaits because we already await the transaction. So let's do in Prisma.post.count. Not this, but .count. Let me get that, and let's invoke that. Let's now also fetch the data which we need right here for this data. So I will just again paste the query which I've copied and delete this await, and all I need is this prisma.post.findMany. Now I get an error right here, so let me just delete that. Let's save that, and now this works. So now we get count and data. Now I have to return that, so let's do right here in return. Let's do an object, and I want to return data, and I want to return count. So now this works, and if I now go back, instead of right here, let me scroll down a bit, instead of saying constant data, let's destructure it, and I want to get the count, and I want to get the data. So now I can actually use the count to right here calculate the amount of pages, and for that we'll use something called math.ceil. So what I have to do right here is again delete the 5, let's use our math API provided by JavaScript .ceil, and now right here we have to do our calculation. Now you might ask me, what is math.ceil? I had never heard about that. Well, math.ceil is a function, as already said, or an API provided by JavaScript that returns the smallest integer which is greater than or equal to the given number which we give right here as an argument. It then rounds the number up to the largest whole number. So with that we can then actually calculate the number of pages. So right here what I have to do is count, so we get the total count of our actual post, and then I have to divide it by the amount of posts which I take right here. So I take 1, which means I would divide it by 1. So let me right here do and divide by 1. If I now save that and go back, you now see we only have like 3 buttons for pages. Now why is that? Well, that's because I only have 3 posts. If I would now have 4 posts, we would actually see 4 buttons. So let me right here create a post. Let's again give it some title, right here some gibberish. Let's write some content and let's click on create post. Let's again get now redirected to the index page, and now you'll see we'll actually get 4 right here blocks. So we now have 4 pages, and that's how this works. So for example, we can now take 2 right here. So instead of 1, we will take 2 posts, and then right here instead of dividing by 1, I'll now have to divide by 2 since we take 2 posts. If I now go back, we should now see in a second right here that I now only get 2 pages, and that's again because I only have in total 4 posts. So as you see, this now also works beautifully. But if I now actually try to click on the second page, you see our actual data does not update. This is of course not what we want to do, so let's actually fix that. Now how do we do that? Well, first of all, we'll have to get our search param through our string. So let's get our search param, and this will be of type string. What I can do now right here is use something called skip. And right here will tell Prisma how many posts I want to skip. So inside of here, let's say if search param is defined, let's use internally. And then right here, if search param is defined, let's first of all actually convert our search param to a number. So let me pass our search param as an argument. We'll do -1, and then we have to multiply this by 10. Let me save that. And then also, of course, we now also have to do a colon. So if it's not true, and then we will actually skip 0. So let me use in 0. So if I now save that and test it out, go back, click on page 2, we should now see an update, and we don't see anything. And you will see it won't work. That's because we currently get an error, and the error right here tells us that it's expecting 1 argument, and the argument is the search param. Now right here, I can't actually just destructure the search param. I have to destructure it right here in our home function. So right here, I can now get our search param, and then this search param will have a type. So let's use search param, and then search param will right here have a page, and this will be of type string. So let's save that. I'll now just copy this actually, and then let me also paste it right here for our show items function. What I have to do now is actually, if you go to the show items component, so where we render it, you see now we have 1 error, and that's because now this show items component right here actually expects the search param. So right here I can just pass our search param, and now this looks good. So the last thing I can now do, since I actually get the search param now through our params, because I actually pasted right here, or I passed it right here, I can now right here go to my argument or to our getData function and pass the search param.page as an argument. I can now save that, go back, let's refresh the page right here, and now this should actually work. Now you see we currently get an error. It tells me cannot read properties of undefined reading page. Let me see what the error is. I'm not quite sure. And the error is actually quite simple. Right here I said search param, but this should be search params. So let me actually spell that correctly. Let's right here also do in search params, and this should also be search params. Let's right here say search params, and then also right here search params. So I forgot an S. This was an error. Let me again refresh the page. This should now work, and no, we again get an error. So what's the error? Well, that's just a simple mathematical error. Right here I actually have to wrap this number and the -1 in parentheses. Let me now save that. Let's again go back, let's refresh the page, and now this again works. Now, as you see currently, I don't get anything for the page 2. Now, why is that? Well, I made a mistake. I right here multiplied it by 10, but what I want to do is multiply it by the actual number of actual posts that I take. And I take 2 posts, so we have to multiply it by 2. Let's save that, let's again go back, let's refresh the page, and now I should see 2 posts, and that's what I see. If I now go back to our page 1 again, we should now again see 2 posts, and that's what we see. So let me again click on the second page, and we again see 2 posts. And you see also that these 2 posts are different ones. So pagination now fully works. So we had and take, we did and skip, and now this looks good. Now one thing of course that we currently see is taking 2 posts is not enough. We should maybe take 10. So what I'll do now is create a few more demo posts so that we actually see a bit more posts right here. So let me do that real quick. So as you see, I've now created a few posts, and again we currently only take 2 actual posts. So what I'll do now is instead of taking 2, let's actually change it to 10, and then let's right here skip instead of 2, 10. Let's save that, let's again go back. So now as you see, we have now 10 posts right here, but currently we have a problem with our pagination. This does not look good. Well, the problem is right here, we currently divide it by 2, but now we have to divide it by 10 since we only take 10 posts currently from Prisma. Let's again save that, and now you see we only have 2 pages. So if I now click on page 2, we now should see again a few posts. So I now clicked on page 2 and we only have 1 post because in total I have 11 posts. So let me again go to page 1, and as you see, Pagination works beautifully. Let me try to upvote that. We have again in pending state. I'll now see in 1 white here, and then in a second, yes, this fully works. Great. So now this actually works. What do we do now? So what I think we should do now is, instead of creating the individual page for the post, I think we should first of all create our subreddit page. So if I now click on right here r/JanMarshall, I'll get redirected to the subreddit page, and as you will see, this does not look good. Even though our about community looks beautifully, I won't change anything right here. I want to actually update our left side. So right here, I want to now actually render our data, so our post. So let's actually do that. For that, we will have to actually open our route. This is r/our ID page.tsx. And then right here, we now have this div with h1 hello from the post section. Now we want to update that. So what we have to do is actually almost do the same as with our page.tsx. So the first thing you have to do is render the create post card. I'll copy the component name and then paste it instead of the h1. Let me now import our create post card component from our components. Let's save that. Let's see if this actually worked. So right here you now see the create post card component, and this looks again beautiful. The next thing we have to do now is actually render our post. Now right here we won't actually use suspense boundaries to render our post. We'll do something a bit different. I won't show it to you right now, but we will do something different. For now, we actually first of all have to modify our async function getData. So what I want to do right here is now select also our posts. So let me get the posts right here. Let's open that and let's do a select statement. And now I will need a few things. So let's first of all get the title. Let's set the title right here to true. Let's also get the image string. Let's set that also to true. Then let's also get the ID. Let's set that to true. Let's get our text content. Let's set that to true right here. Then what else do I want? I want to also get our vote model. So let's open that. Let's use a select statement. And all I need from here is our user ID. So let's set it to true. Then I want to also get our user model, and then from the user model I want to get the username. So I want to know who created the post. So right here, still in the select statement of the posts, let's right here get our user. So let's right here do a user. And I don't want to get the user ID, but the user model. And then inside of here, I want to do a select statement, and I want to select the username. So let's set username to true. So now I think this is almost all. Do we need anything else? I don't think so. So now let's actually use that. So let me again set it to true. And now I can right here map over our data. So under our create postcard component, let's right here now do data. And I want to get in data.posts. Let's do .map. Right here, let's get in post, and then let me just open that right here. Inside of here, I want to use our post card component imported from our components, and this is in self-closing tag. Let's right here now give it a key. The key will be the post.id, and then now we can give all of the other properties. So first of all, the ID right here, this will again be equal to the post.id. Then we'll also have the image string. This will be equal to the post.image string. Then let's also get the sub name. Now for the sub name, you will see is if I do in post dot, we don't currently actually get the sub name. So instead of saying post dot, what we'll do is in data dot, and I want to get the data dot name. Then what else do we have? We have the title. This will again be equal to the post dot, and this will be then the post dot title. Then what else do we have? We now also have the username. The username will be equal to post.user.username. And then what else do we have? We have the JSON content. This is equal to post.text content. And then the last thing we have is the vote count. And now, as you already know, the vote count is again just this mathematical calculation. So what I can do is go to our page.tsx where we already did that, and all I will do is just copy this. So let me copy this vote count, and then let me just paste it right here. Now right here you see we currently get an error, and it tells me that vote type does not exist. That's because I forgot to select it. So right here in the vote model, let's also select the vote type. Let's set that to true, and now this looks also good. So right here also for username, we right now get an error, and it tells me type string or null or undefined is not assignable to type string. So what we'll do is just do an as string because I know it's defined, and mark it and save it like that. Let's now see if this actually worked. So I'm now in the subreddit for r/Marshall, and as you see, I see all of our posts right here. Now I again have no margin to the bottom, so I will again give it a bit of margin bottom right here. Let's see what did we say right here. Right here we gave it a margin bottom of 10, so let's also do a margin bottom of 10. Let's again save that, go back. We now have a bit of spacing to the bottom, that's already better. And now I also want to make pagination work right here. For that, if you can again remember, we again have to use in Prisma transaction as we did it right here. So what you can do is, for example, split this view so that we can see it a bit better. So I will split it right here, and that's the same thing we have to do right here. So let's right here do again a constant, then this will be an array symbol, and inside of here we'll get the count and also the data. Then this will be equal to an await, and then await Prisma.transaction. Then inside of here, let me now open that with an array symbol, and inside of here we can now run our two actual Prisma calls. So first of all, we want to get the count of the post. So right here we can then do in Prisma.post.count, and now we have to use the where statement. So let's right here do a where statement, and I want to find the count of the posts where the sub name is actually equal to our name. So let's right here pass our name, and that looks good. Let's now do also our second Prisma call. For that, I will just copy this function since we already created that, or the query. That's the same which we want to use. So let me delete that and paste it under this right here. Let's save that right here. This now works. We don't get any errors. Let me close this all tab, we don't need it anymore. And instead of returning data, let's return right here an object with data, and I also want to return the count. Now instead of just getting the data right here, let's destructure it, and I want to get the data, and I also want to get our count. Let's save that, and now as you see, if I save that and again go back, you'll see that everything still will work, we still have no errors, and that's of course great. So what we can do now is actually go back and now render our pagination, because that's of course very important, as you already know. So for that, what we'll do is go under this whole map, and then right here, let's import our pagination component. Our pagination component is imported from our components. This is in self-closing tag, and this now expects a property, which is the total pages. As you already know, right here we have to do a small mathematical calculation. So let's right here use the math API .ceil, and then inside of here we'll now do a count, and this will be divided by 10, since I will now take 10 actual posts from our query. So now right here for our subreddit.findUnique, so for this query, let's go right here in our post, so where we select our post, and then above that let's do a take. For the take, I want to take 10 actual posts, and for now let me save that. So if I now go back, refresh again this page, you now see that we actually have now 10 posts right here, and if I scroll down, we can now go to the second page. What you'll see is now, if I click on the second page, you will then see that our URL will actually update, but the post itself haven't updated. Why is that? Well, that's because I now actually also have to use the skip property. Now to use the skip property, we actually have to get the actual search param through our form data, or not through our form data, I'm sorry, but through our params. So right here we get our params. Let's now also get our search params, and then right here let's also give our search params and type. Again, it's very important, it is search params, not search param. And then right here we get a page, and this is of type string. Let's save that, and now if I actually go on above right here, I can now also get our search param, and this will be of type string. Let me save that. If I now scroll down, we now get an error, and it tells me that I'm missing a second argument. And then right here, let me now also pass our search params dot page. Now let me actually create our skip. So right here where we use our take, let's also do a skip. And then right here we again have to use our calculation. So let's just go to our page.tsx, to our index page, and just copy what we did right here. So I'll copy that and paste it inside of here. Let's use a comma, let's save that, and now in theory this should work. So we'll now refresh our page, and as you see on the second page, we only got one result. If I now try to go again to the first page, we now should again see actually 10 posts, and that's what you see right here. So this now also fully works, which is great. Alright, this now all looks kinda nice, right? I mean, we have our post, we have our create post card, we have our about subreddit card, or about community, whatever you want to say. And we have our pagination. I can click on that. We'll now get actually our second page, and inside of here we'll just see one post. But you see this works. One thing you'll also see is if I actually refresh this page, doing hard refresh, it takes a bit of time. We of course don't really want that. So we want to actually do in suspense, or we want to suspend our loading, and we want to see in loading state. Now, as you already know, in our page.tsx, we right here created a manual suspense boundary and then rendered our show items. Now, inside of our ID page for our subreddit, it's a bit more complicated. So right here, first of all, we load data, so where we map over our postcard, but then also right here down beneath, we right here also load data, so for our user ID where we do our ternary check. Now, it would be not that complicated now to do just two separate functions, but it would take a lot of time and I don't want to do that. So there's another way with Next.js, which is also quite cool, and that's the loading file. So in the ID folder where we have our page.tsx, I can create a loading.tsx. Now this loading.tsx will automatically create suspense boundaries on the top and bottom, and then inside of here we can say whatever we want to load inside of this suspense boundary as in fallback. So let's right here do an export default function. Let's just call it loading, uppercase, and let's open that. Inside of here, as I said, I can return whatever I want. So we could say right here, return h1, and we say hello, this is loading. So if I now save this and go back, refresh the page, you'll see hello, this is loading, and then after some time, we'll see our post and about community. Now, of course, we don't want to render an h1. I mean, come on, let's be honest. It does not look that nice. So let's actually make it look nice using a skeleton. So let me again delete this return. We'll create a new one. Let's do right here in return statement. Let's return a div and let's give it right here in class name. For the class name, let's give it a max width of 1000 pixels. So let's do 1000 pixels. Let's do an mx of auto to center it. Let's do a flex, a gap which will be x of 10, a margin top of 4, and a margin bottom of 10. Then inside of here, I will now render another div element. This will have a class name of width custom value 65%. Let's do a flex. Let's do a flex of call, and let's do a gap y of 5. Inside of here, I will now render our skeleton. So let's get our skeleton component from our components. And let's right here give it a class name of wfull. And let's give it a height of custom value 1000 pixels. Let's now create another div under this div. And let's right here give it also a class name. Let's right here give it a custom width of 35%. Not 45, but 35. And then inside of here, let's again also render a skeleton component. Let's also give it a class name. This will be wfull, and then also height of custom value 300 pixels. Let's save that. Let's go back. Let's refresh the page. And now you see the skeleton. This looks nice. It loads, and then we actually see our post and about community. So this works beautifully. So what do we do now? Our about community works, our subreddit page, in other words, our homepage works. Oh, right here in the homepage, I'm currently actually seeing one thing which we could update. If I now click right here on the pagination and click on the second right here page, it right here gives me no feedback. What I want to do right here is that it actually gives me a bit of feedback. So again, in loading state. This is actually quite simple to do. So let me open our page.tsx, our index page. So right here. And right here for the suspense, let me close that. For the suspense, we can give it a key. So we can give it a unique key, and when the unique key changes, it will actually rerun our fallback. So right here, I will give it for the key our search params.page. Let's save that. Let's go back. And right here, you will now see if I actually try to go to the first page, we again have our loading state. All of our posts are loading, then we have our post. So if I again try to reach the second page, we again have our loading state, and this looks again beautiful. So this is great. Our index page looks beautiful, our subreddit page looks beautiful, and the last thing I want to do now is actually create the page for the individual post. Because if I now actually try to reach this post right here, you will see that we'll get an error right here, and 44 not found. And that's because we haven't created the route for the individual post, and that's what we'll do right now. So let me right now open our Explorer, go in the app folder, and then inside of here we have to create a new folder which we will name post. This post folder will have a child folder which is a dynamic folder which will have a value of ID. So we will actually wrap the ID in a array bracket, and then inside of this ID folder, let's now create in page.tsx. Now this will be the route for our individual post. So now let's actually make it look nice. To get started right here, we have to do an export default function. I will right here just name it, let's just say post page. And then let me just open this function. Inside of here, let's do a return statement, let's do a div, let's do an h1, and let's say hello from the post route. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now you'll see the 4 is gone, and now the page actually works. So now I think, what could we do? Should we start with the UI, or should we start with fetching our data? I think we should start with actually first of all fetching our data. Now on top right here, we'll just do our standard async function. Let's call it get data, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, we'll start with our constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder dot post, since I want to find a post, and then also find unique, since I want to find a unique post. Inside of here, let's get our where statement, and then inside of here, I want to find a post where the ID actually matches our search right here, or our path name. So I can right here get through our params our ID. So let's do an ID. This will be of string, and then I can pass right here ID, which will be equal to ID. Let's now use a select statement, since I want to select a few things. So I want to get a created at timestamp. Let's set it to true. I want to get a title. Let's set it to true. I want to get the image string right here. So let me set that to true. Let's also get the text content. Let's set that to true. Let's also get the sub name, so the subreddit name. Let's set that right here to true. Then for the subreddit, I also want to select something. So let's open our subreddit right here. Let's open that, and then inside of here, let's use a select statement. And I want to get the name, so the sub name. I want to get the created at timestamp, so when the subreddit was created, let's set that to also true. Then let's also actually get right here our description of the subreddit, and let's set that to also true. Then what's the next thing I want to do right here, or what's the next thing I want to get? Well, I want to also right here get the user. So let's get our user model, so the user who actually created the post. And right here, I want to just select the username. Now this should be actually already all, I think. The last thing we could now also do is get an ID. So let's set an ID to true. I'm not sure if we need it, but it's better to have it. And then let's just return our data. So let's right here do return. And then let's return our data. Now let's get that right here through our front end. So let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke that, and now we get 2 errors. So first of all, we have to mark our function as async, and this is safe to do because we're in a server component. So let's do an export default async function. And then the second error is that we are currently actually missing one argument, and the argument is the actual search param ID. So currently we have again a dynamic route right here, and we have an ID, and I want to get the search param right here. So what we can do right here is the structure. So let's do right here params. Params will have a type, so let's right here do a type. Let's give it a type, and params will have a type of ID, which will be string. Let me spell string correctly, and now I can pass it as an argument. So right here it will be params.id. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let's refresh the page, and now this should work. Yes, this works beautiful. Now one thing you will see is even when I write some gibberish right here, so in post which actually does not exist, it will still load this route right here. So what we can do to fix that is right here do an if check, and if there's no data, then we can just open that and do a return not found. This is right here imported, and not found is imported from Next/navigation, and let's invoke that. Let's save that, let's go back, and now since this route does not exist, we get in 4 not found. If I again try to reach the actual post which exists, you then see that this route again works. So we did now a bit of, I guess, checking so that the actual page exists, and now we can actually get started with the UI. So let me right here delete this div. Let's create a new div element. Let's right here give it a class name of max width. This will have a custom value of 1200 pixels. Let's do an mx of auto. Let's also do a flex, and then let's do a gap x, which will be 10, and then also margin top of 4 and margin bottom of 10. Then inside of this div, let me create a new div element. Let's right here give it a class name with a width of custom value 70%. Then let's also do flex, flex of call, and then let's do a gap y of 5. So this will now be the left side where we'll actually render all of our posts, or not all of our posts, but our individual post. So inside of here for now, I'll just say h1 and let's say hello from the left side. Let's save that. And now I also want to create a right side, as you know, and the right side will just be again an about our community. So under this div, let me again render a new div element. Let's right here give it in class name. This will be width of custom value 30%. And now inside of here, we'll render our about community. Now, one thing you probably already know is that in our subreddit page, so right here, we already render about community. So what I'll do is, instead of just writing everything again, let me copy this card component right here. So everything which is inside of this card, let's copy that and paste it inside of here. Now inside of here, let me import our card component from our components. Then right here, let me import our image component. So let's do our image component from Next/image. Then instead of data.name, then let's right here do in data.subName. Let's now also import our link component from Next/link. Then this will be data.subname, so for our subreddit link. Then also right here, instead of data.name, this will be data.subname. And then instead of doing right here ternary check, let me just delete that and we'll just return our p tag with data.subreddit.actual description. Let's continue. We have a cake right here. Let's import that from Lucid React. Let me also import our separator right here from our components. And then let me also import our button right here. Now currently you see we do a ternary check where we check if the user is logged in so that the user can actually create and post. Now this is actually not needed. We'll just right here redirect to create and post. So let me delete the ternary right here, and then we'll just actually redirect to this route right here. Now instead of data.name, this will now be data.subname. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now this should actually work again. So yeah, this looks good. And now we have about community. Let's now make the left side work. So let's actually now show our post. For that, let me again go back. And now let's start with this div right here. Now instead of rendering the h1, I first of all want to render our upvote and downvote buttons. So let's right here just use our card component, which we already imported. And then inside of here, let's render div element. Let's right here give it a class name of flex, which will be call. And then let's do also an items, which will be center, a gap, which will be y of 2, and a padding of 2. Now inside of here, as already said, I want to now render our upvote button and our downvote button. So what we can do right here is now render a form. And then right here, we'll also give it already an action since we already created one. So this will be handle vote imported from our actions. And then inside of here, I can now render our upvote component. So let's get our upvote component from our components. Let's save that. Let's then underneath this form, just render for now a 0. And then under the 0, let me again render a form. For the action, I will again give it a handle vote. And then inside of here, let me now render our downvote component. Let's import that. Let's now save that and let's see how that looks like. So if I now go back, you see now that's centered. This is not quite what I want. So for our card component, let's give it a class name of padding 2 and flex. Now this should come to the left side right here. So let's see. And yes, this looks now already way better. One thing you'll probably see is if I now try to upvote right here, we should now actually get an error. And the error right here is just that we actually have to pass our input type hidden. So if you go to our input or to our action, so let's go to our action, you will probably see right here where we have it handle vote. We have to get a post ID and a vote direction. So what we have to do right here is just render our input type hidden. For that we can go in our postcard since we already created it right here. And then let me just copy the input right here. Let me copy the first one, paste it right here. And then also let's do the same for the downvote. Let's copy that and paste it right here. Now you will see we get an error for the ID. So let me right here get our data.id. And then let's also do the same for that data.id. Now right here I also want to render our vote count. And for that I have to select a few things. So right here I can now get our vote. Let's get our vote. Let's open that. Let's do right here in select statement. And then right here, let's just select the vote type. So let's set it true. Let's add a comma right here. And now we can actually render something right here. So let me go to the page.tsx. Let me copy the mathematical calculation right here. And then right here, let's just wrap it in brackets. So let's paste that. And now instead of post.vote, this should be data.vote. And now this should work. So let's save that, let's see if that works, let's go back, I'll refresh our page. Now as you see, we now have one upvote right here, so let me try to upvote it again. We now have in pending state, and now we should see actually 0 upvotes because I will delete my upvote from here again. So right here we now see 0, and that's, as I already told you, I already had one upvote. I now actually try to upvote it again, and that's why our upvote again got deleted. Let's now downvote it. It should again update, and then we should see a -1 right here. And that's what you see right here. So this now works. So now what do I want to do now? Well, I want to now actually first of all on the top render who actually created the post, and then also the title of the post and everything like that. So let's do that actually right now. For that, I'll go right here under this div. So right here we have our form. I'll go under the div and still above our card component. Inside of here, let's create a new div element. Let's give it a class name of padding2. Let's also do a W of full. And then inside of here, let me now actually render a p tag. Inside of here, we'll say posted by, and then let's do an u/, and now I want to actually render the user who created the post. For that, let me right here do in data, then we'll get our .user and then our username. Let me save that. Let's see how that looks like. So we should now see on the top corner right here the username of the user who created the post. And you see posted by user/Marshall. Let's actually style that a bit. So let's go to the p tag. Let's give it right here in class name. And then this will be text of XS. Let's do also in text which will be muted or foreground so that it has a grayish color. Let's see, this should now be a bit smaller. And we have now also a grayish color, and this looks beautiful. Underneath this, I guess p tag, so under the user, I want to now actually render the title of the post. So we'll go under the p tag right here, render an h1, and inside of here, let's right here just render our data.title. Let's save that, let's see how that looks like. And now as you see the title right here, which says check out my video. Of course, it does not look that nice, so let's style that. Let's go to the h1 right here, let's give it a class name, and this will be font of medium, so that we have a font weight of 500. Let's do a margin top of 1 to have a bit of spacing, and text of LG to have a bigger font size. So now you see this is a bit bigger, we have a bigger font weight, and that looks quite cool. What's the next thing I want to render? Well, I want to now actually render the image if it exists, and then also our actual JSON content, so our content which we created. So let's actually first start with our image. For that, I'll go under the h1. Inside of here, let's do ternary. So if data.image actually exists, or our image string, let's use a double and sign. And then inside of here, let's use the image component by Next.js. It's already imported, as you see. Let's pass it in source. For the source, I'll do in data.image string. Let's also right here do an alt. I'll right here just say user image. Let's also go in width since it's required. Let's say 500. Let's do in height of 400. And let's give it a class name of W full, H which will be auto, and an object which will be contain. Let's now save that. Let's go back. Do we have any image right here? No, I don't see that. That's probably because we actually haven't created an image for this post. So let me go to the home page. Let me actually open a post where I created an image. So we have one right here. Let's open this one now, and then we should now see right here the image, and that's what you see right here. So this also looks great. Maybe one thing we could do is also a bit of margin. So I can go to the image right here and let's do a margin top of 2. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now this should be a bit better since we now have a bit of margin. Now the next thing I want to render is actually the content, so our text content. And for that, I'll go under the image right here, and let's also do right here check. So if data.text content exists, let's use a double and sign, and then inside of here we can use our render.to.json component, which we import from our components. Inside of here we currently get an error, and that's because we have to pass in property, which is the data property. So let's right here do data.text content. Let's now save that. Let's go back, and now you see right here hello world ASDF. I know, great content, but hey, it works. Let me maybe open another post. So we could open maybe the first post I created. I think I wrote some better content inside of there. So this loads, let me open that. Do we have any content inside of here? I think so. And yeah, as you see, that's what we have right here. So we can now also render our content, which also works great. What's the next thing I want to do? Well, now I actually also want to render again how many comments we have, and then also our copy button. For that, I'll go under this data.text content, and inside of here, let me now render a div element. Let's right here give it a class name. This will be flex gap x of 5. Let's do an items, which will be center, and then let's do also a margin top of 3. Then inside of here, I'll now again render a div element, and this will now be for our message, so to see how many comments we created. So let me right here get an icon. This is the message circle icon provided by Lucid React. And then inside of here, let's give it a class name of height, which will be 4, width, which will be 4, and now let's give it in grayish color with text of muted, which will be foreground. Let's save that, and now let's go back, and now you see right here on the left corner on the bottom this message circle. Now of course it does not look great, we also need a name, so what I can do is go under this message circle now, render a p tag, and then inside of here we'll just say comments. So let's save that, let's again go back, and now you see they are currently stacked vertically. Of course, again, this does not look good, so let's give our p tag right here in class name, and then this will be just of text, which will be muted or foreground, and then let's also do in font, which will be medium, and text of XS. If I now save that actually and go back, you will now see that they are now stacked vertically still, but now the comments right here look a bit nicer, so the text itself. Let's now also actually align them horizontally besides them. So let's go to this div element, let's give it a class name, and this will be flex. Let's also right here do an items, which will be center to actually align them, and let's do gap x of 1. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you'll see that they will be now aligned actually horizontally, and it looks already quite nice as you see right here. Now, currently I can't actually render how many comments we have, so let's for now just say again 32, but later on we'll actually write an actual value of the actual amount of comments we have in this post. So if I go back, you'll now see 32 comments, even though of course it's currently not the correct amount. Let's now also render on the right side right here the copy link actual button. For that, I'll go now under this div element, and inside of here we can use our copy link component provided by our components. Now you see we currently get an error right here, and it tells me that I'm missing a property, which is the ID property. And to get our ID, we can actually get it through the params. So we already get it through the params. That's why we can just go right here, get our ID, and then pass right here our params.id. And if I now save that, go back and click on share, you'll now see on the bottom right corner a toast. And then I can click a new tab, paste that, and then we'll see that this is currently the link of the actual post. So this also works. Great. What do we do now? Well, I think the next thing we should do now is actually render our comments section. So what I want to do is actually enable the user to create new comments. And to do that, we first of all, of course, have to create a new model in our schema. So currently we don't have any way to store an actual comment for our user in the database. So let me right here open my schema file, and inside of here we'll create a new model. So let's right here just create a new model. Let's just name it comment, and then let me open that. Inside of here, let's give it an ID of string @id @default, and then this will be just UUID to create a new unique identifier. Let's also right here then store our text. So I want to store the text which the user creates. So let's right here do in text, and this will be of type string. Then I also want to do an created at timestamp to know when the user actually created the comment. So let's do an created at, this will be of type datetime at default, and now since I want to actually propagate the field when a new field is created. Now the next thing we have to do is actually create two relations. So first of all, in relation to the actual post, so where we create the comment, and then also in relation to the user. Now again, how does the relation look like? So the user will have a one-to-many relationship. That means that a user can have multiple comments, but each comment can only have one user associated. And then for the post, it's the same. A post can have multiple comments, but each comment can only have one post associated. So as you already know, to create a one-to-many relationship, it's very, very simple with Prisma. For the user model, we can just go right here, say comment, and then this will be equal to comment with an array symbol. Let's save that. Let's also do the same right here for our post. So let me right here just do comment, and then this will be equal to comment with an array symbol. Let's save that, and I will also right here now create an actual relationship. If I now go back, you now see we created the relationship. So now I think we should actually sync our database with my Prisma schema. So let me open my terminal, let's stop our dev server, let's clear everything, and then right here let's do an npx prisma db of push to sync our actual database with our Prisma schema. So as you see, our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema. So let's restart our dev server with npm1 dev. Let's close that, and now we can actually right here get started with our actual comment section. So let's actually first of all create our UI, and then later on we'll create our server action. Now to do that, what we have to do is go under the copy link component and then under the div element right here. Inside of here we have to now create a comment form, and for that I will actually create a new separate component. So let's go in the Explorer right here, let's go in the app folder, components folder, and then inside of here let's create a comment form comment.tsx. Now to get started with our comment form right here, let's just do an export function. I'll just name it comment form, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, let's do an return, let's do an div, and let's do an h1, and let's say hello from the comment form. Let's save that. Let's actually now import that in our page. So right here, let me get my comment form, again imported from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now in a second, you will see right here in form. So first of all, let me refresh the page. I have to do that because I restarted my dev server. So as you see, we now see the h1 right here, and it says hello from the comment form. Now, this is of course not how we want it to look like, so let's actually get started with styling that. Let me delete the div, let's create a form element, let me for now delete the action, we don't have one, and let's get started with creating the UI. The first thing I'll do right here is give our form a class name, and then right here let's just do a margin top of 5. Inside of this form, I'll now render actually our label component. Our label is imported from our components, and inside of here I'll say comment as, and then I want you later on render right here the username. So for now I will just say Jan Marshall. Then underneath the label, let me actually render our text area, and the text area is imported from our components and is in self-closing tag. Inside of here I can give them placeholder, and we'll just say what are your thoughts, question mark, and let's save that. Let's actually now go back, and as you will see now, we'll now see right here in label and also in text area, which looks quite cool in my opinion. Let's also give our text area right here in class name, and let's say W of full, and let's do margin top of 1 and a margin bottom of 2. Let's also right here give it a name, and for the name I'll just say comment. Let's now save that. This should now look even better. We now have a bit of margin to the top as you see right here, and that looks quite cool. The last thing I want to do is actually render our submit button. So under the text area, let's just render our component, which is called submit button, and this is imported from our components. Now you see we get an error, and it tells me that I'm missing a property, which is the text property. So let's right here just say comment. Let's save that. Let's go back, and now you see right here in button, and then in a second you will right here see comment. This looks quite cool in my opinion. What I want to do now is actually make our mutation work. So currently if I write some content right here or in comment and click on comment, you will see that nothing happens, or rather we right here do a get request. This is of course not quite what we want, so let's create for that an actual server action so that we actually can create a new mutation. For that, let's go to our actions file, and inside of here I will now create a new server action. So let me go under this handle vote function, and then right here let's create a new one. So let's do an export async function. This will be called create comment, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, let's actually first of all secure our server action. So let's right here do a constant, let's say structured, and let me first of all spell constant correctly, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that, and inside of here let me get our user function. Let's now fetch our user, so let's do a constant user equals to await get user. Let's invoke that, and now let's actually do an if check, and let's do an if there's no user. Let's just open that, and let's do a return redirect, and let's redirect to /API/auth/login. Now let's actually create our mutation, since we now actually also secure our server action. So let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await prisma comment.create. Now inside of here I have to now pass our data property, and now we have 3 fields that we have to actually propagate. So first of all, our text, so the comment, right here let's just give it an empty string for now. Then we'll also right here have the user ID, and the user ID will be equal to our user.id, and then the next thing which we have is the post ID, and for now let's just give our post ID also an empty string. So what we have to do now is get our text and also our post ID from our actual form data. So underneath our if check, let's do a constant comment, and then this will be equal to form data, and as you see I currently don't get form data. That's because I actually don't get it through the params. So let's try to do form data, and this will have a type of form data. So now I can do right here in form data dot get, and I want to get our comment. So let's do comment and mark it as string. Let's now also get the post ID. So let's do a constant post ID, and then this will be right here equal to form data dot get, and then right here let's just do post ID. Let's also mark it as string, and now this looks good. So what we should now do is actually right here check that we actually create right here our fields. or that these fields are actually accessible through our form data. So the first thing is our comment. Let's check, did we give our text area name of comment? Yes, we did, so that looks good. And then for the post ID, we currently don't store it in a comment form. So what we have to do right here is do an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's right here also give it a name. For the name, I'll just say post ID. So the same that we also give it right here in our actual actions file. Let me again check if I spelled it correctly. And then for the value, I have to now actually get it through our params right here. So what I'll do is actually an interface. Let's do an interface of iAppProps. And then inside of it, let's open that. And then I'll get in post ID, which will be of type string. That's now the structure right here. And this will have in type of iAppProps. And then let me right here get our post ID. I can now pass it right here as a value and now save it. If I now go to our page right here, you'll see we'll get an error, and right here it tells me that I'm missing the property post ID. So what I can do right here is just use our params.id, and now this looks good. So now we can actually make that work. So let's go to the actions file. So instead of here saying just an empty string, let's pass our comment, and then for the post ID, let's pass our post ID. Let's now save that. This should now actually work. So let me go back, let me right here delete our question mark, which I created with the get request. Let me refresh our page, and now I will actually create a comment. So let me write something right here. Let me click on comment. We now actually should see something, and we don't see anything. We actually again made a get request. Why is that? Well, that's because I haven't given my form an action. So right here, let's give it an action, and for the action, we right here have the name of create comment. Let me copy that, let's paste that, and let me import create comment from our actions. Let me again refresh our page, and first of all, let me delete right here the get request we made, so this question mark. Let's delete that. Let's refresh our page, and then let me again try to create a comment. So right here, I will just write, hey, this is a great post, and let me click on comment. We now have a pending state, and I don't see anything. What's wrong? Well, let's open our Prisma schema, or not our Prisma schema, but our Prisma Studio, and let's actually check if we see something. So let's right here do an npx Prisma Studio to open our Prisma Studio, and now let's check if we actually made a mutation or created a field in our database. So as you see right here, we have now created a one comment. It tells me showing 0 of 1, and right here we have my comment. So we have an ID, we have the text, we have the created at timestamp, we have the relation to the user, and the relation to the actual post. So this actually works. So let me again close my terminal right here. And what I want to do now is actually render our post underneath this form. For that, let's again go back to our page.tsx right here. And now we want to render it inside of here. So to do that, let me actually underneath this comment form, let's first of all render a separator. So let's do a separator. This is already imported. Let's give it a class name of margin y of 5. So margin top of 5 and margin bottom of 5. Underneath the separator, I can now render a div element. Let's right here give it a class name. This will be flex of call, and gap y of 7 actually. Inside of here, I can now map over our data, and to actually map over our data right here or through our comments, I actually first of all have to query our comments. So currently I don't query them, and that's where it will not work. So right here, let me get our comment. Let's open that. Inside of here, let's do a select statement. Let's open that. And what I want to get from here is first of all the ID. Let's set that to true. I want to get the text, and let's set that also to true. Then the next thing I want to get from here is actually the user who wrote the comment. So let's right here get our user. This is right here our user model. So let's open that. And then inside of here, let's do a select statement. And I want to get our actual image URL. So let's set that right here to true. And then I also want to get our actual name. So let's get the username and set that to true. Let's right here now also add a comma. Let's save that. And now this should actually work. Let me now actually scroll down a bit right here where we actually had our div. Where do I have it? So I have my div right here, and I can now actually map over our data. So to do that, what I have to do right here is in data. So let me get our data.comment, and let's do .map. Inside of here, let me get the item, and then let's just return that. For now, for simplicity reasons, let's just return in p tag. Let's give it a key of item.id, and then for the text or for the value, let's just say item.text. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now we should see right here on the bottom the actual comment which I made. So hey, this is a great post. So as you see now, this loads and this looks great. Now let me actually create another post. So let's again say, I don't know, test comment, and then let me click on comment. This has now again our pending state, and now we should see something right here. but we don't see anything. Why is that? Let me refresh our page right here, and then you will see when I refresh my page, we will actually see the comment right here. So how do we fix that, that we actually get an update without needing to refresh? Well, let's go to our actions file right here, and what we have to do inside of here is actually use the revalidate path function as you already know it. So right here underneath this query or mutation, let's use the revalidate path function, and then inside of here we have to now give it a path. So let's use upticks, and this will be /post, and then we have to actually use our post ID. Now we already get our post ID right here, so let's pass our post ID. Let's save that. I will now refresh our page, and then let's again write a comment, and as you will see, we'll have an automatic update. So my page is now refreshed. Let's again say, hey, does this revalidate? Let's click on comment, we have in pending state, and then right here we should now see our hey does this revalidate. So as you see, this worked, and now we see it right here. One thing I'll also do right here is let me go back to our page right here. Let me also order our comments. So right here, let's do an order by, and let's just do created at, and let's say descending. So I want to have the newest comments on top. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we should see, hey, does this revalidate? We should now see it on the top, and that's what happened. So now this also looks good. One thing I want to also do is when I click on comment, I want that this text area actually resets. I don't want to have this text right here. So let me go back to our comment form, and inside of here, we'll now use the useRef hook provided by React. So right here above our return, let's do a constant ref, and then this will be equal to useRef. useRef is imported from React, and then the initial value will be right here null. Then for our form, I have to now give it in ref. The ref will be equal to ref, and now we can actually use that to reset our form. To do that right here, instead of just saying action, let me copy that. We'll right here say async, then let's right here get our form data, and then this will just be a standard arrow function. So let's do an arrow function and open that. Inside of this arrow function, I can now say await create comment, so our action. Right here for create comment, we now get an error, and it tells me expected one argument. And what we have to do right here is pass our form data, which we get right here through the params. And now inside of here, I can now actually reset our form. So what we can do right here is in ref.current.reset. Now you see we don't get any types, so right here for our useRef, I can pass in generic and say HTML form element. Now right here you'll see if I now do again in ref, so let's do ref.current.reset. I can now actually toggle that, let's invoke that, and if I now save that, let's actually see if that works. Let me go back, and as you see we get an error, and the error is that we actually have to mark this component as useClient. So useRef relies on the client, that's why we have to go on top, and right here just mark it as useClient. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now this should again work. So what we should now see is if I create a comment, our actual text area should reset. So let's say hello, does this reset? Question mark. Let's click on comment. We again have in pending state our form area or our text area resets, and then we see the comment right here. So this also looks good. Let's now actually get started styling our comment section, since currently it does not look that nice. So let me go back to our page.tsx, not this one, but our page.tsx for our post. And then instead of rendering just in p tag, let me delete that and let's render div tag. So let me first of all give our div right here in key. So let's do an item.id, and then let's also right here give it in class name, and the class name will just be flex and flex of call. Inside of this div, let me now render another div element, and right here we'll just give it in class name of flex, and then also items, which will be center, and then let's also do in gap x of 3. Inside of this, I want to now render an image actually, so let's use our image tag, and inside of here I want to now render the user image. So let's try to use our brackets, and inside of here we'll now do ternary, so we'll check if the user image is defined, we'll render the user image, and if not, we'll just render our normal default icon. So let's right here say if user image or item.user.image URL is defined, let's use a question mark, let's return item.user.image URL, and then if it's not defined, let's use a colon, and inside of here I want to now again render this URL for our avatar. So what we can do is go to our user nav or our user dropdown and just copy the URL from here. So let me just copy that. Let's again go back. And then inside of here, let me just paste it actually. Let's paste it right here and save that. Let's now go back. Let's see if this actually worked. So we now should see an image right here. And yeah, it's too big. Yeah, no, I don't like it. Let's give it a class name. So let's write here doing class name, and let's just say width of 7, let's do height of 7, and then let's also do rounded, which will be of full. Let's save that, let's see if that looks better. And yeah, this is now smaller and we have now a rounding, and this already looks way better. Now currently we get an error right here and it tells me that I should use the image tag. Let's just do a quick fix and let's click on disable next no image. Let's save that, let's also give it an alt. I'll just say avatar of user. Let's save that, let's do an R, and then let's see it right here. And as you see, it still looks good. Let's now also render the actual username of the creator of this post. So under the image tag, I can now render an h3, and inside of here, we'll say item.user.username. Let's save that. We should now see the username, so in that case my username, and as you see we have our image and then John Marshall. This looks quite cool. Let's now actually also make it look a bit nicer. So let's give our h3 right here in class name, and then this will be text of small and let's do in font of medium. Let's save that. This should now look even better. And yeah, as you see, this looks quite cool. Now let's actually also render the comment of the user. For that, I'll actually go under the h3, under the div, and then right here, let me render a p tag. Inside of this p tag, let's say item.text. Let's save that and let's see how that looks like. And yeah, this looks quite good, but I think we should actually space this text a bit more to the right and then also give it a other color. So let's write here for the p tag, give it a class name. Let's do margin left of 10. Let's do in text, which will be secondary of foreground. Let's do in text of small, and then let's do also tracking of white, so that we have a bit of a bigger, I guess, letter spacing. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now this should look actually a bit better. So now you'll see the text is a bit more spaced to the right side, and it's a bit smaller, and we now also have a bit bigger letter spacing. Let me now create another comment. So let's say again, did this really work? And let's click on comment. We have in please wait, and then you should now again see our comment with the actual username and the image, and that's what you see right here. So this looks beautiful. So now I think we're actually done. Let me again try to create an upvote. We again have our pending state. We should now again see our number right here. And yeah, as you see, this fully works. Great. One thing we will do right here is also, instead of hard coding 32 comments, let's actually get the actual value. So where do we have it? Right here, 32 comments. Let's right here do in data.comment.length. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now instead of 32 comments, we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comments. And that's what you see right here. And then also right here, instead of saying comment as John Marshall, let's go to the comment form. And let's right here just say, where do we have it? Comment as John Marshall. Let's just say comment right here. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now this actually looks great. So I would say we are now done with our individual post. But one thing we'll do right now is also right here add suspense boundaries. Since what you'll see is if I refresh this page, it takes a bit till everything actually loads. So what we'll do right here is add a loading file. So let's again open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go right here in the post folder, in the ID folder. And then inside of the ID folder, let's again create a loading.tsx file. Now for the loading.tsx file, as I already told you, they automatically create a suspense boundary on the top and on the bottom. And then right here, we'll just add our fallback. So let's right here do an export default function. Let's do an export default function. This is called loading. Let's do an uppercase, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, let's do a return statement, and we can again test it out with an h1. So let's say right here, is this loading? Let's save that. Let's go back. And what you'll see is if I refresh this page, it says, is this loading? And then our actual data loads. Let's now actually make it look nicer. So let's do a return statement. Let's use in div. And then let's right here give it in class name, and then this will be max width, and max width will have a width of 1200 pixels. Let's also do an mx of auto. Let's do flex, gap x of 10, and then let's also do a margin top of 4. Then inside of here, let me render another div element. Let's give it in class name, and then this will have a custom value of 70%. So let's do right here 70%. Let's also right here give it now in flex. Let's do in flex of call and gap y of 5. Inside of here, let's now render our skeleton. This is imported from our components. Let's give it a class name, and this will be width of full and then height of custom value 1000 pixels. Let's now under this div right here render another div element. Let's right here also give it a class name, and this will have a width of custom value 30%. Inside of this div, let's now render a skeleton, and then let's also get right here a class name, and this will be W of full and height of custom value 300 pixels. Let's save that, let's go back, and if I now refresh our page, you now see right here we have this loading state as you see, and then our actual post with the comments will load right here. So this looks great, and this also fully works, so we are now done with that. Now one thing I think we should do right now is actually, if I go back actually to the index page, you see we hard-coded 31 comments. This does not look that nice, so let's go to our page.tsx, and then inside of here what I now actually do is fetch the amount of comments we have. So what we can do right here in our query is right here get our comment, and let me open that. Let's do right here and select, and I will just select our ID right here. So let's do true, and then let me add a comma right here. And then if I go back to our postcard, I can now right here get through our interface, we can say comment amount. This will be of type number. Let's also write here the structured. So let me get my comment amount. And then instead of hard coding 31 comments, let's write here just write comment amount. Let's save that. If I go back to my page.tsx, you now see we actually get an error for our postcard, and it tells me that I'm missing a property, which is the comment amount. Inside of here, I can now just render our post.comment, not created at, but comment.length. Let's now save that. Let's again go back to our index page, and now you will see right here that we have 0 comments, 0 comments, 0 comments, 0 comments, 1 comment, 0, 0, 0. And if I open the second page, you will right here see we should now see I think 7 comments or 5 comments. So this now also works. One thing I also saw in my postcard right here is that we actually right here hard coded it use/Jan Marshall. Instead of that, we already get our name through our params. So let's right here get our username. Let's save that, and now this is also dynamic, which is great. So this looks beautiful. Now one thing we also do is we use in our subreddit also our actual postcard component. That means if I now open our subreddit right here, you will now see right here for the comment, we don't actually have a comment amount. So let me now open our subreddit route. So let's go in the app folder, let's go in the R folder, in the ID folder, in the page.tsx folder. And as you already see right here, we get an error for our postcard, and then tells me that I'm missing a property, which is the comment about, or the comment amount. So let's right here go to our query where we select our post, and then inside of here what I can now do is actually go in the select statement, select the comment right here. Let's right here do a select statement, and let's select the ID, set that to true, add a comment right here, and then let me again go back to our right here comment amount, and then we can do right here in post.comment.length. And if I now save that and go back, we should now actually see the comment or the amount of comments, and now we see again 0 comments, 0 comments, and if I scroll down a bit, we now see 1 comment, so this also fully works. So now I think actually everything looks good. Let's also test out dark mode. Let's do that. And you see already one problem, that's right here our content. This has this grayish color, does not look good. So let's go to our render.json component right here, and then right here we can say on dark, let's say pros-invert. So right here, let's do that, let's save that. And if I now go back, we should now see more of a white or grayish color. So let's see, and yes, this looks already way better. Let me now click on the post on dark mode. We again have our loading state, which looks good. And then we have our comments right here. Let me again create right here a comment, hello. We again have our pending state, and everything still looks good in our dark mode state. So now before we actually deploy our application, let's now test if everything works. So let's right here do a create post. Let's right here create a title, hey, this is a test. Let's write something right here. So hello world, how are you? Is everything great? And then let me right here, I think let's create a post. We have a pending state right here, and now we get redirected to the index page. Now this is not quite what I want. To be honest, I want to get redirected to the actual post itself. So let's go back to our action.ts where we have our create post function. So we have it right here. And then instead of redirecting to the index page, let's redirect to the post ID. So let's right here use upticks. Let's do right here in slash. Then this will be slash post, and I want to redirect to the ID. So this will be equal right here to the ID which we create right here. So instead of just saying await Prisma, let's do constant data equals to await Prisma, and then I can pass right here our data data.id. Let's save that. And now if I again go back, let's create a new post right here. Let's say we should now get redirected. Then let's right here say hello world, what's up? And then let's actually click on create post. We now have in pending state. We should now get redirected to the actual post. And that's what you see right here. And then we'll see in a second the title, the actual comment. And I can now also write a comment right here if I want to. So that looks good. Now let's actually try to create a community. So let me click on create community. Let's just say r/yo. Let me click on create community. We again have in pending state. I will now get redirected to the index page. This is again not that great. So let's go to our actions.ts file where we actually create our community. So let's search for create community. So right here we have our create community. And now instead of actually right here redirecting to the index page as we do it right here, let's right here use again upticks. And then we'll say /r. And then I want to redirect to the subreddit. So let's do right here a dynamic value. And I want to get a data.name. So let's do that. Let's save that. Let's again create a community. So right here, let me click on create community. Let's just say Jan Marshall videos. Let me click on create community. We should now get redirected to the actual subreddit as you see right here. Then you'll see in a second that we actually have 0 posts and our pagination does not have anything. I can create right here a comment actually or a description. So let's just say hello, this looks cool. Then let me click on save. We again have in pending state and then we have a toast at the bottom. What we could do maybe right here is show in default state. I think this would look better. So let's go to our r/id folder, so where we have our subreddit. And then right here, instead of just running our pagination and also where we map over our data, let's use ternary. So what I'll do right now is copy that. Please don't delete it, just copy it. So what I'll do right here is if data.post.length is right here equal to 0, let's use ternary and then so in question mark in that case, let's return right here, I don't know, h1, nothing to see right here. And then if this is not true, let's use a colon and just return what we had. Now we get an error, so instead of that, let's use empty tags and then paste that again. If I now save that and go back, we should now see right here the title, so nothing to see right here, and that's what you see right here. Now of course this does not look that nice, so let's actually create a better version. So what we can do right here is let me delete the h1, let's create a new div element, let me actually say div right here. And then inside of here, let me give it right now a class name. So let's do class name of flex. Let's do a minimum height. And the minimum height will be a custom value of 400 pixels. Let's right here do in flex, which will be actually call. Let's do in items, which will be center. Let's also right here do in rounded, which will be MD. Let's give it a border which will be dashed. Let's also do padding of 8. Text which will be center, and then inside of here let me now render a div element. Inside of this div let me give it a class name. Let's do flex, let's do h of 20, let's do width of 20, let's also do items which will be center, let's do justify which will be center, let's also do rounded of full, and then let's also do in bg which will be primary /10, so 10% of our actual primary value. Inside of here, let's just say file question. This is an icon provided by Lucid React. This is a self-closing tag. And then inside of here, let's get a class name of h10, w10, and then text primary. Underneath this div now, I can now render an h2, and we'll just say no post have been created. Let's save that. Let's actually give the h2 also a class name, and this will be margin top of 6. Let's do a text of XL and a font of semi-bold. Let's save that. Let's see if this looks better. And yeah, I think this looks actually quite nice. But one thing I'll do right now is instead of height 400, let's do a height of 300 pixels. And let's also right here do a justify of center. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And now this should look already way better. And yes, I think this is quite cool. So if I now create a post, so let me now click right here on the create post button. And what you'll see right here is if I click on that, we'll get redirected. Let me again say, this is the first post in the sub. Let's right here say hello world, what's up? And then let me click right here on create post. We again have in pending state, we get again redirected, and now inside of here what we should now see is in post. So the post which I just created, and that's what you see right here. Let me now click on the subreddit again, and then inside of the subreddit we should now see in total 1 post. And that's what you see right here, which is again great. So I would personally say we are done. Everything looks great, and I think we should now actually submit, or not submit, but actually deploy our application. So to do that, we first of all have to create a new Git repository, so let me go to GitHub. So I'm now at github.com/new to create a new repository. So let's now give it a name. This will be right here Reddit-YouTube. For the description, I will leave it empty, I will make it public, and then let me click on create repository. Then inside of here we'll now get instructions, I don't need them. Let me for now actually open my terminal, stop my dev server, stop Prisma Studio, and then right here I can stop my dev server. And then inside of here, let me do a git init to initialize a new Git repository. Then the next step right here is to do a git add everything, so git add dot. Then let's commit that, so let's do git commit -m, so for message, and we'll say finished project. Let me click on enter. Then the next step right here you will see is to create a new branch, so I'll copy that, paste that. Then the next step is to add remote origin. I will copy that, paste that, and then the last step is to push our code, so I'll copy that and paste it inside of here. Now this will be pushed to actually GitHub, and if I refresh the page right here, we should now see the code, and that's what you see right here. So the next step, what we'll now do is actually deploy our application to Vercel. So let's head over to vercel.com/new. So I'm now at Vercel to create a new actual project or to deploy a new project. So let me click right here for Reddit-YouTube on import to actually import our project. And then before clicking on deploy, we now have to add environment variables. So let's right here go to our .env file. Let me copy everything right here and then paste it inside of here. These are now all of our environment variables, and I can now click on deploy. We now have a pending state as you see right here, and then this should now actually start deploying. Now I already know we'll get errors, there will be a lot of errors, we'll have caching errors, other errors, but you'll see that in a second. Let's wait for the error right now. So as you see, we got our first error, and the error right here is Prisma. Why do we have an error with Prisma? Everything worked in local, why does it not work now? Well, right here we have in Learn More link, so let me just copy that and let's open a new tab to actually see what the error is. So right here we see if you deploy an application using Prisma ORM to Vercel, you may run into the following error message. So that's the same error message which we had right here. And it tells me this occurs because Vercel caches the dependencies of your project until one of those dependencies changes. It does this to allow faster builds, and while this is typically a good thing, it causes problems for Prisma client. So what we can do right here, there's a solution, that's to add a post install script. So when we actually then deploy our application, it will actually run this post install script and run Prisma generate. So I'll right here just copy that, so this post install script right here, let's go to our package.json, and then right here underneath our lint, let me just add it right here. I will now open our terminal, let me again clear everything, let's do git add everything with a dot, let's do git commit -m, and let's just say added a, how did we call it, post install. Let me just paste it right here and let's click on enter. Let's now do git push to push our code. So now our code is pushed to GitHub and Vercel will now automatically rebuild our application. So let me head over to Vercel and show it to you. So I'm now again in my project, and as you see it's now building again, and I already know that we'll get an error, and this error should now be caching. So now let's wait for this error and then I will show it to you. Okay, we got our first error. So error occurred pre-rendering page API/auth/creation. What's the problem? So if you never used Next.js, you probably don't know that when you use server components, or in that case also API routes, they automatically get fetched indefinitely or not cached. What they do is they get pre-rendered. Now the thing is, of course, if you fetch data, it can't be pre-rendered, right? It's dynamic. So if I now open my API folder, so we had this creation folder right here, you will see right here we fetch our data. And the problem we now have is that it tells us right here, it tried to pre-render this page, but of course it did not happen because we actually fetch our user right here, and this has to be dynamic. So what we have to do right here is tell Next.js, hey, this page should not be cached. Please don't cache it, forget it, whatever. So in that case, don't pre-render it. So what we can do right here is quite simple. Next.js has a simple fix for that. We have to import something. So let me import that, the structured, and this will be right here from next/cache. What I can get now from here, so where I destructured, I can now get unstable no store. This is what we need. I can now do an as no store to make it a bit simpler. And if I now use it right here, it will tell Next.js, or in other words also Vercel, to not cache this page. So what I'll do now is inside of our export async function, inside of here, I will call noStore and let me invoke that. So with that, I now told Vercel and Next.js to hey, not cache and not pre-render this page. And we now have to do that for every page where we actually use something where we fetch data. So let's start with the first page, so our index page. Inside of here, as you see, we actually fetch data. So we have to tell Vercel to not cache this page. So let me copy right here the import statement for our noStore. Let me paste it in the index page, and then where we have our async function get data, let me call noStore. Let's invoke that. Let's now go right here to our actions file. I don't have to do anything right here. Let's now go to our settings page, and as you see, we right here fetch data. So let me again import our noStore, and then let's right here say noStore, invoke that. Let's save that. Let's now go in the R folder, in the create folder, in the page.tsx file right here. Let's see, do we need anything right here? Nope, I don't think so. We don't actually fetch any data, so I don't have to tell Next.js anything. Let's go in the ID folder, in the page.tsx folder. Right here you see we fetch data, so let me actually import noStore, and then let's also call it right here. So let's get noStore and invoke that. Let's go right here in the create folder, in the ID folder. Do we have to do anything right here? Nope, we don't fetch any data, so we can leave that alone. Let's go in the post folder. Let's go right here in the page.tsx. We right here actually fetch data. So let's get our noStore and let's invoke noStore right here. Do we now have any other pages? I don't think so. We don't have to do anything else. I think this should now actually work. So let me open my terminal right here. And then let's again do a git add everything with a dot. Let's do a git commit -m. And let's just say caching is fixed. Let's click on enter and let's do a git push. Now I hope I did not forget anything. If we forgot something, I will see an error in a second and then we'll fix that, of course. So let me again go to Vercel right here. Let me click on the project, and now this should again redeploy, and as you see, it currently rebuilds, and then we'll see in a second if it actually was successful or we got an error. Alright friends, the deployment was successful. Great. Let me now click on this domain, so reddit-yt and whatever it is. And yeah, this is our Reddit. Let me zoom in a bit. Let's make it white mode. Yeah, it looks quite cool in my opinion. But as you will see, it won't really work right now. If I now click on login right here, you will see that we'll actually try to get redirected, but we'll get an error. What's the error? It tried to redirect us to localhost 3000. That's not quite what we want. So what we can do is click on settings, click on environment variables, and then inside of here we now have, for example, the kind site URL. If I now click right here on edit, you will see that the site URL is set to localhost 3000. This is of course incorrect. So what I have to do is actually copy the URL of our production actual project. So let me copy this URL and let me paste it right here. Now it's very important that you delete the slash at the end. If you don't do that, you'll get an error. So please delete that and leave it like that. Let's now click on save, so this looks good. Then we'll right here also have a kind post login redirect URL. So let's click on edit, and then right here let me delete the localhost 3000 and replace it with our production URL. Let's click on save, and then the last thing we have right here is the kind post logout redirect URL, and then let me actually replace it with our production URL. Again, it's very important, please delete the slash at the end. Let's now click on save. And now this also looks good. So now our environment variables itself are done. The next thing we have to do is go to kind, and then inside of here actually also change our callback URL. So let me click right here on my business. Let's right here go to reddit-youtube. This will now load, and then inside of here I can now click right here on my applications, view details. And then inside of here, what we'll have right here is our callback URL, so our allowed callback URL, and then also allowed redirect or logout redirect URL. So what I have to do again is copy my production URL, go right here underneath that, paste that, and then this will be /API/auth, and then /kind_callback. Then also for our logout redirect URL, I'll again just paste our actual production URL, so not kind callback, but our URL. So let me open that, copy that, paste it right here. And again, it's very important, delete the slash at the end. Please do that. Now we can click on save. We have now in pending state, and now this has been saved. So that looks great. One thing I'll also right now do is again actually go back to our project. Let's go to our creation folder right here, and instead of redirecting to localhost 3000, let's actually paste right here our production URL. Or if you want to, what you could do also is in check. So what we can do right here is just in check. So if process.env.node.env, if this is right here equal to development, then let's use internally and let's use in question mark. We'll return localhost 3000. And if not, let's use in colon and redirect or return our actual production URL. So what I have to do now is again push our code. So let's open the terminal, let's clear everything. Then inside of here, let's do git add everything within dot. Let's do right here in git commit -m. We'll say finished with redirecting, something like that. Let's click on enter and let's do git push. So now our code will be actually pushed to GitHub, and you will see Vercel will now actually automatically rebuild our application. As you see right here, it now says building. So now let's wait till it finishes, and once it's finished, we'll test out our application. Alright, our build was successful, so let me again click on our URL. So now we are again back in our project. As you see, let me now actually try to click on sign up, and then right here you'll now see that we'll get redirected to Kind. One thing I see right here is that I actually don't really like the page right now. So what I'll do is go to the Kind dashboard again. So let's again go to my businesses. Let's click on Reddit-YouTube. Then inside of here, let me click on design. And then right here, we'll now actually change our design a bit. So let me first of all upload our Reddit logo inside of our logo right here. So as you see, I've now just uploaded the Reddit logo right here, so the Reddit text. Then let's scroll down a bit. We now have the theme. Let's click on user preference. Then we have our pages. That looks okay for the background color. And then right here, I want to change the color from blue to this orange color. So what I want you to do right here is write hashtag FF5700. Let me now copy that. We'll also use it for the background color dark. And then let's scroll down a bit. Let's also use that for the links. And then let me click on save. So now we have actually created our brand colors. We have uploaded an image. Let's now go back again to our sign up page. Let's refresh the page. And now as you see, this looks already very, very nice. Let's head now back to our production URL, since of course I don't have to sign up. Let me click right here on login to again log in with my account right here. Let me click right here on GitHub. We now have our loading state, and now I should again get redirected to our production URL. This is what you see right here, and let's test out if everything works. Let me right here create an upvote. We again have our pending state, and then I should see in one right here, yes. Let me also right here now click on this post. We now again have our loading state, the image, the content. Let's write in comment, hey, does this actually work? Let's click on comment. We again have in pending state right here. We now see our comment right here. What I can do now is again click on, I guess, create community. Let's right here just say what's up. This is our subreddit. I know, great name. Let's click on create community. We should now get again redirected. Then I can right here create a description. So let's say super cool sub for all people. Let's click on save. We have in pending state. We have in toast. Let's click on create post right here. Then I can now create a title. So we'll just say test post. Hello world, what's up? And then I guess we can create the post. So let me click on create post. We have in pending state. We again got redirected. And then you see our post right here. I can again create a comment. So let's say what's up. Let's click on comment. And then this should also work. And yes, as you see, this looks good. I can again click on what's up. We again get redirected to the subreddit. And as you see, this works beautifully. Let me now also see if pagination works. So let me click on the second one right here. And yes, you see this also looks great. So guys, I guess we are done. Our project is done. I hope you could learn a lot. Thank you, Kind, for making this project possible. And thank you for sponsoring this video. And with that now out of the way, I hope you're subscribed, I hope you liked the video, I hope you will become a channel member, and now I hope I will also see you on the next video, so bye.